Our main man is just waking up. But yeah, something way asterisk off. That nonstop beeping isn't his alarm clock at all. It's the cold, grim heartbeat of a hospital room. And just like that, he's gone until lightning strikes. Then he jerks awake, bolts upright in a totally different room, in a whole new bed. He rips the balcony doors open, and the world hits him like a punch. A glorious castle drifting in a boundless blue sky. A beautiful day, he blurts, and yeah, that's a massive understatement for the start of his new life. After he kicked the bucket in his original world, a literal goddess materialized out of nowhere and told him, since he couldn't be revived, she'd toss him a brand new life in another world. And our boy, clutching a flashback to the old anime he adored as a kid, dropped one goofy, legendary request. He wanted a flying castle, and the unhinged goddess actually went through with it. She straight up gave him one. Now he's ruling his own little kingdom, drifting through an endless sea and sky, and he can't stop wondering, does any continent even exist out there? He turns around and marches back inside, and every one of his footsteps booms across that massive spiral staircase. He slips into the castle's core, an ultra-high-tech control room, packed with monitors that watch every angle. Right as he's staring it all in, the screen erupts, flash, blast, and a terrifying roar shakes everything. And of course, it's a dragon. Panic detonates. He scrambles at the console, desperately trying to recall how the defenses even work. He slams the button for a lightning strike, and a colossal bolt detonates into the dragon, zapping it hard into the castle's protective barrier, obliterating it like it was nothing. And he's still staring in disbelief that he actually pulled it off. Life isn't just about dragon slaying here. He's got a whole squad of adorable little robots hauling together his food supply. A whole legion of towering golems stood guard, ready to crush anything that came too close. He strides past two of them, and they just freeze there, staring like they can't even blink. He tries to crack jokes with his main golem, A1, but the thing just stonewalls him with silence. Rough crowd. But hey, he's got bigger stuff on his mind, like lunch. He stretches, hunger hits hard, and then he throws together a full-on feast for himself. Sure, it's a kinda lonely meal at a hilariously huge table, but cooking's his joy, and it somehow makes everything click. That food hits like heaven, so he snaps back to the couch and storms to finish the game he started yesterday. Yeah, this is the life he never got back in his old world. Straight up modern tech everywhere. So he can binge movies, grind games, and dive into manga. All the stuff is crazy. Packed life never let him have. Back then, he never had a second to breathe. But here, he finally ate whatever he wanted and slept whenever the mood hit. He's choosing every step for himself. No rush, no limits, and honestly, that's the best way to live. Every single day theme park. He's got this giant pool all to himself, splashing and laughing like the whole world can't touch him. And he even tries to teach the little farming bots how to swim, but they absolutely refuse. He kicks a soccer ball in this massive garden, naps whenever the mood hits, then chows down like a king. And before he knows it, the days are just gone in a blink. All right, I'm dipping for a bit, because right now it's pure paradise. But after a few weeks, he's already burned through everything. Every game played, every movie watched. And this new, uneasy feeling starts creeping in. I'm bored, he mutters, and the water gulps the words down. Then it slams into him, ice cold like diving into a pool, and he blurts out, I'm so lonely, I just need someone to talk to. That thought snaps into a desperate shout that booms across his silent paradise. I have to meet someone else. With a fresh hit of purpose, he shakes off the water, then sprints straight for the control room. So far, he's only spotted endless ocean and that one crispy dragon. There's gotta be land out there. He turns to the empty room and declares he'll track down the continent, no matter what. From the depths of the room, the castle engines roar to life, and our hero whispers a prayer, please, wherever I'm headed, let there be intelligent life. A few hours later, he's got his face shoved against the glass, eyes blazing wide, exhaustion and hope battling in the same breath. Then it slams down on a whole continent. He erupts in a scream, tears of pure joy pouring off his face, while his robot companion just watches, stone still like always. But as they press closer, they suddenly spot something else, a horse, lying sprawled beside a toppled carriage. Because apparently, even civilization has a way of crashing down hard. Our hopeless hero is crushed by emotion. He breaks down in tears of pure relief. Because man, he was terrified this world was nothing but monsters. Then he spots them topping a hill, real humans. Knights in shining armor looking unreal, like they've stepped out of a legend. But this isn't some fairy tale. This stunning girl sprints for her life along the coast, and the cliff edge is right there, waiting at the end. She's cornered and our boy is locked to the monitor, brain on fire, bracing for that Tuesday suspense showdown. He's in full spectator panic and I'm staring at you like, tell me what to do if this turns into one of those suspense tragedies, because she's absolutely going to get killed. He's begging his monitor, please, don't you dare make me die. And Villager 1 just watches in horror. Down on the cliff, the girl is shaking with desperation, pressing a knife to her own throat. Don't you come closer or I'll end it right here, she screams. The knights are feral, cackling like monsters as they crowd her, while their leader sneers that if she jumps, they'll haul out her corpse and desecrate it anyway. It's pure evil. Her smile collapses, because yeah, it was a lie. They never planned to treat her right. They press the truth in, no escape route, no safe haven anywhere. Her will shatters, and her eyes blow wide with pure terror as they swarm in. Then bam, our lead knight screeches to a halt, and he snaps his head up as a gigantic shadow crashes over them. The girl yanks her gaze upward, and her face flips from pure terror to total, stunned confusion. A wild, reality-shattering sight drops from the heavens, so impossible it makes everyone blink hard. A literal flying castle. It looms over them, hanging in the air. An utterly silent stone god that feels like it's judging every breath. God, the girl can only stand there, shock and tears spilling over as her eyes fill up fast. The knights are losing it. Wait, that island is flying. One of them shrieks and the leader snarls, damn it, just kill her and drag her body back. He surges forward. Then boom. Something slams into the ground right between them. One of our boys' golems, A1, drops in like a cannonball, and with zero effort it swats away the sword strike. Knights are frozen in shock. An iron golem drops from the sky, and it makes absolutely no sense. While A1 has everyone staring, a smaller farming rut darts in and scoops the girl clean off her feet. Wake up, get ready to roll. With his arm raised, the knight erupts in fury, roaring like a storm as he swings his sword at the golem. But it's way too late. He slingshots the robot and heaves her into the air, blasting her straight up toward the castle. The knights can only stand there, stunned into silence as their prize gets snatched away, right in front of their eyes. Back in the control room, our main guy finally lets out a massive sigh. Man, that was way too close. His heart keeps slamming in his chest. What a nerve-wracking gamble. But A1 being the pick paid off. All right, now the really tough part. He tells himself to smile, to welcome her in, but he's pacing like a caged animal, panicking under his breath because it's been forever since he's seen another human. He catches her the moment they set her down, trying to look harmless while his nerves scream, and then, boom, he blurts out, "Ah, hello, do you know Japanese?" With a shaky smile that won't hold. The girl gets swallowed by the day's chaos. Then she crumples and faints straight into his arms. He reels her in, and the shock hits him. She must have been terrified the whole time. As he grips her, he spots a strange scar on her neck that he can't ignore. Jut, hold up, who's this girl? Later, he lays her down in the castle's medical bay, getting her ready to rest. A1 locked eyes with him. Then he shot out that terrible joke about wanting a tanned girl. The golem's not impressed at all. Then the test results hit. She's not sick. She's just starving and running on pure exhaustion. He gets a full bioscan, and the second the numbers pop up, her age and measurements, he instantly feels like a total creep for even looking. Shaking the feeling off, he snaps into action. All right, I'm cooking her a full meal. A1, tell me the second she wakes up. Meanwhile, the girl's trapped in a living nightmare, forced to relive that gut-wrenching memory again and again. Memory hits, she jerks awake with a sharp gasp, chest heaving as she pants hard. She spins her head around the unfamiliar luxury room, completely thrown off. She remembers the cliff, the golem, and realizes she didn't die. Yet that tiny spark of relief gets crushed fast and despair takes over. "Why am I such a coward? I'm useless," she sobs, curling into a tight ball. With a sharp click, the door swings open, and A1 strides right in. She jolts back in pure terror, but the golem calmly hands her a brand new set of clothes. She hesitates for half a second, then grabs them with shaking hands. A1 then marches her through a gigantic hall packed edge to edge with identical golems, all locked in perfect formation, standing at attention like living walls. And the scale hits like a nightmare. She can't help but wonder if they're gearing up for war, because in this world, golems are pure power. So even the kingdom's top court magicians couldn't conjure a force this massive. A1 steers her straight into the kitchen, and there our boy is humming under his breath while he cooks up a storm. Morning hits and he whips around with a bright, friendly grin. "Good morning," he chirps. She's totally stunned, and he quickly explains that the robot slipped into her room and changed her clothes while she was out cold. Then she snaps out, "Magician Sama," and the second that title hits, he's so blindsided he can only stutter, "eh." He scrambles to clear it up fast, starts talking in Japanese, and that hits like a sigh of relief, until she cuts in, demanding what he's gonna do with her, swearing she's broke and has nothing. "I'm not kidnapping you," he blurts, all flustered, and then admits, "You looked like you needed help, so I had A1 come in and get you sorted." He apologizes for scaring her, admitting that waking up in a strange room after getting attacked would terrify anyone. He leans in and demands, "So what's your name?" She hesitates, then timidly blurts out, "I'm Illa, just a normal villager girl," while he answers, "Takei," and the two finally lock names. Their chat gets yanked to a stop when a pot starts boiling over, and Takei sprints over to save the pasta before it all hits the floor. Under a full moon, they drop into their seats and dig in at the grand dining hall like it's the best night ever. Alan bites down cautiously, and her eyes blow wide open, because it's so good. She dives in, devouring it like she can't stop, and he calmly tells her, "Don't worry, there'll be seconds." She beams at him, cheeks blazing, not just because he fed her, but because he pulled her back from the brink. If she asks how many magicians live in the castle, a shadow cuts across Takei's face. Then he snaps back, "Just me, alone," and that word alone slams into the silence. There he stood, dead quiet and painfully alone, and she couldn't even find the words to speak. She's utterly stunned. He's running this whole fortress and commanding an entire army of golems all by himself. The magic power needed for that level would be downright legendary. Like, is he even human? She can't help but wonder. She calls him Takasama and stares at him like her whole world has just shifted. Then she dips her head low. "Great magician Sama." Tiki, meanwhile, is just mumbling about magic. "Bro, I'm powered by solar energy." So he ushers her into the guest room for the night, and she can't stop staring at the tech, especially the toilet that washes you with warm water. She can't resist, presses the button out of pure curiosity, and the moment it triggers, shock slams her like a wave. It's a level of luxury she never even dared to dream about. Leaning by the window, she can't stop staring as the beautiful night sky steals her breath away. Skin prickled against the cold glass, and when she looks down at the moon and the clouds swirling beneath her, it finally clicks. This castle is flying. She whirls toward him, shaking from head to toe, completely stunned and lost. Over the next few days, Illa finally starts to loosen up. She cooks with him, even if she keeps fumbling a little along the way. She watches a movie for the first time in her life, totally lost at what's happening, but still totally hooked by that popcorn in her hands. But the sprawling gardens loomed, and she leans in, watching the tiny farming robots hard at work. One of them grins and playfully splashes her with water, and then she flashes this real, beautiful smile. Takei locks onto it and blurts, "Cute." And boom, she's starting to feel like she belongs. He still hasn't dared to ask about her past or the scar on her neck, just waiting for her to finally trust him. He knows he has to step in and help her get back to her family, but a familiar sadness crawls in, and the second Illa heads back, he'll be alone again. Then he slaps on a fake grin as she waves at him, and he desperately buries the H in his chest. Later, as she's cooking dinner, she drops one simple question that rattles everything. "So, where do you get the meat?" because I've never once seen a single animal around here." Takei's expression turns to stone as he warns, "There are things you're better not knowing," speaking in riddles like he's holding back the truth. Right before Ayla can lay hands on him, alarm bells scream through the castle. They sprint straight to the control room, and on the screens, a whole village comes into view. A carriage is hurtling through the woods at breakneck speed, like it's trying to outrun the very shadows. Allah gasps because the carriage driver has beast ears. "A beast man," she blurts in shock. Sometimes the moment hits her. She finally clocks what's going down: beastmen hunting. She rips the mask off reality, and the world's horror lands hard. Beastmen get dragged away, caged up, and sold off like property. Reality crashes into Takei like a punch to the chest, and Ella clamps down on his arm as her calm finally breaks. "Please," she pleads, tears pouring down her face, voice breaking as she begs you to move. "Can you save them like you saved me back then?" Titch is frozen solid. No hero at all. Just some lucky guy who caught a miracle by sheer chance, and he's scared he can't pull off another. Then boom! He spots the Beastman girl's terrified face on the screen, her eyes begging for help like her life depends on it. He stares at Allah's desperate plea, and his heart won't let him look away. Stealing his resolve, he snaps his gaze to his most trusted companion. "Yuan, help me." The golem's optical sensors snap on, lights roaring to life as it finally starts moving. He grabbed his fritter, then whipped his head to his new golem buddy and dropped the boldest request. "A1, please lend me your power." A1, the strong, silent type, just stands there, eyes locked, mind racing as the command hits. "Just look." Takei finally found a friend, and that lonely life of his is officially gone. But before he could even catch his breath, he stumbled straight into a brutal slave hunt. And when he saw the suffering, he refused to stand by as he sparked his brand new power to rescue a captured beast man. The whole forest turns bleak. This poor young fox girl gets yanked around by some downright sketchy slavers, and her terrified screams rip through the trees. One of the thugs, clearly having a terrible day, just stomps on her head to shut her up. But the fire blazing in her eyes refuses to die. She whips out and tries to fight back, but that creep just swats her aside like a nuisance. Clearly pissed she won't stay put. His partner snaps at him to calm down, warning that if he so much as messes up the goods, her payout drops. Then she pushes him, time to go grab the enslavement seal. They yank out a branding iron that looks straight up evil. Then the main thug yanks her by the hair, snarling that it's time to beat the truth into her. She's nothing but property. He vowed to carve the word slave into her face, right where the whole world could see it. She might only manage one last terrified scream. Then, right before the brand can kiss her skin, a laser blast zaps the seal to nothing, blasting shrapnel through the air. A1 barrels into the scene like a runaway freight train, fists clenched tight, ready to unleash some machine-clean justice. The slavers are totally thrown off Agulum. What in the world is he doing here? They're shrieking as A1 starts hammering them with a brutal, percussive beat down. A savage right hook slams into the thug's jaw, and he rockets through the air like he got hit by lightning. Seeing the guy slumped out cold, our boy tells A1, "That's enough." A1, the picture of efficiency, confirms the knockout and immediately hurls the unconscious body straight into the trees. Talk about a legend. Once the trash was gone, Takei snapped his fingers and ordered A1 straight away to hunt down the carriage carrying the other beastmen. Still reeling, the fox girl can barely even breathe, because all she can think about is her captured family. Then the scene snaps to A1's internal monitor. Right there, the carriage wobbles on the cliff's edge, and A1 slams on the brakes just before disaster strikes. Safe inside the floating castle at last, Allah's heart is blasting in her chest, because that ordeal was pure nightmare fuel, and Takei is racing to apologize for forcing her to see it. Yeah, she's just relieved he saved them all, and then she fires off the one question that matters. Did anybody get stamped with an enslavement seal? Our poor, hopeless thinkers are totally lost. Enslavement, what even is that? But he straight up admits he's never heard of anything like that in his hometown. Isla's words hit him like a punch. When she says the seal proves someone's being treated like an object, horror spreads across his face. She lays out the soul-crushing details. No rights, and no choice but to obey their master's every command. And if they dare to fight back, the seal snaps down on them, hard enough to even kill some of them. And right then, that terrifying truth slams down on our main guy like, can they really die? Why? He snaps, rage blazing, calling the whole system cruel. And in that exact moment, he pledges shelter for everyone in his giant, floating fortress. Once the rescued carriage finally touches down, the little fox girl, Mayor, snaps from sheer shock and collapses into a faint. Takei figures the whole flying castle ride might have been just a little too wild for her. Inside the carriage, the other beastmen huddle close together, shaking with terror and tangled up in confusion. Takei pushes through the panic, smiling through it as he asks everyone, "Are you hurt?" They just stood there, staring him down in crushing silence. Allah spots our boy struggling and steps in fast. She introduces him as the great magician who commands the castle and comes to save them. She swears he's a pure, kind soul. And get this, he doesn't even carry a single weapon. One of the men leans in and introduces himself, but he's not buying it. He's never even heard of a magician named Takei, and he's demanding hard proof that this isn't some elaborate trap. Our guy's completely rattled. He's stammering, scrambling for proof like it might vanish any second. Barth plows forward, grilling them for answers about that flying castle. Takei, with the most wholesome, absurd confidence imaginable, points out that this is his home, where farms stretch out and ponds sparkle everywhere. A spot where you can belt out your song at midnight and nobody snaps at you. Bart couldn't help it. His ridiculous answer hit so hard that he burst into laughter. Once the tension snaps, he whips around to his people and shouts, "Everyone, it's okay, because this guy is way too messed up to be a slaver." And while the others rush to help the fainted girl and the elderly, Takei nods and says he gets why they're being so careful. He drops the offer right on the table. "You'll live here in this very castle." Bart is grateful, but he still shuts them down, because their people are getting hunted, and he's got a sacred duty that won't let him stand aside. To guard the shrine, their ancestors forged deep in the forest. They can mow down bandits with ease, until slavers snatch a hostage and suddenly they're left with nothing, completely powerless. That might be gone for good now, but if they come back and snatch another hostage, that same nightmare will slam into their lives all over again. The family's ripped apart. Bart swears he'll shield them no matter what, and Tolene, his wife, knows they can't keep waging this war by themselves. She decides the safest move for her, and for their kids, is staying right there in the castle. Bart's heart shatters, but she still nods and pulls her into a crushing hug. She's crushed. Mir, their daughter, is devastated. "I can't see everyone again," she sobs. And then everything explodes sideways. In a blink, Mir snatches Illa, jams a knife to her throat and roars, "Release everyone right now, or I'll kill her." Bart is in full panic. "Mir, what are you doing? They saved you." Ela is absolutely terrified, and Takei, still trying to play it cool, blunders through some stammered nonsense about them being nothing more than temporary roommates. The mayor snaps to her mistake, blurts out an apology on the spot, and releases Ila without wasting another second. Illa's father is mortified, but Illa sweeps in with pure kindness, soothing the crying girl until her sobs calm down. While she assures Mirror she's fine, she makes it clear she was only doing what she could to protect her family, the only way she knew how. With the tension spiking, Takei steps up and offers to escort anyone who wants out back down to the ground. Bart tells them, "Me and my wife have to stay back and guard the shrine." But Mir won't let herself be split from them. She shuts it down instantly. "I'm staying with Mother," she declares. Her parents shout their protests, but she's already made up her mind. Defeated, Belle's Tiki are gone for now, but they'll be back in 3 months. Rebellion was blazing in his eyes, like you could read every struggle with that teenage troublemaker right off his face. He lifts a trembling hand for a heartbreaking goodbye, as the golem drags the others off into the distance. Tolene, her son, and Schneebo cling close to what's left of the family, choking back tears as deep gratitude pours out of them. Takei, thrown off by all the stiff formality, blurts out that they should just act normal. Once the formal introductions were finally out of the way, we finally get to meet the mayor, officially in full, no more guessing. Tolin leans in and begs Takei to look after her tomboy daughter. And honestly, the whole moment feels way sweeter than it has any right to. Takei spots Mir's injuries, snaps into action, and races her straight to the castle's medical bay, saying it taps into something that feels like magic to heal people. The machine hums flawlessly, searing her scar with soothing light and snapping through a fast diagnostic in seconds. He clicks, and then he spots the fine print hiding on the screen. It's got the full stat sheet, height, weight, and bust measurements included. She instantly turns bright red and totally panics, and Takei flips into full panic mode, insisting it's just an automatic feature. He swears he didn't do it for any perverted reason. While the others laugh at his crazy explanation, he scrambles to dodge the topic and blurts, "Hey, how about we grab something to eat?" Everyone jumps in together and starts cooking. Hands on, no one sits out. Talon tells Takei to brace for everything those other magicians might throw at them, and Takei just can't make sense of it. Ella starts it off by saying she figured a whole army of magicians was needed to keep a castle this massive standing, because it never crossed her mind it could be handled by just 2 people. The kitchen feels bright and buzzing with joy, and everyone's blown away by how crisp and fresh those vegetables look. And Ella shows me how to cook. Our main man's got this full-on smile, like he's perfectly content and seconds away from starting the good times. They drop into their seats and dive headfirst into an absolutely insane feast, and the beastmen get absolutely rocked by those flavors. Meanwhile, Takei's spiraling into a full-blown meltdown over a simple bowl of white rice. "Oh, rice, you're basically my whole Japanese soul. Why won't these people just accept you?" Mir takes a bite, freezes for a second in pure confusion, then her eyes suddenly light up with joy. Takei bursts into tears of pure joy, and he promises, "I'll make everyone fall in love with you, so eat the rice." This dude's a national treasure. Later, they kick off a tour of the castle's outdoor farm, outstretched arm where those tiny robot gardeners blow the newcomers' minds. Everyone, seriously. This is the kind of moment that makes life feel amazing. Takei gets praised as a legendary magician, but he panics on the spot, still clueless how he's supposed to explain all of this, especially after he's already dead. Tolin and her family rush in to lend a hand with the harvest, determined to repay his kindness, hungry to help in any way he could. He's hurting inside, but he still gratefully accepts it with a bright spark of hope. While they work, Talon drags Ayla off to the side, and Ayla's eyes go distant like she's piecing something together. "Because I swear, I've seen her somewhere before." Or from his balcony, Takei leans in and watches them all, grinning, because everyone's finally getting along. He points to a city he spotted from the sky, dominated by 2 towering giants. Ayla clocks it instantly. Vish Town, right in the heart of the hard-charging Brow Empire. A warmongering nation has been steamrolling its neighbors for years, trampling even the kingdom where she once called home. Alive and shaking with urgency, she keeps telling him near their border for what feels like forever. He shoots her a grateful look and tells her, "Thank you for filling me in." Allah is left reeling. How could a magician as legendary as him be so humble? It makes her feel powerless, like there's nothing she can do to save a single soul. And then boom, he flashes her the most real, heart-melting smile like it's telling her, "I've got you." And she can't stop blushing, swearing she's not worthy of his kindness. Then it all hits him, serious mode. "Ella, I don't deserve your kindness." He locks eyes with her and hits her with, "So, what would you say to a story about someone who came back from the dead?" He instantly gets cold feet, laughs it off like it's nothing, and tells her to forget that terrifying story. But then he starts rambling non-stop about how amazing the castle is, even though he can't use magic at all. Suddenly, beep. A giant warning sign erupts on screen, and something massive is charging straight toward them. They crane their heads and spot a lone figure hanging in the sky, like it's actually a person. It's a man with long, flowing hair who glides through the air like gravity can't touch him, locked in an intense stare. A legit real magician. The man whipped around, stared at whoever was behind him and shouted, "Your Majesty, take cover now." The camera whips past and locks onto a new floating structure. There, a decrepit old king slumps on his throne, barely holding himself together. The king jerks his gaze upward, and a truly terrifying, predatory grin snaps across his face like a warning. That chilling grin locks onto our hero, and all he can do is freeze, stunned, terrified, unable to move. Turns out they've spotted our boy's epic flying castle. Takei himself is sitting on the throne, looking absolutely majestic, but with pure horrified panic in his eyes. Just a few hours before, the capital was in full meltdown. Alarms screamed, guards tore through the streets, and panicked voices yelled that an unidentified flying object was rocketing straight toward them. Seconds later, a messenger rockets through the palace halls, sprinting like his life depends on it, storming into the throne room as the emperor sits on his high seat, ruling the moment like a king. He lunges for the report and blurts, "Get this, something's flying in from the south." The emperor gives that shady little smirk again, like he knows exactly what you don't, and yeah, that's definitely interesting. The emperor snaps, "Just how fast is it?" The messenger grins and answers, "Faster than a horse. By tomorrow, it'll be in the capital." Hearing that, the old man erupts into savage, cackling laughter, ripping out of there, soaked in sweat and still leaving those poor buckets behind. The emperor jabs the air with a bony finger and roars out the order, summoning Afa, his top elf commander. "Grab your magicians," he barks the order. "All right, everybody, let's crack this thing open and take a look." One of his ministers steps forward and announces that His Highness will join them personally. Before he can even finish, a more cautious advisor snaps into action and screams that it's way too dangerous. "Oh, you sweet summer child, you just messed everything up." The emperor's faces darken. "What? You're really going to stand against me?" With a lazy snap of his wrist, he hurls an energy blast that wipes out the advisor and his guards in an instant, their screams tearing through the throne room. The man drops to his knees and begs, screaming for his life. The emperor whips around to Afa, his eyes burning with menace, then growls, "So tell me, do you really think you can stop me from having my fun?" From the heart of his own castle. At last the emperor locks eyes on it, and our boy's fortress comes into view, an island floating in the sky for real. A castle sat up in the clouds like it was daring the sky to blink. Tears spill like a single tear roll down the old man's cheek, so heartbreakingly beautiful it almost hurts to watch. A tear of straight-up greed slips out of him. "I need to possess it," he shrieks, cackling like a total lunatic. Up on the floating castle, our crew's staring at this laughably ridiculous spectacle, while the bee-skin crew can't stop freaking out over the emperor's wild, long-bearded, hot-looking look. Meanwhile, our main guy can't even believe it. Other races are real, and it's blowing his mind. Next, Heat strides up to Illa and fires off questions about the emperor, but color drains from her face, and her heart hammers in her chest as she fixes her gaze on the tyrant below. Takei instantly spots the pain on her face. "Illa, are you all right?" he blurts, panicked. Suddenly, she yanks his shirt in her trembling hands, and pure self-hatred burns in her eyes. Before he backed off and started apologizing again and again, begging for forgiveness. Without a second thought, our boy barks for A1, grab her and get her to the medical room. The moment he sees her like that, shock hits hard. She's shaking, absolutely terrified. He flicks a glance over his shoulder at the emperor, and that unsettling aura hits him like a memory. Yeah, that dude looks like the kind of guy who'd stomp all over people just for laughs. A1 calls it like it is. Brow Empire has already seen them, and you can bet they're gearing up to strike. Takei fights to keep his cool, trusting the castle's defenses. Then the truth hits. The attackers aren't monsters at all, they're other humans. Right then, another resident burst in, yelling that Ella drove herself too far, then crumpled to the ground. Next, the beastkin crowd together, whispering and gossiping, desperate to know if that Empire magician really slipped in just to scout them. Takei puts his leadership on display, calming everyone down as he promises them they'll be safe if they stay put inside the castle. Everyone erupts in cheers as they stare. He's really doing it alone, and somehow he's puppeteering every single golem himself. Later, our hero towers over the sleeping Allah, silent but ready for whatever comes next. A wave of resolve crashes over him. He has to protect every single person who's put their faith in him, and he has to get Ella home safe. That castle is packed with unbelievable power, and only he has the keys to unleash it. Wait, can I really control this monster of a power? He asks himself, hope and fear crashing together. He shakes his head, snaps out of it, and pushes the worry aside, because fretting won't change a thing. I've got to act. He tells A1 to keep an eye on ELA, then barks at the system to launch every single program. And suddenly, a ridiculous avalanche of information crashes into his vision. But instead of getting crushed by it, a grin snaps onto his face. He's ready to savor every single one of its functions, so he can finally kick back and have fun with everyone. Allah jerks awake with a sharp gasp, like something just yanked the air out of her lungs. She shot up, and the first thing that hit her was this sickening realization of how huge a coward she really is. She whips her head around for Takei, and there he is, slumped over the main console, sound asleep, drool running everywhere. He's mumbling in his sleep, swearing he'll protect everyone and insisting, loudly in his dream, that this place is totally safe. Life, her expression softens, and her heart fully melts at the sight. A1 hustles over with a blanket and softly throws it over him like a warm rescue, whispering, my thanks to you, Takei-sama, thank you so much. Back on the ground, the Emperor still can't stop obsessing. This is magnificent, and it's going to be mine. He tells Afa to load up some men and storm that castle, then swears, if he pulls it off, he'll reward him with a promotion for him and his whole family. He thrusts a ring into their hands, like a declaration of total command. And with a blade pinned to Ifa's neck, he makes it crystal clear, no mercy, no mistakes. I'm depending on you, he growls, leaving absolutely zero room to fail. Soon, General Violet, yes, the woman, saunters right in and heckles Ifa like the Emperor's latest toy is all just for laughs. Ifa gulps and admits the castle's magic is straight up, beyond anything he's ever witnessed. He spots a tiny golem on the island, and Violet's eyes snap to it instantly. She cackles like she owns the night, bragging that no matter how advanced their tech gets, the Empire's golem is still the strongest thing in the entire world. They called it all plotting, but our boy is still out cold, getting a cozy head pat from Illa while everything else unfolds. After a lightning-fast mental rundown of his brand-new, chaotic life as an Isachide salaryman, once again, our hero is sprawled out cold, passed out from studying the castle's inner workings. While he's away, the other residents dive into their brand-new home, roaming and exploring like it's an adventure they've been waiting for. He heads home and stumbles on automated mills and water purifiers. They're buzzing with hype until they spot it, a gorgeous, sparkling swimming pool that practically dazzled the eyes. It's official. This is a full-on pool party now, and Isla starts handing out swimsuits like it's go time. Then he hesitated for a split second about how over-the-top they were. The girls push and plead, trying to drag Illa into their group, but she goes still. Her eyes drop down like something just stole her breath. Then one of the Fox girls leans in softly and asks, do you hate that slave mark? Like Isla tilts her head at Resolute and says, yeah, they branded me, but I'm not ashamed. Then she thanks Takei, breathes out like freedom finally belongs to her, and vows she'll repay his kindness. As they're already crashing into the water, splashing like mad, but Illa's still stuck on the sidelines, watching everything unfold. Her swimsuit is turning heads left and right, and before she even realizes it, the other girls start swarming her with playful grabs. They lean in and tell her, forget it, nobody gives a damn about that slave mark. Here, everyone's living it up. Takei treats every single person the same, no exceptions. It finally hits. This place isn't just watching anymore, they've all fully accepted her. She stares up at the sky, and if it's really this wide and bright above her, then maybe, just maybe, she can finally enjoy life right here. She whips around with a real smile lighting up her face. I want to stay right here, and I want to get along with everyone. The golem shoots out its hand, and she reaches up, grabbing it instantly. From a balcony up high, Takei beams with joy, watching them all hit it off. That evening, the whole crew digs into a hearty feast of Adon, and lives like they've got nothing to worry about. That good vibe dies instantly when a beastkin casually blurts, Alasama, are you connected to the royal bloodline of the Adol Kingdom? System, our poor hero is totally stuck, so lost he doesn't know which way to go. He leans in and tells everyone, He's always heard the royals from that side carry signature red hair. His sister wastes zero time. She cracks him with a slap for being so damn rude. Ella's face turns into pure horror, like a mask cracking open. And then she sobs, "I'm sorry," before she storms out of the room. Tiki and A1 snap to their feet instantly, sprinting after her as fast as they can. Dashing away, he left a trail of faces locked in total shock at the table. They stumble on her in a silent courtyard. "I'm sorry," she chokes out, and she can't even bring herself to meet his eyes. But our main man shuts that down instantly. "I don't care about your past," he says softly. "I won't pry about anything you don't want to share." Then he grins and pulls the whole group back together. "Come on, let's eat," he tells them, "because that udon won't wait for anybody and it'll go cold." He thrusts his hand forward, and his face radiated warmth and understanding. Tears streamed down Allah's face. That kindness hits too deep. She can't handle it. She snatches his hand. "Kisama, I've been lying to you this whole time." The confession explodes out of him, rattling everything. She's not some regular girl. She's the princess of the Adal Kingdom. The final devastating blow. "My name is Letitia Ilatal. I'm a wicked sinner who betrayed my own country, and our boy can only stare, utterly stunned, at a princess. In a shining kingdom drenched in flowers and warm sunlight, Princess Letitia lives a life so magical it feels like a real fairy tale. Life swirled through the castle halls, dancing in perfect peace behind its walls. Her ladies-in-waiting can't stop gushing. They swear she's the most graceful dancer the entire kingdom has ever seen. But the music cuts out cold the second her father, the king, steps in. His grim face says it all as he declares her peaceful days are officially done. A marriage proposal just crashed in from the fourth prince of the Bra Empire. Then Letitia's face fell hard, because she's heard the vicious rumors. This guy already stacks wives like it's nothing. The king's face darkens even more. He says the number is dropping, and the icy edge in his voice hits like a giant warning sign. She tries to fight back with words, but her father slams it down on the spot. No debate, no chance, just one cold verdict. It's for the kingdom. Raised to do her duty, Letitia can only bow her head in defeat. "I understand," she whispers, and the life drains from her eyes. Later, her maids rush in to congratulate her, but the celebration tastes like nothing, because she can't shake the truth. She refuses to marry a stranger she's never even laid eyes on. Anxiety is chewing her up from the inside. How is she even supposed to live with his other wives? And what kind of monster is he, really? Out of nowhere, a guard bursts in holding a gift from her brand new fiancé, an engagement ring meant to seal their love. Her maids, desperate for a silver lining, start buzzing with excitement and practically shove her toward that ornate box, urging her to open it now. She flips the lid open, and the whole room erupts with blood-curdling screams, because inside isn't just a ring, it's a severed finger wearing it. The guard doesn't even twitch. He calmly verifies the brutal scene, and then Kamlegan starts reading the letter that showed up with it. The prince is totally unhinged. He's calling that finger a treasure, then grins and says he can't wait to get his hands on Letitia the moment she slips on the ring, meaning it's done with the last person who wore it, because whoever had it before is gone, so it has no more use. The horrifying truth slams into them. Those maids trailing her aren't servants at all. They're magicians sent to brand her with a slave mark. The guard just nods like it's nothing. But I'm crushed, because it's the truth. His Majesty already has everything lined up, and that savage is relishing this nightmare news, delivering it like he's reading off a grocery list. First, Letitia's world caves in. Her father didn't just marry her off. He sold her, handing her to a ruthless monster that torments women until the very last breath. And it doesn't stay secret. Her own father already knows, because he's fully aware they're marching his daughter straight toward death. So he closes in on her, and she jerks back in pure terror, screaming at him to stay far away. But all he can say as the searing hot brand bites into her skin is for the kingdom. With despair turning into pure resolve, Letitia makes her move. She storms forward alone, refusing to let her loyal servants be dragged into this nightmare with her. Then she tears herself away, saying goodbye to her friends, her home, her entire life, knowing she'd never lay eyes on them again. That night her escort swings into an inn, and just like that, she's stranded alone in her room. She spots it. The gate outside sits wide open, unguarded and unlocked, and her chance to strike is right there. Her mind is a hurricane of chaos, and still, she swears her duty with trembling steel. She'll die for her kingdom. But that primal urge to live roars louder than fear. So tell me, does she really have to die? In the blink of an eye, she makes up her mind. She hurls the ring away, bursts through the door, and sprints like her life depends on it. Life, that's all she wants. One shot to keep breathing, to watch another sunrise break the sky. And that's the heartbreaking truth she spills to Takei, the guy who tracked her down, then risked everything to rescue her while she was on the run. He listens to every word, and his heart aches for her like it's breaking. Guilt crushes her chest, and she feels like a monster, like she betrayed her own country just to keep herself alive. But our boy ain't taking none of that. He yanks her into a tight, comforting hug, swears he'll help her, and makes it clear. She's safe at last. Safe right here with them. Nothing can touch you. They rush back to the group, and the welcome hits them instantly. Warm, loud, and right from the start. Even if everything feels a little weird at the start. The mayor, always the sweetheart, slides her a bowl of warm food. That one simple act of kindness hits like a miracle, because to them, it means everything. Lidisha's overwhelmed. Tears spill down her face as she breathlessly thanks everyone for their compassion. But this moment won't last. Our hero and his robot buddy, A1, lean over the castle balcony, staring out into what comes next. An army, dark, massive, and torchlit, marches forward when they spot something creeping on the horizon. At the front stands a terrifying general with blood-red hair, blade thrust straight ahead as she screams, "Onward! We're taking over the Adel Kingdom." Back at the castle, Mir and Letitia share a sweet little bonding moment while they prep the kitchen together. Mir totally loses her cool the second a real princess is in the room. Letitia is blown away by the mayor's skills. Parents, but the moment Mayor asks how she used to help them, the whole mood crashes. Letitia admits it. Sure, she grinded for her studies, but when it came to her own people's lives, she was totally lost. People feel completely useless, because now she has to do even basic things by herself. But Mir cuts in immediately, shouting that none of it is true. With pure fire in her voice, she snaps, "Then we'll just give it our all together. Hey, snacks are all set, and we're ready to go." Letitia races off to find Takei. She catches him frozen in place, staring at a floating screen, his eyes blown wide with pure horror. He's locked onto a full-scale invasion. Those castle walls are getting obliterated by non-stop explosions. It's a full-blown massacre. Then it slams into him, horrifying and real. That's Illa's homeland, the Adel Kingdom, being ripped apart. His knights didn't hesitate. They confirmed the nightmare. The Empire was only using that marriage as a cover to strike. He knew for a fact that no tool on Earth would ever take a royal with a slave mark burned into it. Out on the ground, it feels totally hopeless. This capital is seconds from becoming a battlefield, and there's nowhere to run, because the Empire's army has them boxed in on all sides. They're trapped. Once that door shuts, they're basically already gone. From her high perch, the enemy general smirks, laughs at their defenses as paper, then barks one command: "Golems, do it." A wild beam of energy blasts out and instantly shreds the defensive wall to pure vapor. Adel's commander can only freeze there, staring at it in utter disbelief. Life, the general cackles wildly, bragging that her empire's golems are the deadliest. High above, from his sky castle, our boy stares as a brutal one-sided massacre rips through the battlefield. Civilians are trapped in that city. He can't just stand there and watch them die, because he was asked to save them. He knows those enemy golems are monsters, but he figures his own Midgard golem can at least slow them down, buy time at any cost. Then he snaps his head toward A1, and A1 answers with a silent, rock-solid nod. He turns around, and there she is, right behind him, like the universe just dropped a bomb. "I've been watching for a while," she whispers, and her voice shakes with fear. The whole world's weight crushes her shoulders, and she's convinced that if she surrenders to the Empire, this brutal war could finally stop. And the guilt of fleeing, of dragging her life out longer just because you couldn't let go, crushes him. He can't take it anymore. She drops to her knees at his feet, sobs pouring from her, begging him to spare her, begging him to let her save her people. Our main guy goes dead silent for a beat, like his brain is racing to process this absolutely unreal choice. His voice turns iron and he shuts the plan down. I can't do that. He locks eyes with her. Would you really hand me to the enemy if you knew they'd kill me? Her stunned silence hits like a verdict. She dropped down to meet her eye level. He told her he had no right to judge the choice her father made, but he won't accept that sacrifice is the only road. He locks eyes with blazing determination and says, I'll figure it out. I'll save that country. Please believe in me. She wants to trust him so badly, but fear crashes in like a tidal wave. Because the empire is pure destruction, and they've already stomped other countries. Now they're coming for this castle. The only way to settle this and keep everyone breathing is simple. Hand her over. She can't stand the idea. She knows if she slips up, she'll drag every kind soul in this castle into danger. She can't help it. She's obsessed with them, and the people of her kingdom are right there with her. And she can't stop loving him. I don't want Teiki-sama to die, she whispers, and her heart shatters in her chest. He flashes her a smile strong enough to melt glaciers. And don't worry, I won't die, because I've already been dead and come back. He tells you his first life got cut short. Then fate handed him a brand new chance here, one where he can finally rise up and protect the people he loves. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can, he swears. So put your trust in the angel and pray for victory. The second she's out of sight, our hopeless hero starts panicking. Sweat pours down like a faucet, and he blurts, Yeah, I totally acted cool, even though I have zero clue how this is gonna end. But the doubt evaporates just as fast as it shows up. His fist clenches, his eyes burn with resolve, and he's done talking for now, ready to prove himself. Let's do this. He's not just stalling anymore. He's going to rip the whole war out by the roots and bring it to a full stop. Or he whips around to A1 and says, All right, listen up. I'm laying out the plan. They clamp hands in an epic grip, like we're a team forged in fate. Trust me, partner, I'm counting on you. Dinner, then, in full-on chaos mode. Our guy just eats himself right off the balcony, tumbling toward the battlefield below. He shrieked at the top of his lungs for help. But don't panic. Right on cue, Midgard, the absolute unit, drops from the heavens and clamps him in its massive hand. Because the strongest just officially entered the chat. The enemy general snaps her gaze upward, and her smug grin gets ripped away. Only raw confusion answers back. Is that, in a world where golems are the ultimate status symbol, the nation's power isn't just shown, it's flexed, loud and proud. Their sheer quality and raw numbers decide who gets to rule, and who has to grovel. For years, the Bra Empire has ruled the food chain, bragging about the biggest, toughest golems like they own the world. But today, that's about to flip. One of the Empire's prized golems stands face to face with a brand new challenger, a slick white model it's never seen before. Suddenly, two more Imperial machines thunder in from the sides, trying to trap this lone wolf before he can break free. But our boy's golem is built different. When the attacker charges, it slips the first strike in slow motion and snaps back with a brutal punch that launches him through the air. The second one barrels in, hot and fearless, but it instantly gets smashed to pieces by the next follow-up strike. The sheer force crushes in his chest, and it caves like a collapsing nightmare. The first golem scrambles back into the brawl, blasting out a desperate wave of energy. Then our hero's machine just shrugs it off, hurls it right back, and ends the fight with a violent shower of sparks and shredded scrap metal. General Violet, the enemy commander, stands totally stunned, while her troops scream in panic, swearing they've never laid eyes on a golem like this. Snubbing her direct orders, two of her subordinates throw caution to the wind. Damn it, I'm done with my golem. One yells and the other immediately jumps in. Me too. They unleash their own units and slam the white golem into a magical seal, trapping it for good. For one heartbeat, they think it's over. Then the golem casually flexes. The seal's light splits like glass into 1,000 shards, and it breaks free with effortless, terrifying ease. This thing is an absolute monster. Then it doubles down and trolls everyone by blasting out a message. Reinforcements hit from the capital, and the whole army packs up and retreats. Then the sky rips dark, and a whole legion of identical golems drops from the heavens like a storm, set on wrecking everything in cleaning house. Takei's glued to his monitor, grinning wide like he just pulled off the biggest, most epic prank in the universe. Back on the ground, General Violet totally spirals into a full-on meltdown. Impossible. Where the heck is the magician controlling that golem? She shrieks at the sky. Her eyes went wide with pure disbelief, as she frantically hunted for where this ridiculous power was even coming from. And then she spots it, towering over the sky, a colossal floating castle swallowing the whole battlefield in shadow. Her expression crumples as the harsh truth slams into her like a punch. A suspicious advisor leans in and tells her to pull back at once, smirking like he's finally found exactly what the king's been hunting: the flying castle. That insult hits like a punch to the soul. Violet's face twists with raw, unstoppable rage, and she thinks unforgivable and sees. She refuses to bow out. She clenches her fist, glares like a storm, and swears she'll haul that castle down herself and prove once and for all who runs the show. From some far-off tower, an elf stands frozen in silence, staring at the impossible unfold before their eyes. His brain just couldn't keep up with the wild fact that a flying castle actually exists. In the war-scarred streets of the Azul Kingdom, the soldiers can't even blink because the Empire's army is vanished. "Are we truly saved?" one of them gasps, staring down a line of white golems that now stand guard. He's on edge, grilling the question: are these brand new machines allies or deadly foes? But this little boy, innocent as a sunrise, sprints right past the soldiers and charges straight up to one of the giant golems. "Golmson," he cheers, his face lit up with a huge, grateful grin. "Thank you for saving us." The golem grinds to a halt for a split second, then softly ruffles the boy's hair with a gentle pat on his head. Said the hardened soldiers stare in shock as that one tiny act of kindness shatters the dam. And in the blink of an eye, the townspeople rush in, swarming the golems while tears of joy and pure relief pour out. Meanwhile, General Ducal rips open the latest report. His men have been rescued by those mysterious golems. With rage and regret choking his voice, he whips around to Princess Letitia and tells her this miracle is the only thing that kept their country from being swallowed by the Empire, blaming her father, the king, for sacrificing her to make it happen. The shattered, smoking ruins of the capital scream one thing loud and clear: the king's shady choice set all of this on fire. Right on cue, the golem opens its mouth and drops a voice. Instant chaos hits the crowd like a wave, and everyone loses it. Out it talked. Tiki's voice rolled through the machine's speakers, cool and steady, like she had everything under control. And then it hit. The speaker wasn't the robogolem at all. He said he was just piggybacking through the phone system. He kicks things off by declaring, loud and proud, that he's the owner of the floating castle. He points to his absurdly epic sky fortress and tells the stunned general, clear as day, that he's ready to talk. "Like I've got something to say myself," he says, his face set in grim silence, and the golem just growls. "Then I'll welcome you to my castle." In the control room, Letitia's face tightens with worry, but our boy flashes her a fearless grin. "Don't sweat it. It's fine. Leave it to me. Me later, right after I successfully saved the Azul Kingdom." Our crew finally sinks into a well-earned tea break. Meanwhile, the beastmen are still reeling, and they can't believe it. "You saved a whole country?" they ask, stunned. But our hopeless hero just shrugs it off, saying he went with the flow, while all he can think about is what we're having for dinner. And now, important guests from Azul are rushing in, about to join the discussion. The whole castle hums with panic. Isla's eyes are tight with worry, and wondering if they can whip up a meal before the clock runs out. Everyone else is panicking, convinced this is just some party. But Takei fires back with a way better plan. Forget the fancy meal, and hand over the farm's vegetables to the people of Azul. He's staring at the ruined city, and the starving faces, and knows there's no time left. Letitia's eyes light up as his compassion hits her right in the heart, and the second they hear him, everyone instantly throws in and agrees to help. Takei can't stop wondering if they'll actually like the rice, and Letitia just stares at him. Then her heart practically melts on the spot. Meeting's about to start. Our unsuspecting hero hits a personal crisis, and now the real question is, what on earth is he supposed to wear to a diplomatic meeting? He's never been this formal in his life, and now he's losing his mind, totally freaking out. He sprints through every option in his mind, trying to sculpt the perfect man image. But he knows deep down he just isn't built for that role. He slips into a black suit, and the second he sees himself, he knows. This isn't diplomacy anymore, it's straight-up hitman mode. His unhinged peace plan. He grabbed a model gun just to look calm. Yeah, seriously. Right then, Letitia strides into the room. Tears spill into her eyes as she pours out a heartfelt thank you, gripping him with gratitude for saving her home. And then, boom, our boy gets totally blindsided, and he just freezes there, standing awkwardly like he doesn't know what hit him. You're into this country, aren't you? She nods, he grins, and right then I'm relieved I could finally rescue it. Just trust me. Me right down there. General Ducal and his aide, Hiret, come stomping into the city. Ducal finally admits he was powerless. Then he's overwhelmed with gratitude, because the golem swooped in and saved the capital. But he's also on high alert. He can't shake the fear that this mysterious savior is just acting heroic to seize control of the country later. Hiret swears there's no way someone this soft would save others for nothing. So they've got to be cooking up something. They finally stumble into the meeting spot, but one question hits hard. How in the world are they even supposed to reach a floating castle? Before anyone can even blink, golems burst in and bark that the castle's forced to crank up advanced flight magic. For your own safety, don't panic. One golem speaks in a calm voice, snatching them up like they were just groceries off the shelf. Heart rockets upward, utterly mortified, and as they're yeeted through the sky, she blurts, "This is so embarrassing." They touch down safely inside the castle, and the moment the dust settles, our main man greets them like he's just chilling. So casual it's almost unbelievable. Ducal and Hiret are left speechless, because the mastermind behind this massive castle, it's a kid. But their shock snaps into disbelief when Ducal spots who's standing right next to him. Princess Letitia. The stoic general finally shatters. Tears pour down his face as the calm drops away completely. "I'm glad you made it, Kay." He gasps the words and chokes them out. The princess freezes, stunned. He's actually crying for her. They all plop down, and Letitia blurts out that Takei caught her while she was sprinting away from the Empire's army. The weight of what she's done crushes her to the bone as she finally admits it. She tossed her duty as royalty aside, not for the crown, but because she just wanted to live. She knows the second she comes back, they'll slap her with the rebel label, and the worst case is they'll execute her. Hiret's cold stare slices through her. Marrying into the Empire isn't a choice, it's her duty. That's when our boy snaps. What's with you all, arguing about a duty that makes zero sense? He's so stunned he practically demands a mask of disbelief on everyone's faces. Ducal drops a truth bomb so brutal it rattles your bones. The Empire was hunting the princess from the very beginning, and her own father, the king, shipped her off with 0 escort soldiers. The soldiers she thought they'd executed for helping her escape. They never existed, none of it was real. The king orchestrated the whole thing and used her as the pawn. The room freezes in silence. Now Letitia is just a pawn, trapped in a savage political game, and if she turns back, it's instant doom. With that shady new info hitting Tichy, a wild plan snaps into place, and with a mischievous grin, he fires back. "So, don't you go around saying I kidnapped Isla." Ella, everyone's in shock. Kai got kidnapped. Letitia can barely get the words out, but Takei's dead serious. If she ran, they'll punish her. If the powerful magician from the flying castle snatched her, then she's the victim. Letitia jumps in and argues that he's a top-tier magician with a spotless reputation. But when our hero takes her hands, he speaks with steel in his voice. If you're telling him you've got a duty to die, he fires back. "Then I've got a duty to keep you alive." He declares that as the master of this castle, his duty is simple. Make sure every person he saved stays safe and truly happy. "Please, yeah, go ahead. I'll step up and do my duty, no questions asked." He whips around to the stunned general and his aide, and with cold certainty he says, "I can't take her back." Finally, he's determined to lock Letitia's safety behind castle walls. And now, he needs them by his side to pull off this massive deception. "Come on," he says with a confident grin. "Be my accomplices in this right now." The news crashes into Azul's king. He's told the floating castle's master is ready to forge an alliance. He'll seize Princess Letitia as a hostage, and as long as Azul stays friendly, she'll stay alive. When the king's advisors hear this, outrage explodes in their hearts, and the king shuts them down with a single word. He's also told about the massive food shipment that's been dumped right into the capital. He looks downright thrilled as he tells his messenger, "You nailed it." But then his real motives stay a total mystery. Back at the castle, Letitia stares out the window, and a real, bright smile finally cracks across her face like it's been ages. She spots Tiki sprawled on the couch, totally relaxed, like nothing in the world can bother him. She thanks him again, voice shaking with raw emotion. "I don't know how to ever repay you for what you've done." Then she swears she'll spend the rest of her life repaying his kindness with everything she has. But our boy, the chill hero, just pats the seat beside him. "Relax, you don't have to be so formal," he laughs. "Come on, sit down. I'm stoked you're fired up." She slides in beside him, and a fresh blush crawls up her cheeks. And for the very first time, her future finally starts glowing like a lifeline. After the battle, one elf sulked hard about missing the main event. He'd been dying to see Taki's golems in action, wrecking the danger and saving Azul. Back at the castle, the whole place buzzes with hope. Azul's teamed up with them, so the Empire's facing real reinforcements. Mi's riding that confidence hard, bragging that if the Empire comes for them, Taki is on their side. Meanwhile, Isla is going full throttle in the kitchen, and right as she finishes the dishes, she's already moving on to what's next. She whips around to me, Chan, and asks for some vegetables. Then when I ask what they're for, her courage crumbles and she hesitates. Allah abruptly clamps onto Mi's hands, eyes begging as if her life depends on it, because she's about to drop a massive favor on her. She's like, "I want to cook Taki a real meal to repay him for everything." And even as she admits she's a terrible cook, she swears she still remembers the recipe he taught her. She begged me to get Chan to just watch her, so she wouldn't accidentally burn the entire castle down. Allah's spiraling fast. She's panicking nonstop, terrified she'll mess up the firepower or slice the chunks too big. But Mi Chan, straight up the best girl, radiates support, firing off reminders to Isla that they're comrades and they'll tear it up together. Their first stop is the meat storage room, because every time our main guy steps in, Darius is on his face, and the girls immediately start getting nervous. Storage, and yeah, they had every reason to be nervous. The meat room doesn't look like a butcher's pantry at all. It looks like a sketchy, high-tech lab, and the moment they step in, those eerie vibes hit hard. The girls cling together, totally freaked out. They spot a sign plastered with a chicken, right beside sizzling, bubbling vats. Then boom, one of the vats suddenly erupts, blasting out a huge splash. And then just like that, a machine spits out a perfectly vacuum-sealed chicken breast, and the girls stare in total disbelief. This isn't farming at all, it's pure sci-fi. Right out of nowhere, an egg drops into existence, and both of them nearly snap their minds trying to process it. Back in the safety of the kitchen, Mi starts tearing up as she chops onions, while Isla leans in and cheers her on, hype and fearless. Side by side, they slap on the final touches for their masterpiece, Omurus, while Ella carefully pipes ketchup across it. They shove the food in front of our poor unsuspecting lead. "Lunch is ready," Isla announces, but her smile dies the second she sees what she made. Her ketchup art. It looks like a demonic worm crawling on the plate, firm as steel, and yet our boy doesn't even twitch. No pause, no hesitation, he thanks her, then bam, he sinks into a massive bite right away. His eyes go wide, then a massive grin rips across his face as he blurts, "It's delicious." And just like that, Alas stands there stunned, blushing head to toe. So he hears I helped, and then he turns to her too, thanking her from the heart. "You, both of you." The two girls radiate pure pride and unshakable joy, like they've just won the whole world. The entire room hums with this warm, soothing vibe that instantly melts your stress. Our boy watches them and can't help but think, wow, they're really getting along now, like that's the coolest thing ever. As they dig in, Mia drops a bombshell. Our floating castle is about to slam into the Ryalabra mountain range, a sacred place where her tribe's god is said to live. Our hero nods like it all clicks, remembering he's seen them pray right there. They agreed to circle the mountain out of respect, not cross over it. And their next stop was Flata, the imperial country in the south, famous for its warm, sunny weather. When Taiki hears the word magicians in that country, his head snaps up. This is the perfect moment to refill his supplies. Hold up, give it a shot and check it out. But Flata lies sprawled on the ground. Citizens hurl their fingers upward in full panic, screaming, "What is that?" On a nearby balcony, a suspicious-looking princess smirks like she's savoring every second of the chaos her friends are unleashing. The very next morning, our hero jolts awake with a sharp gasp, like something just stole his breath overnight. He shot upright in bed, gliding out of his floating fortress like it was built for speed. He ripped the curtain aside and sprinted straight to the window. So he paused for a breath, soaking in that absurd, epic view of his home perched up among the clouds. Then he flicks his eyes to the clock, 11:38 a.m., and his blood runs cold. He's late, so he rockets out of his room. He makes it into the room, then immediately wipes out on the polished floor. Just before he faceplants, Golem A1 rockets in and snatches him up with a hero's catch. ALA barrels in, whipped toward the noise by sheer alarm. Turns out everyone's scarfed down breakfast already, while he's still standing there, completely left out. But they still saved him a plate, and she basically insisted he finally rest, because he'd been up all night running the castle, and now it's her turn to step up, big time. Seeing her take charge like that is seriously awesome. Our boy pauses and realizes she's brighter, happier, like a whole new sunrise, and he's genuinely relieved he stepped in and got involved. He shoots off, then sends A1 a silent, heartfelt thank you. Turns out, he'd been up all night piloting a flying golem, using it to scout Flata like a drone on the hunt. The drone became an instant legend with the local kids, who chased it wild, sprinting after it everywhere it went. Just then, Mia bursts in with a mountain of fresh apples, like the castle's magic plucked them straight from the sky. After oversleeping, Taiki scrambles to make it up to everyone, offering up apple pie piled with ice cream as a full-blown apology. And I was absolutely buzzing. Back in Flita, the drone keeps rolling with its recon mission, tracking everything like it's hunting secrets in the sky. The city guards don't buy the new tourist hype at all. They line up their spears, lock in, and hurl them straight at him. A man with glasses strides forward and introduces himself as Ditson, the greatest mage this country has ever seen, while his arrogance hits the guards like a slap, demanding they stand down. He grips his focus tight, then he's ready to unleash the spell. But inside, he's drenched in sweat. He has zero clue what this is, and the weight of performing in front of the citizens is crushing him. His mind is sprinting. What if the newtnology is real, and the rival empire is about to strike? Curiosity erupts into full-blown obsession, because if he's a magician, he has to dive in and investigate it. But he has to rip it apart first, just to figure out what's driving it. With a wild, unhinged grin, he screams, "I'm definitely catching it." He rips open the sky with a colossal blast of wind magic, and it's totally useless. This drone snaps up a shimmering shield and shrugs off the spell like it's nothing, not even a tremble. Ditson's jaw drops. He's instantly head over heels for this gorgeous piece of tech, yelling, "Release the magic arrows." And then he panics at the idea they might snap and ruin his shiny new treasure. "Don't you dare shoot me too," he yelps. He slammed straight into the barrier. Yeah, sure. But once again, they don't lift a finger and do absolutely nothing. This shoves Ditson over the edge. He explodes into a full tantrum right in the street, sobbing like the world just betrayed him. And I'm done. I wanted it. A guard captain barrels in, shouting that he's a childish idiot for not even having a clue what he's attacking. But just as the scolding is about to roll on, a young royal barges in, demands dits, and forces him to take flight so he can get a crystal-clear look at the object up close. Dixon tries to dodge out of it, but the kid shuts him down. He pulls rank like it's a weapon. It's an order. Right here, Yuri tries to soothe everyone, but the captain snaps at Dixon to shut up, because he's the one who kicked off this entire chaos. That tiny royal starts poking the mage for laughs, and the captain is totally on board with the chaos. Then boom! A gorgeous woman with a sly smile steps up, and right there she yanks both the guard and the kid and says, "Here we go." She hurls them straight into the sky, and the guard captain erupts in a blood-chilling scream. The kid is living it up, while the captain looks one bad moment away from a heart attack. As they blast through the sky, they spiral around the drone in pure chaos. While everything spirals into chaos, the drone's camera just keeps rolling, calmly catching every last second of the madness as it explodes. Back in the castle, our boy and the girls huddle around the live feed, and utter confusion twists every single face. Watching the screen show two grown men screaming as they streak around his drone, Tiki can only spit out one word: weirdos. The poor guard's terrified screams ricochet through the monitor. It tracks down a mysterious letter and hands it straight to a magician named Dixon. He looks like he's been sprinting for his life just to catch the thing. He reads the message and instantly goes full berserk, pure, explosive excitement, while his companions scramble and freak out with him. It's finally here, the message from that unknown source, and he murmurs it under his breath, eyes blazing with a dangerously obsessive hunger. This guy is so hyped he blurts that he's going, while Prince Yanul and Princess Yuri lean around a corner, staring in total disbelief at his wild, chaotic energy. Ditson's basically dribbling with anticipation, already picturing the epic tech he's about to witness. Next morning, down by the sea, Ditson braces himself and charges toward the meeting. He's finally about to face the creator of that mysterious flying golem. He's practically buzzing with anticipation, ready to take their skills for himself no matter what it costs. But his solo mission collapses instantly when Prince Yanul snatches the letter from his hands and blasts him as a shady operator. "You suspicious man, hands up," he roars, with Princess Yuri standing right beside him. Yanul snaps at him, calling Ditson a total imbecile for stealing all the glory and demanding to know why he kept this secret. Then, boom! A colossal golem crashes down from the heavens like it's come for a fight. Dixon and his crew start snapping, stumbling and jumping around like total idiots, while Yanul desperately tries to calm them down. But Yuri doesn't even flinch. She smirks, looks at the giant robot and casually asks, "Arafufu, you're gonna escort me?" This makes Ditson snap into a full meltdown, arms flung wide, begging the golem to hold me gently, while the prince cringes hard, completely grossed out. Then the golem rockets forward and yeets them sky-high, blasting toward a breathtaking floating castle above the clouds. Just look at this sight. It's so stunning and overwhelming that everyone freezes, completely speechless. Almost everyone. Ditson's brain flatlines from sheer epic overload, and he drops cold like a switch got flipped. They're swept straight into Taki's world as our main man greets them with zero nerves, casually inviting them into his flying fortress. Yanul, still reeling from everything, finally blurts out his identity. He's the imperial country's emperor's younger brother, and Yuri is his sister. Right away, our unsuspecting lead throws his name out, Ashihara Taki, the guy running the whole operation. They clasp hands like it's all business, right in the middle of the most absurd situation imaginable. Yanul snaps into high alert, scrutinizing our guy's wild t-shirt, while that worker golem slings their drinks. Meanwhile, Ditson has rebooted and totally lost it. He's panting like crazy, geeking out hard over every kind of golem. Yuri lets out a big sigh and tells her brother to back off and let the nerd have his moment. Our hopeless hero kicks things off by begging forgiveness for blasting his drones into their country without permission. Daniel leans in, demanding answers, and the guy just shrugs, like, "Nah, I was only thinking about taking a look around." He swears he just wanted to scope the place before he went shopping, but the prince isn't buying that lie for even a second. Then the refreshments finally burst in, just in time. Daniel snatched up the glass and froze instantly, stunned out of his mind. Wow, this is my first time ever seeing glassware this gorgeous. Yuri zeroes in on the plates, marveling at the craftsmanship and the insane level of quality in everything. Then she shoves a snack into her brother's hands, and bam, his whole world gets flipped. It's unbelievably delicious. And the Fox girls, they stand tall and brag that Taiki-sama made it himself, because of course he did. Yuri shoves some over to Ditsun, yet he's still acting awkward and totally flustered. The second he wakes up and takes that first bite, the flavor hits so hard it nukes his sanity. He crumples to his knees, shrieking, "Please me your dispal." His own retainer snaps back, demanding to know if he's even the owner. Then the old man snaps and kicks Ditsun to the ground, screaming that he's a scoundrel who's trying to betray his country just to get his hands on new tech. As the chaos spirals, Mia blurts out that Yuri isn't just a magician, she's insanely powerful. Yuri grabs the moment, feels Mi's hidden power sparking underneath, and steps in with a bold offer to train her. Mi totally gobsmacked by the offer. Out of nowhere, a shadowy monster lunges into the scene, and I square up with zero fear, shouting, "Everyone back off. Leave this to me. I'll protect you all." It takes pure guts to pull this off. Our boy nods and lets Ditsun stay, as long as Yuri walks him through it, and the magician breaks down crying because his dream is finally happening. And just like that, the legendary Grand Tour kicks off. Ditsun's living in a tech paradise, his mind exploding at the sight of endless golems and the castle's jaw-dropping splendor. Then boom, he's brought face to face with the peak of modern civilization. A high-tech toilet with a bidet, and when he hits the button, the elf girl calmly tells him, "Water will blast out and wash you clean." But Ditsun squares his shoulders with total seriousness, readying himself for that fateful clash. He slams the button, boom, his life flips forever, and then he bursts into maniacal, pure joy-filled cackles. This guy thought he found real love, and it turned out to be a toilet. The very next morning, Yanel jolts awake feeling completely refreshed after a night spent in a seriously cozy bed. He storms into the most cursed scene imaginable. Ditsun is literally snuggling the toilet in sweet nothings, like it's a lover. And the sight makes Annual mutter, "I'm done with this dude, for real." Our boy's right there too, filming the chaos up close, cracking jokes as everybody starts freaking out. But the magician finally found his calling. "Shup," he roars. "I'm spending the rest of my life right here. Tell them I died." Yuri declares she's staying too, only this time it's for way better reasons. She wants to teach me magic. Ditsun immediately seethes with jealousy, insisting he's the better choice to be her teacher. Mia snaps back with a brutal shutdown. She closes the distance and stares him down, saying, "No, I prefer Yuri-san." Ouch, his magician bolted off the scene to hit the toilet, so Yanel has no choice but to storm back, swearing he'll return soon. A brand new alliance snaps into place, and pure joy explodes in the air. For most people, Ditsun is hauled off, kicking and screaming, "No, let me go," as the golem yanks him back to reality. And just like that, the flying castle disappears into thin air, vanishing from sight and flooding the world with a legend. But the rumors spread at lightning speed. Soon, in a non-stop city, a mysterious hooded elf hears every last whisper, imperial country of Flata, and the mind-blowing flying castle hidden above it all. A few days later, back in the castle, Mi was thriving under Yuri's intense training. Her eyes lock in. Then she unleashes a perfectly controlled surge of magic. And Yuri, she's completely blown away. "Whoa," she cheers. "That was insane." The raw power is proof that May's talent is the real deal. But her family bursts in, absolutely beaming, so proud of how far she's come. Yuri steps into this magical place, and suddenly feels like she's finally living the life she always wanted. It's been non-stop magic. Meeting a kid like me is the kind of moment that makes everything feel unreal. To savor the divine sweets, our main man whips it up. She takes one bite of that jiggly pudding, and boom, she's instantly whisked straight to heaven. "Tell me that pudding isn't straight up amazing?" Tiki asks, while Yuri grins and says she could devour it all day long. After a beat, the girls start swapping dreams, tossing names of every other sweet they can't wait to sink their teeth into. But Mi isn't chasing breaks, she's locked in, fueled by purpose, thinking, As long as I'm here, I'll matter to everyone. And each word hardens into iron resolve. Her mind races through memories of her village, then snaps to the moment her peaceful life gets ripped apart. What happened before still burns in her like a haunting fire. So I'll make sure Mother and the rest never have to go through it again. With a savage roar, she blasts her power into the world, swearing she'll grow stronger and shield every single one of them. Takei and Isla stand there, eyes wide with awe, but their worry won't let up. Our guy begs A1 to keep a close watch on her, terrified she'll burn herself out trying. Seeing that raw power, Isla's stomach drops. She feels tiny, like nothing but a useless burden. Even the pudding's too hard for her to handle. Yuri got lost in sweets. My chest was all fire, and Isla sank into gloom. Then the vibe twisted into something weirdly complicated. Mia trains without mercy, all the way into the evening. Ignore that, take a break. And then boom, her control completely snaps. Her magic explodes into full-on chaos, and everything around her starts to unravel. Yuri clocks the signs the second they hit. I used to go on rampages all the time, she says, totally calm. Then she grabs your hand and tells you, stay here, I'll handle it. As she steps forward, everything shifts. Then she finds something brand new. Mia's mastered the ice magic that's been waiting to explode. Massive, jagged shards of ice explode outward all around me. Yuri blasts her magic on full display, grinning like she can choke it down anytime. Two unstoppable powers crash head-on, erupting in a blinding flash that lights up everything. Yuri manages to hold that wild energy in check, like she's keeping a storm on a leash. But Mia's power blew past every wild expectation. One brutal backlash ripped Yuri's barrier to pieces, and Mia was hurled backward until she blacked out completely. Yeah, everybody right to her side. And she's burning with a blazing high fever, drained to the bone by magical exhaustion. Isla snaps into motion, grab the magic box and toss her in. This thing is gonna heal her for sure. She barrels toward one of the castle's high-tech medical pods, remembering the time Titch used it. A1 steps in and helps her fire up the system and bring it to life. Right then Tiki burst in, face blazing with pure panic. Alas, she reassures him, making it crystal clear. The pod is running. A soft hiss snaps through the room as the pod shuts, and the second it does, Mia's magic power starts roaring back with an absurd speed. But Yuri can only freeze, staring in awe and disbelief. She whispers that the flying castle never fails to shock her, and she's finally relieved that Mia is safe. Later, Mia wakes up in a cozy bed, and her family is right there, watching her like they've been holding their breath. Her mother leans in and gently scolds her. Why'd you beat yourself up like that? The question rips a hole in her calm. Mia finally spills her deepest fear. She knew she had to get stronger, or she'd never be able to shield everyone from the horrors they survived before. Tears spill down her face as she finally confesses how terrified she really was. Inside, her mother yanks her into a tight, warm hug, and the ache in her heart screams over the pain her daughter's been carrying. Okay, I'm backing you up in this magic training, she whispers. Just don't go crushing yourself trying to force it. They lock in a pinky promise, one step at a time, side by side. Her friends jump in with their support, and Mia's face lights up in that teary, grateful smile that hits you right in the heart. Meanwhile, our boy gets the good news, and you can practically see the weight lift off his shoulders. Alas spills the whole story, and makes sure everyone knows the medical pod did all the heavy lifting. But Takei won't let that slide. He leans in and tells her, "You're too hard on yourself, start giving yourself real praise." Then he finally decides to thank Yuri too, for that lightning-fast thinking that saved the day. And that was his thanks for her. This ultra-fluffy, heart-shaped dessert that Yuri again, straight into another delicious food coma. With everyone safe and smiling, it feels like the storm finally blew over for good. Yuri lets out a happy sigh, because that flying castle is the absolute best. But over there, things are anything but peaceful. Dixon sprawled in a bar, completely wasted, sobbing his heart out over the one that got away, Toilet. But he's a pathetic, sloshed-up wreck, grumbling that he can't get off the ground while his true love is up in the sky. Right as he orders another bottle, a shady figure slides in close, leaning over his shoulder like it has secrets. It's the elf from before. Wait, did you just say the flying castle? His voice drops to something dangerously low as he demands, "Tell me everything you know about it." Before the terrified magician can even get a word out, a new shadow slips in, a woman with a sly grin, and she cuts them off. "Be careful how loud you talk," she purrs, and the room instantly turns heavy with tension. Our hopeless hero Ditson gets trapped, cornered by two shady goons from the Blau Empire. Right there he instantly clocks them. Ifa, the elf court magician, and Violet, the Empire's witch. They waste zero time and demand answers, grilling everyone until they know every single thing about the flying castle. Ditz is totally stunned. How the heck could they possibly know? Then it clicks. This dude's been blabbing nonstop, even whispering about the whole toilet mess like a walking disaster. Cold sweat starts to bead on his forehead, because he knows the Empire's only hunger is invasion. They're a conquering storm, trampling through other nations, stealing everything in their path, and he can feel it. His perfect utopia is next on their list. Absolutely not. Under his watch, he storms forward with a last-ditch strike, determined to shield his brand new home. But he's completely outmatched. His magic gets swatted aside like it's nothing, like a fly getting flicked away. Realizing they'll drag him into torture just for answers, and knowing pain crushes him every time, our guy makes the only smart move. Run for your life. He bolts, but the mages barely even blink. Then Violet grins and says, "I'm not letting you get away." She casually hurls up a magic barrier, and it slams him to a complete stop. With nowhere left to run, Dixon whips out the oldest trick in the book. He yells for help like he's the one in a damsel in distress nightmare. Hearing the chaos, the local guards rush in and loose a magic arrow. Ifa just scoffs, then flicks his wrist and wipes the projectile clean out of existence without even breaking a sweat. Next, Violet snaps, done with this nonsense for good, and unleashes an unhinged flood of magic, ready to blast them all to smithereens. But Ifa snatches her arm and tells her to calm down, saying they didn't come here to start a war, and that her spell is nothing but pure overkill. Violet just shrugs and says, "Your emperor wants more land anyway." And suddenly it hits, war with Fleta is coming, no matter what. Both of them go quiet, and the weight of their mission crushes the air like a storm before lightning. As they bicker, she spots the opening, and Ditson bolts the second his chance hits. The two mages just huff in frustration. "That's my line," Ive mutters. "I'd have caught him if I'd been alone." Our guy barrels toward the nearest fancy-looking estate, slams his fists into the gate, and yells for sanctuary like his life depends on it. He bursts in at full speed, shouting for help, "Magician Sama," like his life depends on it, only to stumble on Prince Yanuel and another researcher locked in a petty shouting match. "Did you mess up your research again?" Yanuel roars, and the other guy snaps back, "It's not my fault." Ditson cuts in and his face goes death white, because the Empire just sent assassins, and they're coming for my life. Right then, Ifa and Violet step in, and their faces turn grim. Yanuel glances outside and blurts, "Yikes, yeah, looks like that's exactly what's going on." The story whisks us into a lavish sitting room, dripping with class and secrets. Yanuel heads straight in as the calm, collected prince right to the point. "The flying castle, huh? Yeah, we've got intel on it." And the second Ditson hears that, he snaps, accusing them of trying to torture him. Violet just flashes a sly, teasing grin and asks, "So, you're into that kind of thing, huh? Tell me, do you have a fetish or something?" Daniel isn't laughing. He snaps at them for sprinting after an imperial magician through his city and turning everything into a full-blown spectacle. Dixon lunges to defend himself, insisting that the explosion was just his way of fighting back. Daniel's face hardens. He lays it all bare. Sure, they came on official business, but they acted like thugs and scared his friend like they'd be taking his life. Ditson is overwhelmed to the core. He can barely get it out, "Prince." Daniel then slams down the hammer, because if you're really the Empire's magicians, prove it right now. Right now you're just normal tourists. So no, I'm not talking. There's nothing for us to discuss. Violet's grin snaps away, because if he won't cooperate, she'll simply seize Ditson. But Yanuel doesn't budge, and right then Violet whips out her final ace, telling us she'll poison you all as she lifts that cup. She describes a nightmare neurotoxin, No cure, no escape, leaving victims trapped, paralyzed, fully aware as they slowly die. iPhone Violet stared you down with total seriousness as she took a slow sip of her drink. Dixon is straight up losing it while Yanel just keel. Then Violet screams, "Wait, what are you saying?" Turns out it was a full-on joke. Our boy Yanel totally called their bluff with an even bigger, more unhinged one. IFA freezes in disbelief. "You really didn't poison the tea?" Janel smirks and leans in. "The tea's perfectly brewed, and there's no way he'd ruin it with anything foul." He takes a long, slow sip, savoring every drop, because right now he's basking in the full, raging chaos he just unleashed. Ditson is sweating buckets, terrified this will spark a war, but Yanel, full name Yanel Fleda, doesn't bat an eye. He calmly declares, "I'm a pacifist and I'll never start a war." Out of nowhere, a blinding flash erupts outside the window. That's the moment everything went wrong. Light screamed for them to stay, but the damage was already done. Light and Violet are already vanished. Out there, they spot one of the flying castle's golems cutting through the air. It instantly flexes on Violet's golems, then smashes them to bits with one brutal punch. Violet's face crumples, shock hits, rage flares, while my golems get left behind and stumble toward this thing. Taiki-sama-'s golem. Why the hell is it here? The golem has one mission: sprint straight in to deliver Yuri's letter to Prince Yanuel. Ditson lunges to grab it, but Yanuel slaps his hand out of the way. Today, the golem doesn't just show up. It's here to rip someone back from the brink, which sparks an epic shouting match between Janel and Dixon over who deserves the honor. But the golem has its own plans. It snatches Violet out of nowhere, and her stunned mind can't handle the sheer brutality of its power. Ifa shrieks at her to stay down, because once that golem starts taking her seriously, she's done for. Then bam, this savage twist hits. The golem snatches Ditson, who was straight up pleading to be taken. Once more, he tosses Yanuel a smug little goodbye wave, then yeets himself straight into the sky, rushing out while the prince yelled that none of it was fair. Meanwhile, high above everything, the magnificent flying castle loomed. Taiki's out here cooking up a storm, while Yuri leans in and tells him she sent a golem to haul Yanuel over so he can finally taste his food. Then boom, an alert erupts across the monitor. A golem is bolting forward, and someone is sprinting right after it. Ditson-sama hangs off the golem's side while a helper blurts the news. The golem slams to a stop and drops off 2 brand new passengers, and the entire crew freezes in shock. Empire people right here. Yuri shrugs it off completely, still calmly munching her snack like nothing even happened. Later, after Ditson spills the wild, ridiculously chaotic story of how he got back, Ifa and Violet suddenly find themselves standing in the castle grounds, right in the middle of everything. Tiny, adorable golems tended that farm like they owned the place. Ifa gets so blown away by the soil's quality, he drops to his knees and tastes it, right before Violet swings in and smacks him. A golem lunges toward him, and Taiki bursts out from behind it. He apologizes, telling you they were brought here by mistake. He introduces himself, and the Imperial mages instantly go speechless, because this quiet, apron-wearing guy is the owner of the legendary place. This Violet refuses to back down, demanding the other magicians step out, because she's convinced they're hiding something. Right then, the rest of the gang bursts in like, "What took you so long?" including Princess Letitia. Violet's eyes sharpen, she glares and spits. "So you turned us into slaves, neat, right? And come on, you can just kill us right here," she taunts, trying to get them riled up. But before the chaos explodes, Dixon lays out the entire situation, piece by piece. Ifa cuts straight to the point. "Empire wants your tech, sure, but as a magician, I'm after something even bigger. I want to know what your power can really do." Violet thinks she's just trying to sneak past their defenses. Then bam, everything comes out, the shady truth and their emperor. He's stuck in bed, sick and helpless, and he's desperate to get the flying castle as his next toy. Yuri calls out Taiki, doing everything solo like it's impossible, and yet he's pulling it off. Ditson blurts out that Taiki's power is absolutely unreal. Ifa locks eyes with Taiki and spits the truth. Power isn't just something you have, it's something you feel, and it makes you terrified. That's why I'm asking right now, let's spare him. The whole room erupts, sparks flying everywhere. Tiki's never even fought a day in his life, and Violet snaps at Afa, calling him an idiot, just as the golem's brutal power looms over them. Power, yet to everyone's jaw-dropping shock, Tiki nods and agrees. He's determined to sit down with Afa afterward, and finally have the real conversation he's been craving. He shoots his golem a nod and gives it the go-ahead. Ditson gets so hyped that he straight up passes out while still standing there. This bar, it just kicked off. Right now the action begins. Ifa wastes no time, blasting out a huge, twisting serpent made of magical energy. I need to let go. Then he erupts in a thunderous roar. The attack rockets through the air, screaming straight for A1. But the golem just stands there and eats the attack like it's nothing. He can barely react. A1 snaps the gap shut in an instant and lands one of the most brutal punches anyone's ever seen, crashing straight into his face. Ifa gets obliterated on the spot, then shatters into a raging burst of water. Yep, it's my loss, he admits, shoulders slumped, completely crushed. Later, Ifa is drenched in calm recovery, lounging by a pool like nothing could touch them. He bursts into a wild, unhinged cackle, and for the first time, he finally feels that overwhelming power firsthand. Then boom, his whole vibe flips. Takei goes, "Don't call me the Blau Empire's court magician anymore from now on. I'm speaking as Ifa, the elf." He whips around, and there it is, the slave seal scarred onto his back. Truth spills out. He's not only a slave, the emperor has chained his whole village too. They're trapped behind iron bars, shoved into grueling labor, working until death claims them. The empire is hunting their spirit tree, the one thing powering the elves, endless life and magic. Blessed by the tree, their bodies don't quit, so the empire hauls them to exhaustion, squeezing every last drop out of them with no food and no rest. His voice shatters as he drops to his knees. "Please, Takedono, you have to save my family." Finally, Violet explodes with rage, and she hurls treason at him like an accusation that can't be taken back. But Ifa swears this was never his choice. His people are dropping like flies, and even having children is impossible once you're far from their sacred tree. And why? Because the decrepit Emperor of Blah is so scared he'd rather cling to life than risk it. And he's determined to tap into the tree's power and live forever. Immortal, no exceptions. Ifa never set out to serve the Empire. She was hunting for a single opening to strike back. He spotted Takei's power and realized it was his only shot. So he dropped to the floor, crushed pride spilling out as he begged, "Please, lend me your power. I have to save my family." Takei stares at the wrecked man in front of her and snaps, "Lift your head." With his friends locked in right beside him, our boy steals his resolve. "I accept your request. Let's save the elves." Ifa whips his gaze upward, tears pouring down his face, and he can't get a single word out. To forge a battle plan. Takei never thought he'd have to face the full power of the Blau Empire. And now somehow we're here. Watch the heroes lock in and plan their next move. Violet lurks in the background, silent as a shadow. A cold, calculating smirk crawled across her face. And trust me, the plot just thickened like never before, my friends. Or warrant, because this city is a chaotic brick and stone maze, so crushing that my world starts spinning for real. She unleashes a terrified shriek that slices straight through the air. Her mind just fried on the spot from the sheer magnitude of it all. And while the others scramble to calm her, she's left totally stunned and lost. Even that flying castle couldn't hold a candle to how insanely grand this was. But this isn't a sightseeing trip. This is a desperate mission, racing to rip the last elves out of the tyrannical grip of the Blau Empire. Just a few days earlier, Elven Prince Ifa stood in a sun-soaked garden, and his face wore regal calm like a crown. He whips around to the princess of a rival kingdom and offers her a plain little cup of tea. But the moment he asks her so politely, everything in her brain implodes. She's scrambling, red-faced, trying to justify why a princess is doing manual labor, and insisting, through clenched panic, that no, nothing's happening between her and Takei-sama. Our main man and the princess lock eyes and fall into an awkward silence, and the air practically hums with all the things they can't say. Then the rest of the crew leans in with a grin and drops the real secret of this place. Everyone here is family. The word hangs there like a curse. Alien, roaring with power in the elven prince's grasp. They all back it up, every single one of them. And yeah, a few are tied to each other by blood, and they welcome everyone, fresh faces like Isla included, as family. In this castle, rank and rivalry mean absolutely nothing. Every single person is treasured. They're always together, pitching in for each other. While even our boy Takei jumps in with the field work and fires up the kitchen too. They even binge anime together. This weird, magical way of storytelling. And our hero breaks it all down for them, like it's pure wonder. Seeing that pure, unfiltered joy hits Ifa so hard she can only grin. Yeah, this place is seriously incredible. He's 100% convinced Takei will step in and help rescue the elves who are trapped and held captive. When Afa looks back on his people's pride, he realizes something. Elves never bank on help from anyone else. And now, staring at the family Takei has forged, he knows this is the right path. And now, they've burst into the castle's legendary control room, the nerve center of everything. Our boy grins and tells them, "Don't worry, I already launched recon drones straight into the enemy's capital, but the intel's still razor-thin." Ifa lays out the brutal truth. About 20 elves are being locked up in different places. The memory of that attack on his village is still raw. Most of them were massacred, and the captives were tortured so brutally they barely had a chance to breathe. And the weight of it all crushes them every time it hits. Listen, if they want to live, they've got to move. And they've got to move right now, fast. That's when our hopeless hero finally snaps into action. He flexes his hand, yanks up a mind-blowing, fully detailed 3D map of the entire imperial capital, and stitches it together from the drone footage. He already mapped every guard patrol, counted their numbers, tracked their shifts, and flagged every sketchy building that could hide a prison. Ditson is completely losing it, because this isn't magic. It's next-level, unhinged spy craft. Yuri practically hums with excitement, like she just stepped into a blockbuster film. They figure out the elves aren't people in their eyes. They're property, so every one of them's locked down under brutal guard. The soldiers are getting fully loaded gear, and the elves, oh no, they're stamped with slave marks that crush their magic. After wiping the dust off from that golem beatdown, Ifa finally straightens up and asks, right there, to join the investigation. After ripping through the castle tour, he leaves as a full-blown believer. This floating fortress is the one and only shot at stopping the Empire. And yeah, he's still totally baffled by modern tech, screaming bloody murder at a toilet that spits out warm water, until Ditson, the absolute troll, leans in and tells him, "Go on, try it yourself." Ifa drops a game-changing intel bomb. He's sure one elf is chained up as a servant inside the royal palace. Our boy doesn't hesitate. All right, first they rescue everyone. Then they set their sights on storming the palace from the inside. That calm day in the garden still haunts me. Yuri brought out fruit tea like it was pure peace. A flash of memory slams into him. The scent hits first, then the taste, and suddenly that simple, pure happiness is right there. Ifa wanted to run that news back to my family. No delays, no hesitation. And Takei roars again, fueled with fresh purpose. Let's save them. AFASANS family. For the first time, the proud elven prince lowers his head in heartfelt gratitude, convinced that trusting these people was the perfect move. Meanwhile, a shady figure lurks alone in a wrecked, trash-strewn room. It's the same woman from before, dead bored out of her mind. And when she hits the castle's defenses, she can't break a single one, while the eerie silence drives her into pure rage. A wicked grin snaps across her face, and the Empire has zero clue what's coming for them, because she knows their blind confidence will drive them straight into striking this flying fortress. And that's when the chaos finally explodes. Right now, the mission's a go. No delays, no doubts, full speed ahead. So Yuri's stepping up to call in drone overwatch, while Ifa and the rest rush in. Takei and Ella can't afford to step in themselves. The stakes are too brutal. It's the best move, sure, it's risky as hell, but it's the only way to pull this off. The first extraction is pure precision. Ditz flings sleeping powder at a couple of guards, and they drop like a switch got flipped. They go down like a switch, lights out, and when the dust settles, they spot two elves inside, absolutely frozen in shock. Golems slip through the trees, carrying the rescued elves toward a hidden rendezvous point in the forest. These poor souls were stamped as second class, used like living slave labor, right down to the bone. Even so, the team presses forward, but Dixon can't shake the dread. What if Princess Yuri gets caught? Because if she does, it's not just trouble, it's an international incident. He knows she's strong, but the second he imagines her getting captured, terror claws into his chest. The deeper he plunged into the heart of the city. Me, I'm still jittery, but her mother being there feels like a warm shield. This place is nothing compared to the breathtaking home they left up in the sky. But me's theft eats away at her resolve, because she's got her mother, and she's got Takei's golems backing her up, and she's been training her magic with Yuri. Now she's fully ready to unleash it. They pull up, boom, and the next target building is theirs. Taiki checks the shoreline with a drone and confirms the coast is clear, for now. Now I'm ready to cast a sleep spell. Then we overhear the guards. Those filthy pigs are already bragging about how much the elves would cost, and that's all it takes for rage to explode in me. The guards spot something, someone else about to burst out. But it gets worse. The door slams open, and a guard hauls an elf out while pounding him without mercy. He cackles and slams the elf with a sandbag, savoring every second of the torture like it's a feast. The elf's sister gapes in terror as the guard swings a brutal punch, snarling that her cool big brother is right there to keep her safe. That's it, her breaking point. She snaps, and a rush of icy, bone-chilling rage explodes out of her as she blasts the guards with freezing power. "Stop it," she shrieks, fighting to wrench that kite free. And the guards are totally thrown off. This little beast's skin just drops out of nowhere like it appeared out of thin air. Mia fires off another blast of ice, yelling that Ashi will be the one to choose where she goes. But her strikes are nothing but razor-sharp ice shards. Smack! They burst apart on the soldier's armor like they hit a wall. Then he erupts into laughter, mocking her pathetic power, and her mother yanks her back before she gets swallowed by danger. "Be quiet," her mother roars, storms forward with rage blazing in her eyes. "You're the ones who go after the elves with violence, right? And guess what? Those so-called people are humans too." The guard's reply chills your bones. He sneers, and just like that, it's clear they're not free, they're slaves. He erupts into a nasty racist rant, screaming that they're inferior, worthless now, no better than demons. He says the Empire's doing them a favor by chaining them in slavery. "Then you better be thanking us." "Those pitiful fools," Mother hisses. Then the golem surges forward and makes its move. It catches the punch mid-swing, and the shockwave blasts apart the guard's gauntlet to dust. The soldiers are left completely dumbfounded, and my eyes flare with excitement. Wow, Taiki-sama's golem is amazing. The other guards snap into panic, and one of them yanks out a magical device. And then he unleashes a massive energy blast, roaring at full volume, and "You'd better vanish. Now, best kin." The golem lunges straight in front of the girls, swallowing the attack's full blast like a living shield. Then it finally split, cracking apart into dust and rubble, pulsing with a dangerous, ominous heat, before it crumpled into a scorching, molten wreck. Back in the control room, alarms are screaming non-stop. The golem is on the edge of disaster. Taiki is scrambling to patch it up with shaky desperation, his face locked in total, razor-focused concentration. "Damn, hurry up. Get it done before it's too late." Time the moment hits. Hope withers to ash, and the golem is finally down. Me's mother knows that explosion will summon reinforcements, so she yanks me toward the elves. "Grab them. Fly, now, I'll buy you time." Mia froze, terror pinning her in place. Then her mother snatched her up with a vicious snarl. "Pull yourself together, Mia." She yanks her sword free like a mama bear guarding her cub. "Try even brushing a single hair on my daughter's head, and I'll be the one dragging you straight to hell." Then right as she surges forward, a guard's sword flashes and she drops, cut down in an instant. Mai can only let out a terrified scream. In that crushing moment of total despair, something inside her snaps. Power erupts, wild and unstoppable, bursting from her tiny frame, and the one woe she'll protect with her life is her mother. A brutal tidal wave of ice slams down, instantly freezing the guard's blade into solid steel. She yanks her mother back by force. Before she can break free, another guard lunges in and clamps onto her. Mia screamed so hard the whole world shook, but the hit never connects. When the blade swings, a metallic, rock-solid hand snaps it out of the air. And that golem, bam, it rebooted at the exact last second. When it finally hits, the relief slams so hard Mia nearly collapses. Her mother doesn't waste a second. Nav grabs her coat. Let's go. They snatch the elves and bolt into the night, hand in hand, and he vanished into the night. Tiki stares at the monitor, and the moment she sees it, relief hits her so hard she exhales. Hugh, it made it just in time. He tells them the golem's emergency protection kicked in and forced a full restart, like it saved itself at the last second, because it was way too close. But the escaped soldier won't stay quiet. He'll sound the alarm and the whole army will swarm, because the city is seconds away from total lockdown. Our boy stares at the glittering capital with a grim face, because there's exactly one play left. We've got to save every last elf, and we've got to do it now. High above the world, safe inside the sky castle, the newly freed elves finally sink their teeth into their first real meal in ages. They're still stuck in that hesitation, still terrified to move. Yuri's warm smile steadies their hearts. She tells them it's okay. Then she promises the castle in the sky will protect you all. For now, they're safe. Or Finn, because the rescue is exploding into action. And back at base, our boy is tearing across the night sky like a blazing shooting star. The intel held steady, but now the commotion has them facing beefed-up security at full blast. I'm getting blasted with praise for my ridiculously cool magic, even though panic wrecked me, and I totally forgot the sleeping powder. Looks like my training is paying off anyway. She sinks into every word, cheeks blazing red, just soaking up the moment like it's hitting her for the first time. Our hopeless hero gets a live update from the field. Things are going perfectly. And by great, I mean Yuri is on an absolute tear. She's a one-woman rescue machine already saving 10 elves solo, and when she locks in, she turns into an efficient, savage beast. And after a brutal day, what does a legend do? She snags a snack and chews it down, right there under the moonlight. And she's not just worried about herself. She's rushing food to the elves she saved, then slips a gift from the golem into their hands to cover their tracks like, "This is exactly what you need." And she makes it sound like a goddess said it. As she scans the room, a harsh thought hits her. This empire's security is laughable, all because their pride won't let them be smart. Then she spots a pair of female soldiers marching past, and boom, an unhinged, genius idea ignites in her head. Just moments later, 2 guards are posted up there, staring into the void, utterly bored out of their minds. When one asks the other, "Are you exhausted?" Then bam, 2 brand new soldiers show up out of nowhere, and they look suspiciously, dangerously perfect. The guards snap to attention, totally thrown off. What is this bee-skinned soldier doing here? And the new recruits just stare, clueless, like they can't decide what they're even seeing. Right before they can smell the trap, their infamous boss, General Violet, strolls in, except it's Yuri, wearing a flawless illusion of her. She hands the 2 chumps a thank you present, a drink for all their hard work. And the 2 disguised girls flash a heart-melting smile at them, basically telling them, "Go on, enjoy it." Meanwhile, back at the command center, our boy and the girls stare at the monitor like it's life or death, while I lose my mind completely. WHVLA Chemi. Schneezen, wait, what the heck is that? So yeah, our main man is really trying to wrap his head around this mess, because Yuri's illusions are her ace, and this next round of trolling is on a whole different level. I'm practically sobbing, begging Takei to stop. Don't let him see that shameless illusion of me. But it's already too late, because the guy's seen every single bit of it. At the scene, the guards, drinks slammed onto the floor with a loud crash. They're knocked out cold, Yuri still channeling her inner tyrant, smirking over their unconscious bodies. Foo, I swear, it'd be perfect if you drift off to a sweet little dream. Team, the watching crew couldn't stop staring. Yuri's illusion was a flawless honey trap, and it shut the enemy down cleanly, without a single soul getting hurt. Yuri's acting gets praised out loud, and she's like, "Yeah, I killed it." because the confidence is absolutely off the charts. Mission accomplished. She marches straight to the cells. She leans in and whispers, "Is everyone okay?" Inside, the elves are shaking like leaves, huddled in the corner. Who are you? The Empire shattered everything, and they're sure this is just another cruel trap. So they rage at her to back off, screaming that escape is impossible. Right then, a steady voice slices through the chaos. Afa steps into the light. "Calm down, I've got you. This person is one of us." The elves stare in shock, because it's really him, and they realize they're alive. The weight of the moment slams into Afa, and he blurts out an apology, his voice shaking with guilt for making them wait while he fought his way to save them. Just when the reunion finally starts to feel real, suspicion slams the brakes. Who's this woman with him? And how are they supposed to trust someone who was just captured? One of them even slings a brutal accusation at him: betrayal. That's when Yuri snaps into her royal mode, flashing her status as Flata, the imperial crown princess. Then drops the whole insane plan in one go. A castle in the sky and a joint rescue mission, and the elves are left utterly stunned. Ifa locks eyes with them and makes her vow, "I'll save all of you and get you home, even if it costs me my life. And if you ever think I'm betraying you, go ahead and kill me." The raw conviction in his voice cuts through every doubt like a blade. He pleads with them, just one last time, to believe in him. And just like that, they cave. Finally, they give him their ears and listen. With the elves fully convinced, Ifa and Yuri huddled up to plot their next move, because they had to strike fast before the Empire caught on. These elves have survived pure hell. Now they're begging for a safe haven to heal, like the castle in the sky. Our heroes are back with the crew, and they can't stop raving about what a solid, good-hearted dude he is. He's the type who instinctively does the right thing. Like when someone's freezing, he just throws a blanket over them without even thinking. This whole epic rescue is happening because of his kindness, and Ifa and Yuri is on board too. Their mission is simple: save these people, no matter what it costs. But the two rescue teams finally crash into the same spot and meet up. Ditsun practically bursts with joy when Yuri shows up. She declares her mission piece a complete success. Ifa gives his people one final, reassuring glance, then tells them loud and clear, "Stay safe." Yet Yuri's gut is screaming red alarms. She can read people, and she knows Ifa's keeping something massive hidden. The look on his face totally gives him away. Ifa finally spills the truth. This isn't just a rescue for elves who got frozen in time. The real job: slip into the inner palace and dodge the guards like your life depends on it. The whole plan is a beautiful disaster. Yuri's slipping them inside with her illusions, while Afa stands ready as backup. Up in the sky, Taiki Dono is about to lay down Overwatch, wrecking the battlefield with his golems and drones. So our main guy nods instantly, his hand trembling just above the ring that binds them all together. Ifa's eyes blaze with ice-cold determination. The palace infiltration kicks off, right now, with no turning back. A guard clocks them coming and snaps, "Afa-sama, Velitsama, you're back." Yuri slips into her full violet general disguise and marches Afa and Ditsun, in chains clinking as prisoners. The guard buys it hook, line, and sinker, and fully believes they actually caught an intruder. And Ifa, doing exactly what he's told, snaps his command, then orders the gates flung wide to drag them straight into the dungeon. They just stride right in, and Ditsun's grumbling the whole way, complaining about how he's always stuck playing punching bag. Up in the sky-high heights, our hero and the girls peer down, holding their breath and praying like crazy that everything goes their way. Down below, they're scrambling to pack up and ship the rescued elves straight back to their homeland. But peace isn't coming for everyone. Some people are still stuck fighting. Elsewhere, Fiatura, a young elf with haunted eyes, can't even drift to sleep, and she just stares out the window into the night. Her Majesty spots her too, awake and spiraling, with worry gnawing at her mind. She blurts out that she couldn't stop thinking about that child, and the worry etched across her face says it all. Fiatura leans in and offers to whip up some tea, but her eyes drown in sorrow. As she stares at a family portrait, a silent question screams in the silence: will every elf be rescued? And those rescued elves are still shaking, desperate to know if Ifa was telling the truth. So can they really trust this princess? Or is it a total trap? Yeah, but all those doubts get silenced fast, because Afa has never once failed them, and that faith holds strong. Then the long-awaited reunions erupt. Tears of pure joy gush down their faces, as they finally spot friends they thought were gone for good. Rido Char. Relief hits like a tidal wave, pure, raw emotion crashing through them, and it leaves everyone wrecked, straight up in tears. They're handed warm soup, just a tiny bowl, but it feels like the whole world finally exhaled. After all that time, after everything, they finally crack a smile, and for the first time in ages it feels real. With everyone finally counted, the truth hits hard. One name is still missing. Fia Toda, locked away inside the inner palace. Her village was shielded by a monstrous, powerful spirit tree that stood like a living guardian, a sacred presence that snubs anyone it decides isn't worthy. Yeah, our boy is totally frozen in shock at that power. He knows the empire is a brutal nightmare, and even with the castle standing there, they can't afford to drop their guard for a second. Right then, Miepsin lit up with a grin, like the whole world just turned good. Breaking news. Those carriers are finally ready to launch. At last, the rescued elves heard the whole truth. Taiki and his sky castle had been the ones who pulled them out of the dark. And this guy, he's locked in, ready to protect their village too. They're so flooded with gratitude they can barely breathe. First, they'll march the crew straight to the village, while Ifa darts back to grab Fiachura. But the elves slam the door on that idea. Not on our watch. They shout together, like one big family, and they refuse to let anyone get left behind. The bee-skin girls are fired up, ready to tear through a mountain of meat and get strong for the fight. Our hero drops his plan. 3 golems and 5 drones stake out the area, ready to pounce on Overwatch. He hands IFA a communication device, so they can stay locked in and in constant contact. Everyone's counting on Shiny. She's dead set on wiping out that earlier blunder and proving herself for real. Her friends erupt with cheers, their belief blasting her forward. Because Taiki has got this, no doubts, no backing down. The last thing we see is an elf gazing at the moon, silently praying that Afa and Fiachura make it back safe. Crush the enemy fortress, give them no escape. Yuri's violet disguise is flawless as she slips back into the scene, and the guards beam like she's royalty. Straight up, they love her. Turns out, the real Violet is a full-blown psychopath who lives for the thrill of torturing her own subordinates. Yuri sinks into the role with terrifying precision, barking orders at her prisoner, screaming for her to move faster. She's that good. So good she straight up trolls Ditson, asking if she'd been convincing, and the perfect answer somehow makes it even more real. They stumble on a hidden passage that leads straight into the dungeon. One of the guards, a complete simp, offers up a violet chair for the interrogation. This sparks a brutal fight between the guards. Turns out they've got a rotation for who gets turned into human furniture. And this whole army is completely unhinged. Ifa and Ditson just stood there, silent, like even their mouths couldn't find words for how messed up this is. Yuri cuts them off cold, telling them she won't bring a single one down there underground. Then she fires off her most commanding violet voice and snaps, "You're all pathetic. I'm not wasting my training on trash that can't even follow the turn order." She snaps out a brutal command and yeets them aside like they weigh nothing. But the performance hits so hard that Yuri nearly crumpled from the sheer magical strain. She's exhausted. Now that they're finally clear, she snatches her chance. This is where she breaks the spell for good. She threw off her restraint, drenched in sweat, and still nailed it. But right when they're about to celebrate, everything crashes. So what's happening? That guard they totally missed was crouched in the shadows, and he just blew their cover wide open. He clocked it was a fake because the real Violet would never, ever turn down a human chair, and the weirdest little detail was the giveaway. Error, 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 something's gone terribly wrong. Everything's falling apart. Afa and Yuri lock eyes and they both know it. There's one move left, sprint now. Ditson gets yanked into captivity. Then Ifa explodes with a brutal lightning blast, sizzling the guards who were gripping him. The soldiers are left reeling as the elves launch a full rebellion. One of them screams that the Empire treated you well, so why are you paying kindness back with evil? Ifa answers with nothing but stone-cold silence. Then he erases the whole hallway with a raging lightning storm. Hurling rubble into place, he slammed together a towering wall of debris and ordering hits to make people disappear. Dizzin's cracking right in front of me. What did you do? Are you completely out of your mind? But IFA stays ice calm like this was always the plan. Seal the path, march forward. And Ditson can't even process it. What in the world were you planning to do if that building came crashing down? Yuri just smirks and needles them like, wow, you two are actually getting along. They push onward, plunging deeper into the pitch-black dark, until they finally shove open the doors of the Empire's palace dungeon. Their destination. A bone-white horror in a prison cell spots them and with a rattling rasp screams, "Help!" His voice shatters mid-plea as he begs for the sweet release of death. Can you believe that? Me. The place is so cruel it's downright mind-blowing. They push past the nightmares. Then they spot a cell slammed shut, chained down with brutal, heavy iron. Deep inside, a man leans close and begs, "Water, please." His face looked wrecked and exhausted, but there was still a blazing fire burning in his eyes. Then Ifa snaps into a complete freeze. His eyes bulge wide, and pure shock hits like a punch. Listen, he recognizes this guy. And that means we're about to learn the real identity of the prisoner they came to rescue. Yandere, down in the Empire's dungeon depths, Yuri finds a battered old man chained to the wall, and before anyone can blink, she announces she's going to heal him. Her companion is losing it, yelling that they don't even know who this guy is, or what he's done. But Yuri doesn't waver. She steadies herself, and a spark of magic starts to glow in her hand, because she won't just stand there and watch when someone's in need. Help! Right then, the rest of the crew finally shows up, and Dixon shuts it down immediately. Like, I'm your friend, he pleads, but he still lays the cold truth on you. This prisoner is a political criminal who planned a rebellion against the royal family. This isn't some random dude. This is Shores, the Blau Empire's first prince, and they locked him away for trying to murder his own father. Ifa locks eyes with the prince and burns him with pure daggers, because this animosity goes way back, bad blood simmering between them for years. Then he sneers, "Weren't you just a puppet for the army?" Before SH Wars can even get a word out, IFA snaps, screams silence, and instantly flips to an escape plan, because the chaos is exploding and they've got to run before the guards arrive. But Ditson calls out the glaring problem. Ifa shut the only exit himself. I'm not kidding, don't be so loud. Ifa snaps with this maddening calm and I'm like, all right, I've got a plan. Again, Ditson snaps completely, blasting out a scream that all their friends in IFA need to quit hiding everything and start being upfront. And that's when IFA yanks out the most ridiculous, unhinged thing imaginable in this fantasy world, a smartphone. He tells us he grabbed it from Taiki, then used it to reach Violet, the top-tier magician, to steal a spell for a secret passage that only she knows. Ditson's smile drops, like the whole moment slams into him and his heart sinks. From Taiki but him. Jealousy hits him like a punch, so thick you could slice it. Then he starts sipping from his charming little cup, whispering, "I'm so jealous, I'm so jealous." The entire squad has to sit there and watch this guy crumble into a full-on emotional meltdown. Suddenly, alarms scream to life. There's a drone outside the window, its lens locked on them. They've been spotted. Back on the floating castle, our main man snaps his eyes to the screen as an alert suddenly blares. His face tightens, like a switch flipped. And if this sparks into a brawl, he'll stand between danger and every last one of them. No way he's letting another tragedy hit. He's going all in, fighting tooth and nail to save the elves and bring them home safe. Meanwhile, up in a dazzling room perched high inside the palace, Princess Letitia strides up to the shady magician, Violet, and snaps, demanding the exact spell needed to unlock the dungeon passage. Violet flashes that sly smirk, dripping pure sarcasm, then she asks, "What do I get out of this?" Letitia tosses away her freedom the moment she trades it for the spell. Violet erupts into a cackle, shouting that the Empire's audacity is off the charts, using politics as a whip to threaten Letitia's homeland, then chaining her people and grinding them down into just gears in the machine. She spits out, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. She says hating the Empire is natural. Letitia stands tall and declares, "Yeah, I still hate you personally." Then her voice shifts as she insists she's not speaking as herself anymore, but as Isla, a citizen of the Sky Castle. She's chosen to lock herself into this place as a gear, swearing total loyalty to our unsuspecting hero. Violet looks completely stunned, while you, the one who got betrayed and betrayed back your homeland, step up to serve this country next. Letitia's voice tightens with raw emotion. No way, it's not happening. She refuses to admit it, insisting she's not just another slave. A warm blush climbs her cheeks as she pours out the truth with everything she's got. I'm in this castle by my own choice. I love this castle. I love all of you too. And I love you, Taiki-sama. Her confession ricochets through the room, sharp as lightning. Then my heart screams one thing. I'll stay by his side forever. Violet freezes for a beat. Then her savage grin snaps back into place. She scoots in close and hisses poison into Letitia's ear, like humans always flip on each other. So don't come crying when the betrayal finally hits you. Then just as fast she hands it over, so quickly it feels like fate, showing the spell is tied to the lion's crest. Violet finally cracks and admits she misread Letitia's gaze, thinking it was just a spark she didn't see coming. Then she shuts the moment down with a cold, razor-sharp reminder. I'm nothing like the Empire, got it? As Violet gets dragged away, Letitia stands there trembling, her own audacious confession crashing back into her like a tidal wave. I got so hyped that I blurted something like that, she cries, burying her face in her hands. Once she whips her head toward her robot guard and pleads, AI-san, this is a secret, right? The robot just gives a polite, shrug-like head tilt, and somehow that non-answer is even funnier. Back in the dungeon, Letitia panics and blasts the spell details over the phone to Ifa's crew. Yeah, Taiki catches the whole thing from his command center, exhales like he just dodged disaster, and shoots Alao heartfelt. Thank you for saving the plan. But here's the catch. There's not a single lion crest anywhere inside the dungeon. Turns out Violet, the ultimate troll, slipped the crest right on, and sent it down the garbage chute like a punchline. Turns out this trash disposal was a secret emergency escape route the whole time. Just as they're gearing up to plunge into the trash, Yuri, out of mana from healing the prince, crumples straight into his arms. Schwarz locks eyes with Ifa and throws out a deal. Back him, and he'll back them straight to the inner palace. His mission is ruthless and crystal clear. Tear his mother and best friend out of his demonic father's clutches. But he's not backing down on toppling the royal family. If anything, his resolve is getting even tougher, and he's dead set on ending that man's life, no matter what it costs him. Slams the door on every offer the second it shows up. Ice flooding his veins, he delivers a terrifying promise. I'm the one who's going to kill that man. He snatches the phone and roars his threat to everyone listening. I'll do it with these hands. I'm sending you straight to hell. Taiki gets absolutely blindsided. Afasen, what are you talking about? I've never heard a single thing about that. Things spiral into total chaos. Schwarz snatches Yuri and shoves a blade against her throat, turning her into a hostage. Ditson snaps completely. Dark, uncontrollable magic detonates out of his body as he roars, screaming, "Get your hands off of her." They're closing in fast. Back on the Sky Castle, Taiki can only freeze in horror, stunned that his simple rescue mission has somehow detonated into a full-blown royal assassination plot. In a blink, the real culprit steps into view. Years ago, the Emperor, radiating pure malice, brutally crushed the elves for even the tiniest mistakes. He was a completely unhinged tyrant, treating them like nothing but property, built to be crushed and discarded. This man is the one Schwarz and Afa both want erased. Back in the present, Schwarz, Mom and Fia are already slipping out, plotting to ram their way through the very same Lion Crest passage so they can finally meet up with him. The dungeon is a full-blown war zone, and Ditson's magic goes berserk, cracking and lashing out at everything in its path. Ifa has to dig deep with every ounce of strength just to stop him, hitting him with one brutal truth. She's the only one who can keep Yuri safe. Finally, the chaos dies down, and they agree to sail straight to the inner palace. After a tear-soaked, heartbreaking moment between Yuri and Ditson, Ifa makes his call. He stays put to slam the brakes on the guards, and he hands the phone and his family over to everyone else. He whips around and faces the soldiers, alone. While everyone else slips out, Shore drops a game-changing truth. Apha's ambition is doomed, because that slave mark shackles him so he'll never, ever lay a hand on his master, the emperor. Deeper and deeper into the passage they go, and then footsteps start creeping up from behind. And there it is, Vaya and the empress herself. After years of brutal separation, the mother and son finally crash back together, and they fold into a desperate, tear-soaked embrace like they can't breathe without each other. Wanted, fallen around him, an elf drops to his knees, wrists tied tight, as despair barrels down and crushes his spirit. But then voices he knows right out of the silence, War Sama. He snaps his head up, stunned, as his family barrels toward him. Mother Phaetra. The reunion hits like a tidal wave of relief and heartbreak. His mom crushes him in a tight embrace, tears pouring down her cheeks as she apologizes for taking so long to get Ting to safety and free him. He shoots his hands up, then shakes his head hard, because this rescue wasn't just theirs. He tells everyone the real MVP was Yuri, a lady who led another crew, healed him, and pulled him out of the dungeon's darkest depths. Suddenly, Phaetra clocks a familiar face and launches into a full sprint. Apha-san, she sobs, burying her arms around him as she cries, "You're safe." His relief lasts about 2 seconds. Then Ifa's face goes grim. He snaps at them to calm the other elves and drops the brutal truth. He's the only one who made it back, and that slave mark is still there, real, deadly, and waiting to ruin everything. Right when hope starts to slip away, the cavalry suddenly roars in. Rescues from Afusan, and that same legendary castle in the sky. Everyone's speechless, but Ifa locks in. He says our boy stayed back to handle the pursuers, then drops a wild promise that he'll kill Emperor Koenigs, and Shore instantly rips into him. You can't use magic on your own master. Those slave marks make sure of it. But here's the twist. IFA pulls out a loophole so nasty it has teeth. An Emperor-class magic ring. The plan is brutal. Straight-up attacks are off the table, so he unleashes an indirect spell instead, the kind that cooks the world. Massive firestorms, crushing floods, anything that might accidentally erase the master. But there's one brutal catch. The slave mark yanks the wearer into protecting their master at any cost, even when a raging inferno is trying to burn everything down. So how do you get around that? Here's the wild solution. This magic item doesn't boost the spell at all. It latches onto the caster's life force and rides it like power. If the caster dares to chant it while the spell's still active, they'll essentially tear themselves into the afterlife, because the magic won't stop. It'll keep raging, supercharged by the sacrifice, and it will wipe out the contracted master too, no turning back. This wasn't some harmless plan. It was a full-on suicide pact, an ancient elven ritual meant to shield the spirit tree at any cost. That gut-wrenching realization slams into the group. Apha is planning to sacrifice himself. The vibe crashes into despair in a heartbeat, but Yuri's voice slices through it. "Let's save Afusan." Ditsun-sama stares her down, eyes razor-sharp. "Aren't you scared? Because if you actually listen to your conscience, you'll realize one brutal truth. You don't want to die." But Phaetra refuses. She burned every last drop of mana to save them, and there's no way she's backing down now. "Now I'm living with the Empress, because we hauled ourselves here for you." She's screaming that her loyalty is absolute. Suddenly, the old general snaps his voice like gravel. He confirms Ifa's about to press on Koenigs, and then reveals he's already got a backup plan. His eyes narrowed with chilling resolve. If the caster slips up, he'll cut him down himself. His gaze snapped to the shore. "You'll slice off his head. This is the only wish I've got, kill that man." He thrusts the sword over, and the command snaps into the air. "Obliterate him." War's face turns into pure shock. Then he hard chooses, "I'll join you," and his words floor everyone, because he's determined to kill Koenigs no matter what it takes. Ditsun-sama yanks Yuri's hand and shoves a power-up into her. "Let me share my mana," she says, weaving a secret elven technique that snaps her back into the fight. Meanwhile, Ifa isn't alone. There's a mage on the scene. The Imperial Guards close in, and their commander sneers like he's already won. Why are you doing this? At the end of the day, he's just an elf, while Mark's slaves are treated like they don't even deserve to be human. Ifa just stares him down, a cold grin curling on his lips. So that's what you are, beasts. Then it happens, he snaps, and lightning erupts around him as his power blasts outward, snarling like a beast. I'll show you my fangs. The moment the guards panic, Afa grins, because this is just the beginning for her. Haven't you figured it out yet? What you call confidence is just arrogance, self-conceit, and deceit wearing a mask. Yeah, he seizes the commander with a grip of pure iron, and then he fires back. If you're people and I'm a beast, tell me, how does it feel to get crushed under that beast's feet? He's not scared anymore. Vengeance surges through him like a raging storm, and he's ready to wipe them all out. The moment fades out, and we're yanked back to simpler days, when the elves proudly carried their atonement like a badge. In the past, Ifa was a master craftsman, forging special bricks built to shrug off even the fiercest heat. The chief beamed and showered him with praise, fruit in one hand and tea in the other, celebrating how far he'd grown. Back then those days felt peaceful and soft. Then boom, everything shattered out of nowhere. The empire swept in, and with it the slave marks. The chief forced them to swear they'd cling to their pride, never let hope die. But the truth hit like a punch: torture, separation, and lives left shattered. Ifa was dragged into a puppet body, crowned as the empire's court mage, while his spirit slowly withered away, until one day Phaetra tracked him down, a ghost from his past who came back to haunt him. Then she dropped the worst news of all. The chief was already dead, and the guards had tortured him to the very end. That was it, no more excuses. I can't forgive this, Phaetra snapped, her eyes blazing. We're bringing the pro-emperor faction to its knees and igniting a revolution. Ifa froze in shock. She'd been planning her own revenge. And then her words slammed into him like a punch, cracking open everything he'd been doing all this time. He had tossed his hope aside, crushed his pride, and sank into the exact monster he swore he'd never become. The past keeps unraveling, and Shores gets handed a life sentence for trying to topple the leader. Ifa's hunger for revenge thundered in his bones, and he pictured himself slaughtering Connix again and again and again. They handed him the ring, the key to his suicide mission. Now every piece was in place. He'd burn it all, even his own life, to crush his goal. Vengeance is mine, he whispers, eyes locked on the palace. Kaniga, I swear I'm going to kill you. Right then, a teeny-tiny drone buzzes into sight. I heard your frantic voice right through it. I found you, Afa-san. And boom, our boy just stepped into the chat. That shout rips through the palace below and sparks chaos everywhere. Emperor Konings, shriveled to a raisin, snaps, "Who's behind this chaos?" His advisor storms in with the news. The rebels are crushed, but Shore's still rotting in the dungeon, and right now, Afa has snapped and is rebelling. Whoa, 1 second the Emperor's face is calm, and the next it splits into a wicked, unhinged grin. So tell me, why aren't we marching straight to meet him? Tiki's drone feed is back on, and once our heroes are on screen, everything turns into full-blown chaos. Yuri's screaming straight into the camera, way too close for comfort. Intel hits like lightning. Then they meet Phaetra, verify that magic items are real, and immediately introduce Shores, the freaking prince. No time for polite talk. Afa's waiting, and they've got to sprint into the rescue right now. Tiki's face goes deathly pale as the brutal truth hits. Afa isn't just fighting. She's on a suicide mission to kill Konings. The weight of responsibility slams into our main man, and it dawns on him. Maybe that old talk he once had is what nudged Afa onto this brutal dark path. He refuses to let this happen. Then the team gets the update, and Ifa starts closing in. Shores, the master of the castle's maze, steps up and grabs the lead. He'll steer the crew, while the golems bring the heavy muscle. The order hits: send the golems racing to the dry moat, and make it quick. The beeskin girls stare on, faces heavy with grief, because they get it. Revenge is calling, and it's impossible to ignore. If Tiki hadn't stepped in, they would have met the exact same devastating fate. But they refuse to let anyone die, because vengeance just isn't worth the cost. Then boom, the sky rips open, and a whole army of golems spills down from the sky castle like a metallic waterfall of righteous fury. Ifa spots them bearing down on him. Enemy soldiers down there don't even see it coming. Enemy red. They shriek as lightning tears through their ranks. A blast is coming straight from the castle in the sky. They fire off their own magic items, and it actually works just once. But our boys unleash a full legion, and the Imperial soldiers get totally steamrolled. The golems begin to blaze, then stall out and shut down, because that meltdown was exactly what the plan was banking on. Chan, the pint-sized hero, zooms in like a buzzing blur, right onto the scene. As Takei breaks down his 200 IQQ play, he straps a high-heat resistance function onto every golem and rolls in with Pei-chan and its squad of specialized extinguisher bots. Pai-chan hurls a laugh-out-loud blast of sticky, adhesive foam, and the enemy golems get glued up on the spot. It's devastatingly effective. Cheers erupt from the team as the little guy immediately strikes a pose and flexes on the enemy. This absolute legend is support class only, so everyone else better fall in line and back him up. Right in the middle of the chaos, SH Wars throws herself in front of me and eats a savage slash meant for her. He's knocked down for sure, but he's far from finished. His mother roars at him to snap to it. This isn't a reunion, it's a battlefield. Right as they regroup, the Empire slams down its trump card. A colossal golem, forged from wyvern fangs and bones, a nightmare made real. Right there, even Yuri's stunned. She blurts it's so cool while everything is still a life-or-death brawl. The moment the giant golem awakens, it roars like a living nightmare, shaking everything in its path. Pei-chan's adhesive is completely useless against this monster. It's too massive, and it moves like it's already one step ahead. Ditsun-sama and Yuri step forward like, "All right, we've got this," ready to take it on themselves. They slam their powers together and rip the sky open with a brutal wave of wind magic. Mia spots her opening and shrieks for them to keep it perfectly steady. She digs up every past failure, clamps down on her shaking fear, and then, like the sky finally breaks, she hurls a crushing tidal wave of ice. The giant golem is locked in a dead stop, frozen stiff, fully immobilized, and standing there like a brutal flex of unstoppable power. The onlookers are left speechless, blown away by the Sky People's insane power. A drone streaks in with a fresh update. IFA just shattered the fortified zone, and they've got to move right now. Over on the side, the Shady Violet spots one of her own golems, and it looks completely crushed. She asks if it'll follow her, and the golems give a silent yes. No words, just obedience, while her plans keep rolling full steam ahead. The palace is in ruins. Everything shattered, broken, and barely standing. IFA strides through the carnage, his hand blazing with lethal energy. He bursts into the throne room, and there he is. Koenig sits on his throne like he's been expecting an old friend. The Emperor smirks like he owns the world and throws him a taunting line. "I didn't kill you. I spared you because I wanted to see what you're really like," his voice dripping with condescension. "You've got a nerve," Ifa snaps back, swinging right at you. Like Koenig's cackles and soaks it all in, absolutely loving the chaos. Now the execution begins. I'll sit back and watch you choke on pain as you die. IFA's had enough. He snaps, his voice dripping with venom, and hurls a spell at you, screaming, "That part of you is disgusting." Then the throne erupts, blasting pure power everywhere. The guards scramble to rush in, but the moment's already gone. Ifa shuts the room tight with a dome of pyrophyllite bricks, the same stuff he mastered in his youth, and sets the trap so perfect it feels poetic. An execution, huh? Ifa scoffs, "All right, let's see how this nightmare plays out." He glares straight at the Emperor, a savage grin stretching across his face. Then he spits, "I can't wait for you to die." The deranged Emperor just snaps back a grin, bracing himself for the final, blood-soaked showdown. The whole throne room turns into an inferno. Knights shriek as the endless assault buries them under wave after wave. The fight for the capital is officially underway, and across the city, the revolution surges into full high gear. But the real chaos is right at the Empire's core, where smoke roars out of the palace like it's on fire from the inside. Deep inside the Emperor's cronies, panic detonates, Protect his majesty, smash the flames, and brace for those shrieking screams. Emperor Konig's old tyrant watches the flames in stunned disbelief. His magic support item is useless, and these unholy fires refuse to die out. And that's when he spots him. Ifa, the elf Konig enslaved and broke, standing right in the flames with icy fury in his eyes. Konig freezes, shocked. "You shouldn't have handed me that magic support item," Ifa spits, raising the exact device Konig gave him. The Emperor can't even wrap his head around it. This savage is turning his own power right back on him. Ifa leans in and drops her voice into a chilling whisper. "Say goodbye, because if you're a slave, you'll die." And then Ifa just shatters, dark. Crackling energy swallows him as his own spell rips at his insides. His screams drowning in raw agony, until this insane laugh bubbles up through the pain and tears through the burning hall. Konig's right-hand man stares in terror while the Emperor, "Oh, he's loving this. Looks like you're in a great mood," he taunts, saying the lack, apparently. Konig's just stands there while Ifa bleeds away her costs and cackles like it's the funniest thing alive, absolutely reveling in every second. So the guards rush in to stop him, screaming that Ifa is a monster, a slaughterer who crushed people's lives. Ifa shoots his gaze upward, eyes blazing with centuries of pain and rage, same as yours, and he roars at Konig's for the genocide, for snatching their land, slaughtering their people, and ripping their culture apart. But the bootlickers just chant the party line like robots. Sacrifices are needed for humankind's prosperity. And then they turn around and call you an inferior being. That's the last straw. Ife absolutely snaps. "Shildi, you're the sacrifice, and I mean right now." He screams, raw and undiluted fury spilling out of him, roaring that your parents, your wife, and your son should have been turned into slaves and sacrifices. If you want progress, then do it yourselves. No hiding behind jitjelves, you're involved. Konig's doesn't even blink. His heart turns to ice like it's nothing, and he shrugs it off. "The truth," he says, "is simple. An empire citizen's life and an elf's life are worth totally different things." He compares you to stones and sand, throwaway junk meant to be scooped up and spent. So what's the real crime? The one who branded you as worthless wasn't some random nobody, it was the Empire. As Ifa's consciousness starts to slip away and his body finally gives out, Konix leans in and cackles, then screams, "Show some gratitude, we gave your deaths meaning." But right when Ifa is seconds from getting obliterated, crash. The ceiling buckles inward as a colossal figure rockets into the throne room, bam. It's the golem. It slams into the ground with earth-shattering force, snatches Ifa up like she weighs nothing. Then General Violet strides in, and with a chilling calm she greets, "Your Majesty, I've returned." She snaps around, and immediately starts chewing Ifa out for being a reckless mage. But Ifa is spent. "Let me die like this," he pleads. Then a voice booms from the golem, "Takey. No, I won't let them hurt you any more than this." In that split second, Takey suddenly remembers the promise he swore. "You're an elf too, so don't worry. I'm saving you as well." That promise slices straight through Ifa's despair like a light breaking the dark. Takey's voice snaps, "Don't stop now, finish this." And then she urges him to live with the elves he saved, because they're all waiting for him. A blur of his people, free and shining, flashes across his eyes, and the crushing weight of it all finally shatters him. Tears rip down his face. Violet just scoffs, like you're painfully naive. Ifa snatches her hand, and a raspy voice cuts through the air. "Yeah, that's exactly how it hits for me." But Violet won't back down. She whips her gaze to Takey, eyes flashing, and warns, "Don't you dare pull something stupid. It's simple to kill Ifa. If I can't hurt you, then it'll be her." And right when you think it's over, boom, she darts straight to the Emperor's side like she's got a secret plan. "Your Majesty, I'll protect you from those ugly flames," she purrs, and somehow, Konig's actually praises her. A wicked cage of ice erupts from the floor, snapping shut around the throne and sealing it inside a fortress of frost. Next, Konig just sits there grinning like he owns the place, untouchable and protected. Violet stares at the ice and whispers, "This won't ever crack. I'll shield your body with it." That leaves everyone totally stunned and lost for words. Alas screams, "You can't die. This man's life isn't even worth 1/100th of yours. The rest of the crew scrambles to stamp out the flames and rush in to save the day. But Afa, cradled in the golem's arms, can only gasp, "Stop, kill him," because her one shot at revenge is slipping right through her fingers. With a shaking voice, he chokes out how regretful he feels. Koenig's, locked up in his icy cocoon, starts ranting like the classic villain he is. "Do you really think you're the first?" And with every word he crushes your confidence. "Your resolve is weak. That's why you'll never win." He swears his resolve is tougher than steel, forged in the fires of hell. Surviving hell takes grit you can't fake. You've got to dig deep and choose your life wisely. He locks eyes with the golem. "And that's the whole reason I'm stealing the Sky Castle's strength, so I can keep living and turn this hell into paradise." Violet straight up nods. "So you're telling me you're the golem of the castle in the sky, right?" "Right." Koenig's grin stretches wider, greed blazing in his eyes. "Blau needs that kind of power. I want it." But our main guy, speaking through the golem, slams him with the coldest shutdown you've ever heard. "I don't want to talk to you. I'm only after Afusan and my crew." Koenig switches tactics, spins a shady rumor about the princess, and goes right back to attacking Azul, trying to smash it to pieces this time. Isla gets hit with a brutal low blow, and she screams in pure terror. Ifa's allies snap. Then they charge in a roar, screaming, "Hurry up and die," at that old fool like they've finally had it. One of them smashes down with a crushing hit, cracking the ice prison wide open. But Violet just smirks. "My ice won't crack from some weak attack like that." But then something insane happens. The flames peak inside the ice, and the frozen mass starts shifting and burning up from within, heating hotter by the second. Ifa's allies spot the trap and yell for everyone to pull back. "So please save Ifa." But they refuse to back down. This is their mission, to kill the monster, and they're going to finish it no matter what. The heat cranks up so hard even Koenig starts sweating, and he wheezes. At your age you can't seriously handle this heat." That's when Violet slams down her last, legendary card. She exposes the ugly truth behind the slave market. Once you're taken, you're forced to shield your master no matter what they do. Then she slaps her hand onto the mark and smashes it to pieces. Just like that, she's free. She bends over the ice, whispering like poison, and swears, "I'm saving His Majesty from hell forever." The truth hits Koenig like a punch. She isn't saving him, she's burying him alive, and she's sure of it. Once you leave this world forever, you'll escape that boredom, right? Even so, her loyalty didn't belong to him. It belonged to strength alone. The Empire's gone stale, so don't sell me a blow empire that can't win. She screams her plan for absolute victory, laid bare for everyone to hear. She and our boy lock eyes. Two worlds colliding as fire and ice explode between their totally opposite views. Violet's plan was flawless. She baited Koenig into using his own slave mark protection magic, then slammed him with IFA's endless flames and a magic item that forged a permanent prison. "Good night, my dear Majesty," she whispers, flashing one last chilling smile. "So yeah, I'm walking away with my victory, and the rest of you can deal with it." Then, right at the edge of goodbye, she vanishes in a flash, teleporting away with the flames in her wake. And right when she disappears, a fresh army crashes onto the castle grounds, storming in like they mean to tear everything apart. Once the revolution triumphs, the empire collapses and falls for good. Everything erupts in one single, chaotic night. When the sun broke over the horizon, a brand new day didn't just start. It ignited a whole new era. In the ruined throne room, they grab Afa and haul him back up to his feet. "Burn my eyes with the sight of him," his comrade growls, yanking his gaze onto the broken, defeated emperor. He had to lay eyes on his victory. Now that their vengeance is finally theirs, the crew rockets back to the castle in the sky, ready to make the whole place pay. Weeks crawl by, and at last Afa snaps awake. After 3 long weeks of being knocked out, our broken hero and Ayla are finally there, soaking in the sight of him awake, and relief hits them like a wave. They brief him. Turns out the Empire's a wreck, but it's already clawing its way back, and the elves are safely home, teaming up with the golems. Then the real weight hits. Ifa finally blurts it all. "I deceived you and used you just for my revenge," he admits, and the guilt in his voice feels crushing. He leans in and asks Taiki if he's still holding him responsible for those arrogant moves he pulled. He lays out the whole scheme, then tells him how he could tell Taiki was a good soul and would never refuse to lend a hand. And he scrambled to set everything in motion, twisting the pieces so the blame for regicide never landed on the castle. He braced himself to step into villainy, because if it meant saving everyone, he'd do it. I don't see any value in my life. He whispers it under his breath, and his face wears a mask of pain. He spills the horrors of his past, saying dying felt like the only real escape. But our absolute legend just sits there, listens, and doesn't judge a thing. Then he leans in and says, "Why don't you try finding something fun that makes you think, yeah, this life is worth it? For now, take your time." Then he hands Afa the chance to heal, slowly, bit by bit. Then he pours him a cup of tea, one Afa himself taught him. And the moment Afa takes that first sip, the warmth floods his chest, stirring up a glimmer of hope he hasn't felt in ages. Outside the door, Ella leaned in and let out a soft, trembling sigh of relief. Far away, a mysterious woman smirks in the dark, and her shadowy scheme finally hits pay dirt. After the battle ends, Tekner Ditson can't stop himself. He's freaking out, totally geeking out over the wreckage of the Empire's golems. Sometimes, he's cackling like a villain on fire, sneering that their tech doesn't hold a candle to the castle in the sky. While he's dissecting that scrap heap, Yuri slides in and starts trolling him mercilessly. "It's a leg," she chirps, clutching that chunk of metal like a prize, totally unfazed while he tries to crack secret tech in plain sight. But that fun is over. Yuri means business, and she drags him to meet the new power players, the Empress and Schwartz. Ditson's face twists the second he sees it. "I hate that guy," he spits, and his glass flashes with raw, burning disdain for the new emperor. Too bad, so sad, because just moments later, they're dropping to their knees and bowing to the man himself. Schwartz looked worn to the bone but still lit up with gratitude, and he thanked Yuri for helping his army's healers, then swore he'd pay him back someday. Then the Empress casually drops the real shocker. Yuri isn't just some helpful magician. She's the actual princess of the imperial country of Flata. She smiles, caught up in her own thoughts, staring into the mystery of fate like it's about to reveal its next move. That's when everything turns seriously shady. The Empress snatches a tiny jar packed with glittering powder, then locks her gaze on Yuri and demands, "You know what this is?" Yuri stays ice calm, not even a blink. She answers coolly, eyes locked on it like she's stunned by how it shines. She spins a total fake tale, claiming it's a secret drug that knocks you into deep sleep so hard that even Schwartz somehow ends up using it. But the Empress just smirks, glad to hear that, while her smile turns to pure ice. As they stride off, Dixon is left totally baffled, because that conversation was so painfully tense it felt like it could snap. Yuri wastes zero time. She hits him with the truth bomb. "That's poison," she snaps, lifting a vial that looks just like it, and then she warns that it's a fast-acting killer, a secret medicine from the imperial country. One or two hits and it turns deadly. But trust me, this stuff is still brutally dangerous even before it finishes you. And it turns out that a sneaky intruder stole it months ago. An elf did it. Back in the throne room, the Empress flips her hand into the light. She's been watching Flata for years, and she already knew the king would be bedridden the moment the drug vanished. Then she proved it with her own eyes by pinning the thief's identity. That's why she let Yuri into the revolution. She tilts into a chilling laugh and says she can read every liar's face like it's written there. She knew Yuri's entire mission was to snatch that drug back before the wars. Chaos tossed it aside and threw it away for good. At the mention of war, Ditson drops to the floor, stunned. He can't believe Yuri would lie to him. Then she snaps it straight. Guarding her country is her duty, even if it means stopping a war before it ignites. From the very first second, the Empress clocked her instantly. An utterly remarkable and downright terrifying kind of woman. But the Empress isn't finished. She whips around and fires a question at Yuri about the magic inside the castle in the sky. She labels it a power that shouldn't exist, one that could wipe out the world's balance of power in an instant. Then, checkmate. She doesn't just hunt Yuri for the drug, she's after the castle's tech, and she's stealing it for her own country. Dixon is spiraling into a full-on crisis of faith. He insists that magical art is humanity's lifeline to save them all. But the cold, brutal truth keeps smashing his ideals to pieces. The Empress only smiles, sad and knowing, calling him pure, then warns that if he falls into the wrong hands, the castle turns into a weapon of mass destruction. The talk suddenly lands on Isla, and Ditson just shrugs it off, naively convinced she wants the castle's power only because she's head over heels for Taiki. Yuri glares at him like he sprouted a second head. LOVE. Seriously. She stammers, utterly lost as he tries to spin a deadly global security threat into some romantic interpretation. Right then, an elf bursts in and summons Yuri, telling her to come to the castle and stay the night. Turns out Schwantz showed up to personally thank our main man, Taiki, for his part in the revolution. Then later that night, Schwartz is so stuffed he can barely breathe, groaning that he can't swallow another bite. Everyone's blown away. Taiki is the one who cooked up this epic feast. Schwartz finally admits he's dreamed of cooking for ages, but he always held back, because he was terrified it would crush the royal chef's pride. It was a shockingly down-to-earth moment. Two leaders actually bonded over the strange, exhausting weight that comes with being royalty. Princess Letitia is there too, and the moment she sees what happened, her smile drops as she starts apologizing for the mess her brother made. Taiki slams her words down and snaps back that her brother's a legendary criminal, locked in a dungeon for life, and that their marriage contract is completely erased. She starts to apologize again, but Schwartz roars, "Listen, I swear the Empire won't hunt you anymore." Relief crashes over Ala and Letitia in a wave, and you can practically feel the weight lift, because one of Ala's biggest problems is finally gone. With the political chaos finally calmed down, the elves sweep in and invite them straight to their village. Isla's eyes snap wide. After all this time caged in that castle, she's finally about to step onto the real ground again. Once the revolution finally crushed itself, the tension between the castle and the Empire vanished for good. And then, finally, the enslaved elves race back to their home, because the new king crushed slavery for good. And for the very first time since he arrived in this world, the unsuspecting lead steps onto the soil, shaking the ground as he blurts out, overwhelmed with emotion. Allah is just as giddy. Watch them twirl and dance with pure, unstoppable joy. They're ushered in like legends, welcomed as heroes inside the secret elven homeland. And the moment they arrive, the chief herself steps in to greet them. A colossal feast is waiting right there, ready to blow their minds. Even now, the village is still clawing its way back. But because our hero grabbed and shared that engineering data, everything's suddenly accelerating fast. Everyone's throwing a full-on celebration, stuffing their faces with food they've never even laid eyes on before. Elf Commander IFA looks way stronger now. After that terrifying near-death scare, she's back like a survivor reborn. Yeah, her brother Phytora is already getting smashed, roaring with laughter as he keeps pouring shot after shot. He hands some to Taiki and leans in close, saying it's a special berry alcohol, grown only back in their homeland and aged for years while they were enslaved. The joy spreads like wildfire, but it leaves a sharp, bittersweet sting behind. Then Phytora's smile drops. His face turns stone cold, and he jabs a finger at the slave mark still burned into his skin. He tells them, even if you're free, one slave trader with the matching magic sign shows up, and boom, you're chained again instantly. Forbidden magic. Secretly, some of the Empire's mages are selling those runes to other countries under the table. Even when they're finally free, they can't afford to drop their guard for a second. The party keeps rolling, while a wasted Phytora shoves more booze down Ditson's throat, getting payback for how he snapped at Taiki. Needing to breathe for a second, our hero slips out of the wild celebration while the chaos rages around him. That crushing weight of the slave sign problem bears down on him. Then he snaps his fist shut and thinks, if I can make every slave sign vanish. La finds him, and worry clenches his heart. He finally spills the brutal truth. No matter how god-tier the castle's medical gear is, it can't erase those slave marks. Magic shows up like a total mystery, so weird even the system can't spot it as anything abnormal. For all that raw power, he's totally clueless about this world's magic. Isla sprints over to comfort him, insisting he's already saved a ton of people. "People, you're really something splendid," she breathes out, her voice trembling with emotion. Her trust crushes him, and he finally decides to spill the whole truth. "Tell me anything," she begs, sensing he's still holding back. He yanks in a deep breath and tells me the truth. "I'm not from your world." He tells you he's from Japan, and then drops the bombshell. This castle's power isn't magic at all. It runs on a whole different kind of energy system. "I need you to meet Isla, the one person I trust more than anyone. The one who tells me everything in a quiet, steady whisper." Tears brim in her eyes, and the second she says it, I feel completely safe, like nothing can touch me. And she begins, "Right there with you." The second she speaks, a violent whirlwind of leaves explodes around her, and she disappears from his sight like it never happened. Our boy freezes, eyes wide, staring straight into that blinding light like it just stole the world. And boom, the truth behind the magic erupts in front of them. A gigantic, shimmering spirit tree. At the memorial, Phaedora's smile dies as a cold, grim truth hits her. That secret drug was already chewing up the old king's life. So he was dying long before their assassination scheme even kicked off. And the revolution was basically won before it ever began. He feels like a full-on clown. All those years of planning finally catching up to him. Turns out his sister wasn't just family. She was a total monster, stuffing humans with golem materials like they were nothing. Now that his revenge is finished, Phaedora finds himself with nothing left to chase. But Phaedora hits him with savage advice. If you don't have a purpose, forge a brand new one right now. Inspired, he locks onto a brand new goal like it's calling his name. So yeah, now his whole mission is just one thing: keep living. Alec barrels in at full speed, and there, right as Titch bursts back into existence, he catches her. The glow from the tree dwindles until it's gone. The chief tells you the spirit tree doesn't just stand there. It sometimes shows itself to a broken, lost soul, blazing a path and guiding them out of the dark. Then it finally clicks for our hero. He's been writhing over those slave marks, and the tree must have just dropped the hint he needed. A flame snaps to life in his eyes, and he vows, "I'll find it." His voice crackling with fresh, unstoppable resolve. "I'm gonna save you, Al, right now." His epic declaration lights a fire in everyone nearby. Dixon looks at him like a legendary grand mage, the kind of goal you chase with everything you've got. Yuri grins at last, because the real king of the castle isn't a rumor anymore. It's staring down from the sky. Phaedora steps forward and bows low. "Can I help you with this plan?" he asks. "I'll serve you, tell me what to do." Nope, our hero shoots his hand out, grinning. "Serve," he says like it's nothing. "I welcome you as a friend." Phaedora snaps his gaze upward, eyes blazing with shock and gratitude, then grips your hand and shakes it hard with full conviction. A brand new alliance explodes onto the scene. Fresh resolve surges through everyone, and hope ignites like a wildfire. We open on a memory, years ago, when everything was still, inside a hidden cave carved from crystal. Trust me, back when I was way younger, I stood with her and her dad, Bart. As he told us this place is sacred to the cat Beaskin. The crystals throb with mana, but humans can't use it, and that's why the battle to guard it never, ever stops. Enchanted little Mia snatches up a shard, grinning as she swears it's the prettiest stone she's ever seen. Then she gasps and yelps, "Heya," because the stone is so freezing cold it feels like pure ice. Her dad prods it, totally stunned, nothing, not a single sting, while Mia grins and flashes her little fangs, then whispers, "Your hand is warm, father, and you can feel the love in the air like it's right there in your chest." A father and his daughter stood side by side in their ancestral home, bathed in glittering magic that seemed to hold its breath around them. Back then I made it home, at least that's what I thought. Now from the castle balcony, the older version of me finally lets out a huge, tired sigh. Her ears drooped with raw frustration. Her magic training was going nowhere fast, and she was absolutely, undeniably not okay with it. Inside, the whole crew is locked in a hard strategy meeting, and the spirit trees just guided them straight west. But Isla cuts in fast, blasting west for being ridiculously vague, like, completely useless. Ditsensen, pure drama queen, demands they trust the tree, then snaps, "If anything goes wrong, punish me." And our boy just stares like, "Are you kidding?" This guy is unbelievably annoying. Our main man decides he's done waiting and cracks the problem himself. He unveils a stealth drone he cooked up, pure magic that can launch, fly off, and grab intel all by itself. With a sheepish grin, he admits he totally got carried away, burning through an all-nighter just to cram in a bunch of extra features he probably didn't even need. Classic. The vibe drops fast. Now they're going serious, trading details about the slave marks, and it turns out every country has its own secret, tightly guarded method. This week, our hero breaks into cold sweat, realizing their plan is basically international espionage, and Yuri-san slams the truth down. Yeah, this is state secret level they're messing with. Time's running out, so they decide to sprint for answers and grab every last piece of information they can before it's too late. Then boom, a breakthrough. Someone drops a rumor. Out in the far west, the cat beastkin homeland sits on a special ore that cranks mana way higher, and suddenly the whole plan clicks. Now they have to go see Mi's father. Sure, but a few old-timers just snort and call it a tall tale merchants cooked up. But our boy and Ayla get sold. And you know he's gonna be over the moon when he finally gets to see her family. And she's on a magic call with her dad, puffing out her cheeks like she's totally cool. "If you all go, I'll follow," but the whole gang is shamelessly listening in while her mom pleads, and the entire village erupts. Pure chaotic, wonderful energy. Before long, they step into a quiet village tucked deep inside a lush, living forest. A dark memory drifts in the air. Mi's father, Bart, reliving a brutal attack where a massive monster nearly wiped him out. He escaped, but only barely. When the crew finally crashes Mi's home, the whole atmosphere turns ice cold, because Bart isn't there. Mi's mother, Terrain, is fighting back tears. He vanished into the forest yesterday evening with no golem in tow, and he hasn't come back yet. Panic claws at her, but Mia yanks the crystal necklace from her father's memory and clutches it tight. She swears he's not dead, yet something is dreadfully, desperately wrong. The rough Terrain practically screams for a golem to kick off the search, and I'm begging to join. But her mom grabs her and orders her to stay put. Find it just in case Bart crashes back while they're still gone. So, are you seriously leaving them? But she's not about to sit idle. She knows the exact trail he followed, because he slipped into that secret place just to grab her another stone. She rockets into the woods, shattering one of her people's most sacred rules, chasing a trail of footprints that led straight ahead. She tracks him down, then realizes he's her father, but he's pinned tight, crushed under a grotesque shadow beast, and she scrambles to cast an ice ladder only for it to fizzle out as her magic gives up on her. She yanks at him with everything she's got, but he's jammed in place, stuck tight like there's no way out. Risking everything, she barrels toward him, sprinting as the monster towers over them. Sometimes, Bart has to explain how a monster sank its teeth into her leg. Now she can't even walk, and as she rages at her for coming, the worry on her face is so heavy it smothers everything else. He flashes her a shaky, weak smile, full of gratitude, like he can barely hold it together. But the sweet moment gets ripped apart as the beast slinks in on them, snapping its jagged teeth into view. "My, run," her father roars, but she plants her feet, refusing to leave him behind. Tears streak down her cheeks as she bellows, "You want me to run? There's no way I can't, because I love you." She rips open a blast of raw magic from deep in her core and hammers the beast straight in the face. It's a clean blast, so hard it makes the creature stumble backward, like it just got punched in the soul. But it's still not enough. The monster barely flinches. Mi's power is slipping fast, and every hit she lands feels weak because she can't rein in her mana anymore. Right when it looks like all hope is dead, her father yells her name, and YETS the mana amp straight at her right now. "Take this." He tells her it's meant for mages, and that she's gotta figure out how to use it. The second her fingertips graze the stone, a cool wave floods her, calming her to her core. Then she finally sees the mana threading through her own body, and as the monster barrels in, she braces to unleash her counterattack. With a primal scream, Mayan unleashes a totally unhinged blizzard of ice magic, like ripping massive, deadly shards straight out of thin air. Ice lances slam from every angle, pinning the monster in place and shredding it to nothing in a brutal burst of raw power. She could only gape in pure disbelief. After everything, she hauls him back onto his feet, and in the warm glow of the cave, they cling together in a tear-filled embrace. It's the same mirror as before, but now they face it side by side, standing as equals, not just surviving the past. A single tear rolls down Bart's cheek. "Mia, you've really grown up," he whispers, his voice shaking with emotion. They bolt out of there, dumping the monster with the mess to handle later. Right on cue, our hero drops from the sky in a golem and lands at the perfect moment to save the day. Stuck in that village, Bart is bouncing back because our guy's portable medical tech sealed his leg up for good. No scar, no fuss, and he didn't even need to leave. Our hopeless hero shrugs it off like it's nothing, cracking a joke that he was only using Bart as his test subject. Bart and Terrain finally reunite, and the way they go all lovey-dovey hits their kids so hard they just cringe. To celebrate, Mia jumps in and tells everyone to dig into the village's legendary sweets. It's a mouth-watering blend of beans and cereals that everybody absolutely craves. Then Bart rushes in with a gift, handing it to his wife and his daughter like a grand celebration. Two stunning wands gleamed in the light, and each one was forged around a sacred monostone. "He's hoping it'll boost my studies," and she's beyond thrilled. The whole family is back together, grinning and laughing like nothing can touch them. Their hearts beat in perfect sync. Later, while everyone digs into the treats, the elf keeps staring at me like my brand new wand is the only thing that matters. Allah can't stop staring. He praises how breathtakingly beautiful that stone is, and he slashes me with a massive fang-filled grin, case closed. Next stop on this cruise, the library. Our main man has to chase down that mysterious hint about the spirit tree, while I'm out hunting for brand new fighting clothes. Isla suddenly decides to tag along on the library trip, and Terrain jumps in to help me with the shopping. Yuri-san is tagging along to the library too, and she's doing it to keep her promise. And Ditson-san can't wait. He throws his hand up immediately to be their guide. They roll up to a library so gigantic, it looks like a cathedral got built for books. ALA casually drops, "Oh, the castle library is even bigger." And it's such an insane flex it's almost ridiculous. Ditson-san tells you this place is sitting on the world's biggest hoard of magic books, crafted long ago to pass down knowledge and fuel a brighter future for all of humanity. The crew fractures into smaller squads, racing out in every direction to sweep up more ground, and the inside hits you like a wave. Shelves climb higher and higher, almost like they're reaching for the sky. Ala lunges, then trips hard and crashes right into our boy, and books go flying like a tornado. Once they're finally back on their feet, they stumble onto a rough map of the lands west of the Elven village, a whole region that still hasn't been fully mapped, and you can feel the danger hiding in the unknown. It's a real adventurer's map, sketching out 9 brand new countries and pointing toward a massive, undiscovered continent just waiting to be found. Ilo leans in way too close, steals our hero's focus, and boom! He blushes hard and stammers like he's about to short-circuit. She blurts out a quick apology, cheeks burning, and they stumble back into the game, awkward as hell but moving. She jabs a finger at the map and whispers about the one region everyone fears, the Karluk Kingdom, cursed with a seriously shady reputation. It's so grim over there that parents in nearby lands scare their kids with one chilling threat: mess up, and Karluk will snatch you to become slaves. And honestly, it's intense. But listen, this is a real lead, a strong one that could actually crack the whole thing. Meanwhile, the elf is seconds away from crashing their sweet little moment. But Ditson-san and the golem yank him off, and they practically scream, "Read the room," because he's acting like a total insensitive parasite. Ditson-san goes unexpectedly serious, warning them that if they meddle, the precious time our boy and Isla have together will get cut down to almost nothing. The elf is totally thrown off by this human idea, and Ditson-san is one bad sentence away from popping an aneurysm trying to explain it. They hustle off to hunt for more books, leaving the rest behind. The shopping trip turns into full-blown chaos. Me and Yuri-san locked in a fiery, imperial-level argument, battling over which outfit looks best on ALA. At last, the library crew slams into a dead end. Every normal book is a bust, and their final shot is the forbidden section, a forbidden library packed with cursed tomes, where deadly spells are cast right on sight. This is their only shot to track down the slave mark and uncover the truth. Our boy and the elf shoot a look at each other, then dive into the unknown while the others hold the line outside. That door is jammed with nasty magic traps, and it's just waiting to ruin someone's day, showing it by getting blasted straight into next week. But our hero isn't rattled. He strolls right up, says the lock has zero magic, then unleashes his own power to hit that fried guard with a brutal circulation upgrade. The guard freaks out, clutching a tool he rebuilt from the castle. He slips a tool in, twists, and the lock snaps open with a crisp, satisfying click. In that dusty, pitch-dark room, they crept forward like every step could wake the shadows. Suddenly, one lone book ignites with a blazing glow, slips free from the shelf, and rockets straight toward our main man. Dried leaves skitter out of its pages the moment it opens. This is the moment. Right now, it all clicks into place. The elf flat out insists there's no curse at all, just pure truth, because this book is packed with secrets from every country, including the forbidden arts, and right there, crystal clear, is a whole section on the Karla Kingdom. Inside was the ultimate prize, an insane technique that wipes out slave marks from other nations. And when our boys saw it, their eyes went wide as the truth hit them like lightning. The spirit tree, the hazy direction, and every step that somehow slammed them right into this moment. For once, the objective is locked in. After all that chaos from their last run, the crew finally catches their breath. Yuri just chills, fully recharging, before they roll back to the imperial country. Inside, Terrain is showing off her needlework like a pro, and Isla is straight up spiraling with pure amazement. She practically drops to her knees, begging the Terrain to teach her the ways of the thread right then and there. And turns out Terrain hooked everyone up with fresh, slick summer outfits, and our boy is absolutely loving that breezy new fit, flopping around like he owns the place, comfy as can be, even while his shoe allergy still won't quit. Right as the fashion show kicks off, Yuri drills me like crazy, because apparently I'm a magical prodigy now. Then she rips the air open with a brutal blast of ice magic, looking straight up unstoppable like the final boss. Yuri tells him she's drilled the kid in every basic skill, and her mana control has skyrocketed, so much that Yuri finally admits she has literally nothing left to teach her. Mi's curiosity rips through her, and she asks if Yuri picked up any magic from Taiki, yet Yuri just nods like, "Yep, you already know." Because our main man's magic isn't just different, it's on another plane of existence. The writing is unreadable, the ideas feel alien, and the whole thing becomes a total enigma. I'm totally stunned, but I finally get what it's saying. Yeah, it's weird, and that makes it straight up amazing. That's what kicks Yuri into overdrive. Because Taiki's power is so insanely weird that it's probably the reason nobody has ever spotted or even heard of a floating castle. So yeah, her eyes can read people's mana, and our unsuspecting leads are straight up on a whole other level. But she hasn't even gone looking. She just caught him casually barking orders to a whole army of golems, and tossing around magic items like it's all no big deal. She makes up her mind on the spot. She's going to get up close and study his mana, no excuses. Meanwhile, Mia is locked on something way simpler, salivating at the thought of meat for dinner. Somewhere else, Dixon is getting crushed by a full-blown existential crisis. He was put in charge of studying the castle's tech, but instead he got totally fixated on its crazy advanced plumbing. Now, he can't shake the feeling he's a traitor, sneaking around like a spy just for it. But when Yuri finally finds him, he's spiraling out of control, and then he blurts out the truth, stomach and heart twisted by guilt over betraying Taiki. Right then, R bursts in and blurts out, "Are you guys headed back to the imperial country?" They nod and Ditson barely dares to ask if they can borrow a golem for the trip. Taiki, the chillest landlord alive, just goes, "Yeah, sure," and swears they'll return with useful info. With one quick handshake, Yuri and Ditson are gone, like the adventure just kicked the door open. The second their hands make contact, Yuri's whole world flips. Her monocyte goes berserk, and she instantly sees it. Takei's magic isn't just a spell, it's a sprawling universe of tangled, swirling cosmic power. A wildly intricate magic circle that makes no sense at all unfurls under the moonlight, as their hands split apart. As their gull-powered ride rockets into the sky, she's utterly, completely, totally shook. Because Ditsun suddenly remembers they were meant to trick Yanul, not actually make friends. Yuri goes completely silent, her mind spinning from that insane vision. Golem standing stone still right beside her. Meanwhile in the Imperial country, Calm gets ripped apart. Yanul gets straight up grilled for bailing on his post, just to go see the Sky Castle. The prince is fuming with irritation, while Yanul shrieks for his life, scrambling to convince him that saving Yuri should buy him a pardon. But the prince snaps back, shuts that whole idea down as totally unrelated, and keeps going, laying into them like it's non-stop roasting. Right as Yuri's turban is about to burst into flames, Yuri and Ditsun crash in with gifts from the castle. A whole tea set, instantly yanking Yanul's attention away, and whipping him into a full-on frenzy for a sweets-filled tea party. The siblings' sheer chaos hits the poor prince like a storm, way too much to handle, who tells Yanul that the crown's a blessing in disguise, because if he ever ran for it, an unhinged tyrant is exactly what would have ruled. Later, they finally get to the point. Dixon admits their castle analysis was a complete disaster, and they didn't understand a thing. Yuri drops a bombshell that makes Ditsun's glasses nearly crack in half, because Daikasama might not even be a great mage, and the old man is utterly stunned. The argument is exploding, and Yanul and Dixon can't wrap their heads around it. A man who hurls a castle into the sky and orders an army of golems isn't a mage. No way. Yeah, sure. Yuri swears she can feel mana moving through the air, and his feels like it's on a whole other level. After a closer stare, she realizes his aura, his life force, is a kind of mana she's never seen before. She drops a sharp analogy and points straight at the tea leaves. She tells him that the same plant can brew two totally different teas, if you change how you prepare it. And now, his power isn't just stronger, it makes him something completely different, like he's not even from the same league as them. This revelation detonates in Ditsun's mind. He blurts out rambling theories about mana transfer and golem production. Then, boom, his thoughts crash straight into his favorite subject, toilets. He launches into a wild, passionate rant about hygiene being the foundation of all life, then vows, right to Takei's face, that he'll be the first student to uncover the secrets behind Takei's glorious plumbing. Yanul is freaked out to the core by this sudden, terrifying obsession. Then the vibe snaps, things get serious fast. Now our guy is hunting for a way to rip off Karlach's slave mark. Yanul spits a warning. Karlach is shady as hell and way too dangerous to trust. Their government isn't just corrupt, it's a full-blown cult of cardinals, running a gigantic slave trade like it's business as usual. They kidnap nobles off the street and slam them into slavery. Their court magicians are the world's finest, crafting slave marks that don't just seize the body, but smash the mind to pieces. It's a full-blown brainwashing technique from the highest level, a state secret buried deep inside the Karlach Empire's shadows. This is their specialty. Magic so brutal it rips a person's free will right out of their hands. Yordi realizes you can't just sweet-talk your way into the research data. They've got to do more. If she's going to help Takei fight this sneaky, poisonous magic, she has to figure out exactly how it works. Because the moment she imagines what it could do to him, dread claws through her. Yanul snaps that she's overworking herself, but she just smiles and tells him. Seeing him is what fuels her courage. He locks eyes with her like he's seeing a whole new world, then drops a steady remark. Yuri, you've changed. Changed? She's always been fearless, but now she's blazing with a fire he's never even imagined. Back at the castle, the golem rushes in and fires off a quick report to Takei. Moments later, the Empire's crew bursts back onto the scene, and Takei can't stop smiling, especially when Yanul finally steps in. Because this is their very first meeting. And yeah, our hopeless hero just can't stop flexing, because he's brought a fresh invention to the table, a magical hot plate. Late night hits, everyone crowds in and they're blown away. This thing cooks meat and veggies without charcoal or any open flame. As Yuri digs in, pure love sparks in every bite. The elf, always on high alert for meat crimes, narrows his eyes and fires off the million-dollar question. What kind of meat is it? The whole table goes stone cold. I'm sweating bullets, and so are Taiki and Isla. Everyone else just stares in shock, totally thrown off by the sudden surge of tension. And Yuri, slick as ever, just bursts into a cackle and goes, normal meat, of course. One bold lie and boom, the day's saved. Later, Mi rushes to show her new skills to her mother, and her mom's jaw drops at how far she's come. Her mother leans back, smiling, and admits Yuri hasn't only leveled up as a leader for her country. She's finally found the real magic too, laughing with friends and loving every second of it. Make yourself human. Then Yanel nods and admits it. Yuri never had a moment for friends, trapped in duties from day one. Yuri bursts in to say she'll be heading out with Titch for Karluk, then tells me to cram in some hardcore offensive magic training from Ditson while she's gone. He totally loses it at the thought, full meltdown, screaming in pure, furious protest. Yuri keeps trolling her, claiming there's something wild to hunt for inside the castle, but Mi can't take it. She grabs Yuri and sobs, begging her not to leave. Her fresh screams of terror tore through the night sky as the floating castle hovered overhead. Before long, the castle rockets through the sky, closing in on Karluk's hostile land, while Ella sleeps like a stone, curled against a golem as if the danger can't touch her. He watches her like a hawk, his heart slamming in his chest, and under his breath he thanks the golem for standing guard at her side. One soft, peaceful beat right before the storm hits. Bully mares, then a nightmare tears through the dark. Father, why? She screams as the betrayal curdles into a stunned, silent no. Oh, Allah jerks awake in a cold sweat, heart smashing against her ribs. That ceiling isn't even hers, and wait, when did she fall asleep? Right as she starts getting her footing, a holographic screen pops into existence out of nowhere, and one sharp notification chimes. A familiar voice slices through the fog. It's Taiki. He tells her what happened. She passed out, so his AI scooped her up and carried her straight to her room. And right now, they're soaring high above Karluk, the country where they're praying to finally wipe out her slave mark once and for all. The words hang there like a threat, and she snaps her hands to her chest, right over the spot where all her pain is coming from. The moment they left slams back into memory. Little Mi is a total wreck, clinging to Taiki and sobbing, begging him not to leave her behind. And our main guy steps up like the adult in the room, saying he needs someone he can trust to run the castle. Then he points straight at her. He unveils the plan, and she has to level up, train hard, learn magic with Ditson, and get strong enough to protect everyone. And in that exact moment, something in her breaks. Tears pour down her face as Mia clenches her fists, her eyes blazing with fresh fire. And she vows she'll become a powerful magician like Yuri, Isla, and Taiki, leaving our hero utterly stunned as the energy flips in an instant. All the girls trade tear-streaked hugs and shaky smiles, swearing they'll write and never let go. With that, their legendary quest kicks off. Ditson takes the reins, and they blast out of the castle, heading straight for Karluk. Their carriage rattles down the capital's stone streets, shaking with every jolt, but it gets instantly outshined by a magic-powered bus that rockets past them with no driver at the wheel, leaving the locals staring in total confusion at this utterly ridiculous tech. Our guy, total fish out of water, throws out a casual "Hey, is this the right spot to park my car?" to the parking attendant like it's no big deal. Then he shows off for real, dumping a whole mountain of coins into the guy's hands and leaning in like, "Is that enough?" The crew finally pushes into the city proper, and boom, noise, lights, and pure beauty hit them all at once. But as they hit the streets, a brutal truth slams into them fast. The streets split in two, citizens on one side, slaves on the other, shoved aside like a disgusting stain, treated as less than nothing. Look at them, broken to the bone. Their eyes go dead, their movements crawl like they're half zombies walking around. Alas shuddered to her core, sensing the soul-crushing slave mark magic seared into her by Carla. A nearby merchant cackles and swears this is the only way to keep priceless property under control. Right then, two kids streak past them and snatch the keys pouch, vaulting over walls with an insane parkour pro-level speed. The merchant sneers and shoves the AI toward the slum kids, like it's nothing. But Afusan is already moving. He announces he'll chase them down with flying magic, his voice deadly calm. The chase drags them deep into a totally different corner of the city. This is the slums, a crumbling, forgotten pocket of the bustling capital that feels like it's been left behind. They round the corner and bam, Afasin has those two young thieves trapped, and the kids are right there on the ground, begging for their lives. The elf's exploding with raw, no-holds-barred rage, and he barks at the kid to drop his grip on his friend, snarling that he won't kill him. Right then, a woman radiating saint-like power shows up and begs them, "Let the children go." Ifa completely snaps, snarling his fury and throwing the jive back so hard that the whole crowd flinches. Our unsuspecting lead just smiles, calm, cool, unshaken, then shrugs and says he was careless. It's no big deal and he won't press charges. Relief floods her face as she steps forward and says, "I'm Letitia. I'm a nun from the Karisu church, and I run this parish in the slums." She invites them to sleep for the night and guides them to a battered but still standing church. Inside, our boy tiptoes through a dim, shadowy hall, eyes scanning everything in sight. When he spots the broken statue, then it smashes into him like a freight train. Her calm face, her wings, her halo, it's the goddess, the very same one who cut him down without a word and dumped him into this world. While Takei spirals into a full-blown existential meltdown, Isla huddles the kid close and gets the whole story. Then they reveal Letitia is the one who saved them. Then she shoved herself into slavery, desperate to scrape up money for food and keep those starving slum kids alive. They're in her debt. Every single thing they've got comes back to her. Letitia herself lays bare her heartbreaking past. Those slums weren't just poor, they were a pit of despair. So she got thrown into slavery, served that master for 2 brutal years, and the moment he died, she sprinted back to the church to finish her work. While she's working, she paints the Karisu church as a shining beacon of hope, so bright it could save anyone, even slaves. Isla, the sweetest summer child alive, gets absolutely flustered when it looks like she's about to be recruited. But our main man clocks the bigger picture and presses. How far does that church stretch its doctrine? Letitia's face erupts with pure fanatic joy as she declares she's their savior, because she handed them a roof to sleep under and food to fill their bellies. How did she pull off this miracle? Her grin twists into something wild as she blurts, "I marked loads of them and made them become my slaves." The whole room freezes, total dead silence, and then she spills it. The Karasu Church calls its salvation a slave system they brag about like it's some gift, insisting everyone's joyful and grateful to their master. Afusan's face wears straight-up contempt like a warning sign, so telling him that, "You're out of your mind," completely unhinged. Then it all bursts open, slamming her with the truth of that slave mark, proof that it's a weapon for exploitation and brutality, not some sweet gift. Letitia wears pity on her face and asks, "That's what happened in your country, right?" Like saying it makes everything fine. Then she pushes the same claim in Carlux, insisting it's a sane system that keeps people from starving. One of the kids blurts out that he wants to live as a slave, cozy and safe, because slow starvation felt way worse. Afusan snaps that she's just delusional, rubbing in the fact that she only won because she got a lucky good master. The air turns suffocating with tension, and he snaps, storms out, desperate to escape her twisted logic. Takei storms after him, and his mind spins like crazy. This whole place, this entire country, sits on a foundation that feels totally alien to him. Is it better than dying? He wonders, maybe. But then he remembers everyone he knows who got wrecked by that mark, and a cold, furious rage sinks deep into his chest. His resolve turns to steel, then the question hits hard. Will I wipe out this slave mark? He asks himself. No, that's not a question, it's a declaration. Whoever they are, whatever they're trying, I'll wipe it out. But he's going to tear through this whole country, corner the system, and smash it to pieces. Elsewhere in a grimy, shadow-soaked cell, a young princess sits chained to the floor, surrounded by grainy darkness, as shady men seal her fate before she even gets a chance to fight. The very next morning, Takei chokes back the stress and tries to clear his head after that tense talk with Letitia. What shocked him most was how she actually respected his opposing view. He decides to do something good, hauling in a massive feast to feed the starving slum kids. A priest from the main church struts in, glaring down his nose at the travelers like they're beneath him, totally stunned to spot an elf, and right beside them a golem. But he flips his attitude in a heartbeat the second he realizes he's their mage. Letitia shows up beaming and with a prayer on her lips, begging for their journey to go smoothly. But our guy is already one step ahead. He's deployed the stealth drone with its upgraded URI, and now it's blanketing the whole city in a full-on surveillance net. No matter what gets thrown at them, they'll tear the slave mark out of this country piece by piece. The crew decides to try the local food, and it absolutely blows their minds with how ridiculously delicious it is. In a rare burst of laughter, the girls catch him in a real happy moment, and the second Afasin's joy hits, his long elf ears start twitching and moving all on their own, straight up ruining him with embarrassment. And yeah, the city tour keeps rolling. No pause, no mercy. But the vibe instantly curdles when they trip over a huge board packed with portraits. Takei's totally lost, until Afasin drops the bomb. They're on a ship packed to the brim with missing person notices. A local shopkeeper leans in and warns you that kidnappings have been running wild everywhere. And there's this sketchy rumor slithering around town about a black monster. They step into the shop, and the man lays it out. People have been vanishing for a full year, with zero link tying any of them together. Takei puts the pieces together. Other countries' kidnappings, kids dumped into the Carlisle slums, and suddenly it hits. Are those missing people being dragged into slavery? But somehow, even that infamous slave dealer ended up on the search team for a while. Then the man blurts that his own father and little brother are missing too, and he pleads for them to keep a close eye out. Then the man's son, Diego, tries to pull a slick scam, sliding them a mithril knife and a gold hair ornament for a ridiculously cheap price. Our hero clocks the whole scheme instantly. He stays cool and slices right through the fakes, pointing out they don't match mithril's signature color, and spotting that nasty scratch on the ornament. And then Diego snaps into defense mode, demanding cold, undeniable proof, laying out a full materials breakdown, carbon steel, wrapped in a fresh coat of paint. He gets busted and stares them down cold, then orders them to stop selling fakes, right now. The shopkeeper's wife snaps on Diego and Yuri's stuck there, stunned. Did the whole missing people story get cooked up just to scam them? But the father swears it's real, then promises to register all their data. Takei nods fast, then tells Yuri to get the drones ready, because they're about to hunt them down. He can't just ignore it. The pain of a family getting ripped apart hits too deep. That real Hake is a nobleman. He wields powerful magic that hits like thunder. He shot out a desperate plea. Could they really get in on that government auction? They're auctioning slaves in that place, and he can't stop fearing his own family might be chained up in the crowd. So he dressed to the nines. The crew barrels toward the auction house, a massive, jaw-dropping fortress of a building. Nobles and the wealthy middle class packed the place shoulder to shoulder, and everyone was buzzing with pure excitement. Allah scans the catalog line by line, clocking that every single item is high grade. Then she pauses, because a few entries are labeled like they're nothing but surprises. The auctioneer steps up and throws the microphone on the crowd, salivating for every last bid. He wastes no time, then jumps straight in, announcing the featured good of the night like it's about to change everything. The curtain snaps up and there she is, Katharina Hafen, a tiny, silent girl locked in chains, once the princess of the Fluke Kingdom. And now that kingdom is gone. The crowd jerks in shock, and the nobles practically start drooling on the spot. Our hero is frozen in disbelief. What a child. The whole good prize is a kid. Isla snaps her hand over her mouth, and the sheer depravity of what they're seeing hits them like a punch. The little princess just stands there hollow-eyed, while the world throws the dice and seals her fate. The moment a little girl gets yanked onto that auction stage, chained up like an animal, everything turns sour fast. Our main guy and his crew can only freeze in pure horror. They're auctioning children right there. But this is beyond messed up, and it only gets darker. Turns out she isn't just some kid. She's the last surviving heir of the Hoffen royal family. A war between two empires wiped out her entire country, slaughtered to the last soul, and somehow, she's the only one left standing. Before anyone can even breathe in, our boy snaps. No warning, no hesitation. He roars, "I lay her, she's mine." And of course, some shady, pig-faced noble is cackling about how he hunts down child slaves just to feed his doll collection, saying the kid needs to be educated, like she's nothing more than a tool, not a person. It's so disgusting your skin crawls. The crew looks utterly sickened, and their faces burn with righteous fury. Our hopeless hero. Yeah, he's operating on a whole different level of unhinged. He pops to his feet, paddle gripped tight, and stares the auctioneer dead in the eye. "I'm buying her," he snapped, and the whole room went quiet. "Not just her, I'm buying the boy too, every single slave you're showing off today." The whole room freezes mid-breath. The auctioneer stammers, utterly dumbfounded, babbling about how auctions are supposed to work. Yet this guy doesn't waste a second. He just casually slams down the most savage bid in history. 100 million gold coins. The number booms through the hall, and the crowd's minds go blank as it hits. 100 million. The shady noble is spiraling into a full-blown panic attack, seething over how some kid from the Blau Empire could possibly have that kind of cash. But Takei isn't done. He calmly redraws the rules like a threat carved in ice. "I'll pay whatever it costs. I'm bringing all of them." The auctioneer spots a future packed with gold, then hurls the gavel down like a missile. Asterisk crash asterisk. It shatters so hard it practically explodes, and that's when the whole deal goes off the rails. Later, back at the castle, everyone's scrambling to make sense of the wild spending spree that just went nuclear. "Where'd you get that money?" they demand, and our guy just shrugs like it's nothing. "Small business," he grins, selling castle stuff, gold and production, and yeah, I learned my brother's been running shady foreign trade, so I milked it for a solid payday, and the absolute maniac. He trolled his own brother to get the funds, and he straight up admits he told Flotta to come to the castle just to twist the knife under his brother's skin. Pure genius. He practically built an unbeatable market for his high-tech castle gear. No one else can copy it. And now the money's pouring in like crazy. The newly freed folks get hauled in front of him, still shackled, still stunned, before Takei snaps. First things first, rip off their handcuffs. He strides right up to the little girl, and Katarina drops to her knees, flashing the kindest smile she's probably seen in ages. "You're Katarina-chan, right?" And he introduces himself softly. But that poor girl is still so stunned she can't even find her voice. He whirls back to the others, and his calm voice hits like steel. "I know you're shocked, but trust me, I'm counting on you." One after another, they bow their heads and call him master. As soon as they step into their brand new home, Sister Letitia freezes, totally flabbergasted by the sudden crush of people. "Who are they?" she demanded. Takei, still the king of understatement, only shrugged and said, "Sorry, can they stay here too? We'll build them their own lodgings." And when she asks how he keeps dropping these casual bombs, "Trust me, we'll be buying a plot of land tomorrow." By the very next day, he's already deploying drones, sweeping the entire neighborhood while tapping away on futuristic tablets. He's not just buying land. He's plotting an entire future, hunting for resources and building the infrastructure to back it up. Because this efficiency is downright terrifying. Right inside, the healing kicks off, and one of the men is getting a full medical scan from a floating drone, something he never even dared to dream about in his whole life. He tells Allah he's not in much pain, still frozen in disbelief that a slave would ever get examined by a doctor. Tears brim in his eyes as it clicks, and he blurts, "Oh wow, thank you. Looks like I got picked up by a really great place." At dinner, little Katarina just freezes, staring at her plate, too scared and confused to even take a bite. Isla, who's lived through this kind of hurt before, sits right beside her and murmurs, "You don't have to force it. If you can, dig in and eat as much as you feel ready for." Then she spots the girl gripping her torn, tattered clothes, and steps in to fix them right up. Katarina's eyes snap wide in pure, bone-deep shock. "Leave it to me." Isla beams, kindness glints in her eyes like a vow she'll never break. "I'm Isla, yeah, I'm a slave too, and Take-a-sama just picked me up." Ifa tries to crack the mystery by flashing the group posters to everyone. Yet not a single person recognizes a face. Then his eyes catch a familiar face in Elf. He realizes she's that legendary court mage even though she's still trapped in slavery. That elf stays humble, practically shrugging, "I'm nothing compared to Takei." When they asked about his strange new master, the elf smiled softly. And as a friend, no, as asterisk his asterisk friend, he whispered that he was genuinely grateful. Then bam! The whole crew of former slaves surges forward out of nowhere, and Takei is completely caught off guard. They all slam to the floor in a deep, reverent bow. Then he freaks out instantly, hit with that brutal déjà vu. "You don't have to do that." He corralled everyone together and finally revealed his grand, ridiculous scheme. Then he hit me with it. "I'll pay you, and no, I don't want a one-off thing. I want to build an employment relationship with you." He's not their master. He's trying to hire them, pay them a real salary, and even give them days off. And if they decide they want out, they can walk away anytime. He leans in and says, "I'm launching a brand new project here, and I need your help to make it happen." They can't even process what they're hearing. He's swearing he'll land them the right jobs, and if that's not enough, he'll open doors to fresh opportunities. Then he shatters everything with one final, world-altering demand. "You'll all become teachers." The silence hits like a punch. Then their faces splinter into shock, pure confusion, and total disbelief. Slaves as teachers. Later, the crew's still shook, and Ala can't shake her doubts. Stitching a few needles feels so pointless it's crushing her confidence. But the cat Breedom rejects that idea hard. "Nope, you're aiming way too high. Sister's the absolute king of needlework in this whole world." They broke down Takei's wild scheme. He isn't just using them. He's building a whole school to train skills for slaves and kids pulled straight from the slums. And here's the wild part. It's totally free, no cost at all. The local nobles stared at the audacious business plan in shock. Then, despite everything, threw their signatures onto it. Even his own crew can't read his mind. Half the time they're just left guessing what he's thinking. And yeah, they trust him with their whole hearts. No matter how wild and reckless the plan gets, they're certain Takei-sama will pull it off. Right then, boom! The ground starts thrashing like an earthquake, and everyone freaks out, panicking as if the world's about to split open. But the golems march out to build, and then, whoa, this massive high-tech machine raises a gigantic piece of equipment, and everyone just freezes, stunned into silence. In the slums, they start building at a pace that honestly makes no sense. Even Titch, the operator, finds the working speed downright terrifying. Katarina, still tiny and curious, couldn't stop staring at the adorable helper bot, Pitchin. Ella steps forward and shows her the newly repaired clothes, stitched back to perfection, fitting like they were made just for her. Out of nowhere, the giant drill slams into something, and a roaring geyser of water blasts from the earth like a scream. Turns out it's a hot spring. Our main man is bursting with excitement, already sketching up new plans for every material he'll need. Said Isla's eyes light up as she notices. He's smiling like he's got the whole world buzzing. He's living his best life, and the hype spreads like wildfire. Meanwhile, the hunt for the missing people crashes into yet another brutal dead end. One search party member jabs his fist into the ground in pure frustration, while a young boy gapes at the wall of what the reports, his heart shattering. He crumples into tears, sobbing for his vanished mother and father like the world just ripped them away. They can only swear they won't stop searching. And suddenly, a fresh spark of hope is bursting through the streets. Pamphlets for Takei's school are getting shoved into people's hands everywhere. The slum folks swarm the notice board like it's a lifeline, devouring the news about promised lessons, real jobs, and free meals. Just 1 week later, the school is finally done, right after a whirlwind of construction. That massive, jaw-dropping building seemed to pop up out of nowhere, like it appeared overnight. Takei's already buried under a mountain of applications from slaves with no masters at all. And guess what? These are the people who will become his very first students. But nope, he's just getting started. He leans into his new teachers and blurts out that he's stressed because he's cooking up another plan. Ever since we stumbled on those hot springs, I've been dreaming of a grand hotel for nobles, commoners, and even slaves. So when the group finally saw it, they were completely floored. Right then, he hands the former mansion matron the reins. She's drowning in gratitude, so overwhelmed she can barely get a word out. She can hardly contain herself, asking if she's allowed to bring in her old buddies, those legendary servants, to work by her side. And honestly, it feels like the dream she's been waiting for. The carpenter gets handed the furniture job, with a promise that the school's future graduates will finally get employed. A scrappy slum kid barrels up and bows so low it's almost desperate. "Please, I'm begging you, help me." Takei leans in and gently urges him, "Lift your head." In a spine-chilling moment, former slaves, fresh hires, and our hero all clasp hands. Right there, a brand new community ignites from the ground up. Several weeks later, Sister Letitia clocks the slum kid slipping out of the church, and her stomach drops. "Where do you think you're going?" she demands, already bracing for them to steal again. Then she slips after them, cutting through the alleyways like she's on their tail. She froze mid-step, like something yanked the air out of her lungs. Because right now, they're standing at the gates of the new school. They're not stealing. They're grabbing a spot in class like it's an upgrade. She slips a look through the gates, completely stunned. She grips her blade and watches them train with swords, over and over, like a storm you can't look away from. Slaved in the kitchens and grinned with real joy. The elf mage is straight up running a class and teaching whoever's lucky enough to be there. Letitia stumbled away, her whole body still trembling with shock. "Those kids are heading to school. Right now, let's go." That gut punch realization slams into her. She was wrong, plain and simple. And I'm staring like it's the first time ever. Those smiles, they're unreal. But her sudden clarity gets cut off the second her superior barges in. "Father, you came to see this school too." The old priest isn't impressed at all. He slams the school as an insult to their beliefs, calling it a direct denial of the slave mark and the goddess's benediction. Letizia tries to make Takei's point, that there's another way to save people, but the priest cuts her off with a brutal snap. Heresy. Then he lays out every one of Takei's crimes, ripping apart the church's auction in the process. Slaves were seized and marched away at the Marquis's command. He carried fake passports and commanded a nightmare of a sky castle, backed by a massive army that would crush anyone in its path. Outside the school, Takei and Katerina spot the church officials staring right at them. They feel it instantly. They're being watched. Father's orders are crystal clear. "Sister Letitia, moner this place." He orders her to spill every detail back to the Kariasu church, calling it benediction for this land. But the truth feels more like a threat than a blessing. But they don't realize it. Someone's staring right back. Up in a high-tech command center in the sky, Yuri smirks, like she knows exactly what they're about to do, and did they notice? They've already nailed down the church as the link to what's left of Konig's supporters. But she isn't bothered at all. She's actually soaking up the mystery like it's fun. With a playful wink, she leans in and whispers, "Let's keep an eye on each other." Down below, Takei leans in close and watches the school grounds like a hawk through his own monitors. His face went stone cold. Then the game kicked off and he couldn't stop wondering, what are the Karasu cult's real intentions? Elsewhere, shady deals are already crawling into place. Sister Letitia gets her marching orders to spy on our boys' facility and feed every piece of info straight back to the Karasu cult. The cult's leader, evil carved into his face, erupts in a cackle and unveils his scheme, claiming Takei is the villain who wrecked the old empire, while the people choke on despair beneath a ruthless new king. He brags that the cult is the shield, then swears he's saving lives under the goddess's blessing. Letitia looks torn apart. Worry tightens across her face as if duty is pulling her in one direction, until a bunch of kids shouting her name rips her thoughts apart. They spotted her hanging around, tailed her, and figured she was watching out for them. They apologize for going quiet, but their new life has them buzzing so hard they can't stop following the plan, because they promised to graduate and hit the books with everything they've got. Still clueless about her mission, the kids haul the wildered spy around like a celebrity. One even swears she's going to be a mage and turn everyday stuff into magic. Meanwhile, he's training martial arts under a strict but surprisingly gentle teacher. They've got a virtual seamstress teacher who straight up pops out of the wall in real time, and the kid's jaw drops so hard it could power the machine. Since Letitia asks if there are more kids around, they guide her to the cooking classroom, where Takei's grinning like a maniac while he holds up a ridiculously weird vegetable. This dude is so hyped about this alien-looking plant that he just grabs it and takes a huge bite straight raw. Right after it happens, the result hits hard. Our hero's expression goes totally numb, then he drops dramatically to the ground, like he's suddenly been thrown into the wrong world. Right after, the kids spiral into full-on panic. Then Isla and Katerina burst in. Isla locks eyes with Letitia and instantly recognizes her as the fiend from the castle in the sky. Her protective instincts ignite. Her face contorts into a vicious snarl the second she senses the darkness lurking behind Letitia's cute smile. Katerina, all sweetness and smiles, gently pats the kids on the head, calming them down with comforting reassurance. And honestly, they're thriving, getting praised by their teachers and pouring their energy into the stuff they love. The vibe lifts the moment one of the girls says the slum kids can finally use the bathhouse because their hygiene is a real mess. Then she casually invites a flustered Letitia to join them. Letitia's eyes go wide when she stumbles onto everyone soaking nude, but the rest don't even flinch anymore. Now that harmless little moment where both of you, stand there looking huge. As they sprawl under the gorgeous moonlit sky, the laughs fade and the talk turns heavy, because the girls can't wrap their heads around it. The meals and lessons are totally free, even out in the slums. They realize this school was built to sharpen the talents of former slaves, so they can finally get hired as real, proper workers. The conversation swings to the slave marks, and one girl drops a shocking truth, that only a handful can actually bend minds. Then one of the girls blurts out the cult's twisted beliefs, and she demands, "Why are you stacking more choices for no reason? Don't people just suffer more the more options they're given?" Love, her words hit like ice. Better to be a slave, just follow orders and never question a thing, because if you live your whole life without feeling or doubt, that's the real escape. Can you seriously call that living? Another girl gasps, horrified. Letitia pushes back against this twisted logic, demanding to know if they'd really choose slavery just to get money and rescue their families. But the girls didn't back down. They hit back hard, saying the school is their lifeline, their ticket to building a future they can finally own. Our hero's mission is simple: hand them the power to work on their own, before desperation hits so hard they're forced to sell themselves to a slave merchant. As another girl puts it, "If I'm gonna die, I want to go out having fun." And that's exactly what Takei taught them. Golems are so ridiculously strong that they can guard themselves, so they don't even need the slave mark's power to hold them back. The moment Letitia realizes even young Isla has a slave mark, her composure instantly shatters. Her thoughts snap back to the cult's salvation and the brutal truth underneath it. Action hits, then she slumps, fainting as the emotional overload crashes over her. The girls burst to her side, and when they do, they spot the scars from her last master. Letitia's memories hit like a nightmare, full of the cult's brutal work, where desperate people are dragged into slavery. A man collapses in devastation as he offers up his own life, doing anything to save his family. She remembers her own confusion too. Why would someone sob while the goddess's benediction sets them free? Wouldn't that be better than dying of starvation? She thought. Meanwhile, our boy and his crew are already 2 steps forward, because they know the exact kind of report she's about to hand over. They don't want to tangle with the carousel cult, but they've got the paperwork exposing their shady slave mark magic. The real kicker is this: only a tiny handful inside the Carlock government knows what's going on. Takei lays out the brutal choices. Either they dig up the info themselves or they sit back and wait for the cult to strike first. Because even though he hates it, they're going to have to use Letitia. Letitia's report to the cult goes exactly the way you'd expect. Her superiors are in full disgust because this rotten school still has nobles backing it. They trash her monitoring as pointless and sneer that she's just a puppet, one so broken it can't even pretend to move right. When they corner her about Taiki, her mouth locks up and she can't force a single word out. She tries to argue that the school is actually upgrading the slums, but they snap her words in half, trembling with pure rage. They unleash their brainwashed garbage, spewing the cult's teachings like it's gospel. He reminded her she was a slave, and if she dared to defy them, they'd rip her right out of her place. The choice gets locked in, and the commander of the Holy Chivalric Order snaps his authority into place. He doesn't need some puppet king's words. Now it's time to smash them to pieces. Back at school, the teacher strolls into the garden and spots something that sends a chill down their spine. It's not just a dog. It's a whole army marching straight up to their front door. So yeah, the students are losing it, but our main guy stays stone cold. "Stay calm," he says, because we already knew the Karasuk cult's Holy Chivalric Order was coming. He whips around to his trusty golem. "All right, A1, move. We've got to save this school." The knights line up like a living fortress, steel blazing, fanatic hearts pounding, gearing up to unleash the clash. The knight's commander is already roaring his orders, blaming Taiki for kidnapping a mage slave, and he demands that the girl be returned, plus every other slave still trapped in that building. Inside those walls, the former slaves tremble with pure fear, desperate never to go back to that life. They remember getting used up, like their masters threw dirt in their faces, then tossed them aside the second they were done. Katarina launches toward the window, but Allah yanks her back hard. Our unsuspecting lead steps out like he's totally fine, and with a calm, steady voice, he shuts them down. This is his private land, he paid for it, and it comes with the proper authorization and taxes. The students and teachers showed up on their own free will. No one's breaking a single law. But the commander lashes back, accusing Taiki of hogging the very supplies that keep the economy and the cult alive. Then he drops his truly disgusting philosophy. In this country, he says slaves aren't people at all, they're just objects. From the sidelines, Letitia's completely losing it, like a full-blown meltdown right in front of everyone. She's frozen in shock because the kids she was supposed to guard are suddenly right in the blast zone. No sooner does she try to move than the kids yank her back, shouting that it's way too dangerous to step outside. Taiki calmly lays it out. They're studying for equal rights as workers, so no one gets exploited ever again. The commander sneers, saying that slave mark is the goddess's blessing, meant to give useless layabouts a place to belong. That's when our boy snaps fully. "Stop messing around," he roars, then slams the commander with a fiery truth. Slaves are people, not things, and they've got rights. He's shouting that so many people were forced to take the mark, and it's downright insane to make them carry it for the rest of their lives. He gestures toward that joyful community inside, like, isn't it perfect that they built their own home, found where they belong, and live as themselves? He gets straight to the heart of it, his voice blazing with righteous fury. Are you really terrified that the ones you've been looking down on might finally get the same rights you have? The commander gets completely broken with nothing left to say, then snarls a savage order. "Attack, and I've got no problem with you putting that guy down." Taiki raises his hexagonal shield, and the soldier's arrow volley just smashes and crumbles harmlessly against it. Then the real fun ignites. Taiki rips out his own golem, and it instantly smashes the knights to pieces while the students roar and cheer. Taiki snaps an order to Afa. "Go and wipe out the mages brainwashing those mindless slave soldiers." Afa launches into action and carves through a mage like it's nothing. Titch fires off a calm promise. "A1 and I will be more than enough," then snaps, but nobody goes outside, got it. A1 charges in like a disaster tornado, flinging armored knights through the air like nothing more than ragdolls. The commander can't stop cackling, practically stunned by how ferocious that golem's power is. Then he pulls out his ace like a weapon. He smirks as a colossal, menacing golem towers up behind him, and I'm dying to test this brand new generation model. He outplayed them the entire way, the whole time. Two colossal mechanical titans lock eyes and square off for a brutal showdown. The chaos yanked a whole crowd out of the slums, and they're not letting this slide. They start screaming at the Night Order, demanding they do their jobs right and get out of here, now. An old man steps up and sends his own slave to school, raising him like a son in everything but name. He rushes to the commander, pleading for him to change course, because all he wants is to make sure the boy gets a real education and finds his own path, no matter what. The commander snaps. He brutally hammers the old man in the face, and the man gets blasted flying through the air. Sieg, tell me his name. Letitia begs the commander to stop, but he shoves her aside and snarls that he's got to know. Does she really plan to defy the cult's principles? He screams that his violence is protection. He's defending his believers from the people in the sky, the ones he swears are coming to steal their home. The kids freeze in sheer horror as the truth finally hits. No, it's not what they thought. They huddle and whisper, realizing their big sis is one of the bad guys. They plant themselves right in front of her, forging a living shield. And just like that, the commander's brand new golem loses control, screeching in brutal agony as it goes completely haywire. He's totally clueless about what's going on, and it's slipping right out of his control. The golem erupts into wild, furious thrashing, and a massive chunk of debris gets flung straight at Katarina. Isla hurls herself right in front of it, but our boy lunges through the chaos, barreling in at the very last second to lock that barrier back into place and save them both. The rogue golem keeps tearing through everything in sight, rampage mode fully engaged. The siege raged on until the knights finally halted away, and as they did, everything unraveled in a full-blown retreat. Rush rushes over to check on them. Then bam, the impossible hits. Katarina, who hasn't uttered a single word until now, finally lifts her gaze to him, tears spilling over, and whispers, "That's Keeg's thanks." Everyone's completely frozen, like their brains just short-circuited from shock. Allah clutches her in a tight hug, shaking with relief, and then she finally speaks. In the aftermath, Siig is hauled to the infirmary, still alive, still breathing. But the emotional damage is already carved in stone. One of the young boys lunges at Letitia, his face screaming betrayal. "I wanted to protect you all, I tried, I really did, but I couldn't do a damn thing, I'm sorry." Letitia crumples to her knees, her whole world splintering. Everything she trusted, everything she swore was right, turns out to be a lie, and doubt starts growing teeth inside her heart. The dust finally drifts away, and our boy stands right in the middle of this massive hall. Everything goes deadly still after the Knight's order detonated pure chaos. The damage is real, but the emotional wreckage is even more brutal. Those kids who'd gone rogue to rescue Letitia finally stumble up to him, shoulders slumped and eyes down. "Sorry, Mr. Principal," one of them mumbles. They told her they'd spotted her on the big screen, caught that creepy carousel cult using her, and they just couldn't stand by and do nothing. And man, the tale they spill is a total gut punch. Letitia, raised in a famous family, fled a marriage she never wanted, then crashed straight into the cult's deadly grip. They swore they'd give her a home, but flipped that dream into a weapon, using her and tormenting her like it was nothing. Then they shackled her into slavery just to squeeze protection, taxes out of her parish. All she wanted was a place to call home, but somewhere along the way, she got swallowed whole, lost in their twisted games until she was nothing more than their puppet. The kids get flattened by the sheer weight of it all, but our main guy lays a steady hand on their shoulders, telling them they can repay her kindness. And right then, you see hope spark back in their eyes. Meanwhile, Katarina, the new girl, still seems a little shy, cheeks burning as she finally works up the courage to talk to everyone. With every ounce of courage she can claw up, she meets their eyes and asks, "So, will you guys be my friends?" Yeah, that answer hits instantly, pure chaos in the best way. And of course, the kids erupt into cheers, already buzzing to know if she and Big Sis can stay at the new hotel. Our hopeless hero snaps around to face Letitia, knowing the cult won't just shrug and walk away after she stood up to them. So he pushes a lifeline. a safe spot at the hotel where she can rest until they're sure the danger finally dies down. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she agrees at once, swearing she'll never be a burden. But Isla yanks her into a cozy hug and orders her to eat up, sleep well, and brace herself for a whole mountain of fun. Even Sig, the tank of a man who got utterly wrecked by that golem, is told to stay put because they need to keep a close eye on his condition. Our boy shoots Katerina a glance, and right when it matters, a dark shadow flashes across her face like her mind just took a hit. But he can't afford to linger. Yuri is already on the case, and Afa tells him plain and simple that striking the hotel right now would spark a full-blown national incident. The next day, the grand opening is roaring in full swing, and that hotel is a certified masterpiece, an entire palace rising out of the slums. And trust me, the guest list is stacked to the brim, with big-name powerhouses pulling up in flashy carriages, grinning like they're about to throw down and party all night. The arena erupts, especially when everyone spots the fan-favorite bot, A1 San. One guy is straight-up spiraling out of control over that one inorganic feeling, and his friends are trying to talk him through it. The chaos keeps cranking up the moment another group shows up, and Ditson barrels right in, grilling Yanel about his mission progress like the party doesn't even exist. As a streak of motion with my eyes struggling to keep up, Allah's tiny sister, me, rockets through the air, tears of pure joy pouring down her face as she slams into Yuri with the biggest, fiercest hug. Dixon isn't buying it at all. He snaps at Anna for meddling while the women are meeting. Ifa flashes a calm smile, shrugs off the whole thing, and tells Yuri she looks even better than before. Suddenly, the crowd starts whispering as another guest shows up, Karluk's king, and trust me, he's not here with a smile. Inside, the guests gasp in awe, and the king himself gets a personal welcome from our boy right in front of a jaw-dropping open-air bath. The main lobby screams pure luxury, and the staff moves like they can read minds, so everyone walking in feels like royalty. The vibe turns wild when they run straight into two absolute legends, an old emperor and Yanuel, smashing into a ridiculously high-speed ping-pong showdown, and it feels less like a game and more like a full-on battle between nations. Our hero just smiles, soaked in relief, because everyone's finally having a blast, and that crazy food the chefs cooked up is turning the whole night into pure magic. But the three leaders, Emperor Yanuo and the king, go deathly quiet, like the weight of what's coming presses on everyone's chest. Just a vacation, until everything changes. Our main guy hustles them into a private room and straight up admits he dragged them here just to reveal some critical info. The king of Karluk just throws a bombshell. He's no real ruler at all. He's a puppet, a figurehead yanked around by the Taria faction of the Karasu cult, and he's been barred from every ounce of real diplomacy. And trust me, it gets worse. The rival Uporashna faction's inquisitor is rolling in for a trial in just a few days. The king leans in and tells you the Karisu church is tearing itself apart in a civil war, because with the Blau empires rising, the Taria faction has suddenly turned real shady. They're pulling the strings behind the missing people, the slave trade, and even twisting the military into forging magic armaments. To prove he's right, our guy whips out the proof, an arm ripped straight off the golem that attacked them. The investigation is done, and the results hit like a bullseye, showing this is basically the Empire's golem technology, down to the last detail. This narrows it down to just one, Violet, that shadowy woman who slipped out of the old Empire's revolution. Our hero finally snaps into clarity. She remembers her. A stunning woman with long purple hair, striding right alongside the head of the Knight's Order. As Yanel locks eyes with the truth, the realization hits hard. Yuri's theory was right. Violet isn't just studying the Sky Castle's tech, she's rebuilding it, and some rich monster with a bottomless wallet is bankrolling her. The old emperor's face twists with grim fury. His kingdom has gone astray, and he snaps that it's time to purge. His loyal followers swear he's the one who brings change. Their first target, Violet, she's a criminal, and they're locking onto her like it's game over. Janel agrees to help, but he makes one thing crystal clear. He's here as a friend, not as some official rep for the imperial country. Once that heavy talk wraps up, the old emperor's mood flips a full 180. Good. Now step in, he barks, and let's begin the battering right now. Daniel's horror spikes through him as the old man cackles, saying this is how they'll deepen their bond. So they should wash each other's backs in that massive private bath. And Daniel begs, "Spare me, I can't deal with this." Path. The chaos is downright legendary. While that's going down, the girls are lounging around, but they just can't help poking fun at our guy grilling Isla about what's going on with her and Takei. Mia lunges in and blurts out that Dixon told her Isla's crushing hard on him, and the whole crew already knows it. Ifa fires off that savage question, and our main man totally faceplants into a full-on system crash, just utterly, helplessly bewildered. The guy's bathhouse is straight-up chaos, pure, unfiltered bedlam. Watching the girls soak in their own bath, they start wondering if guys compare everything the same way they do. Later, when the whole group finally chills out, Grace Ann spots something nobody else sees. He can't stop staring at Letitia, at that strange mark on her neck. "I've seen it before," he mutters, voice dropping lower with every word. He whips his head toward Katarina, eyes burning with desperate hope. "My missing brother, he had the same mark on his neck. Do you remember?" Katarina's eyes snap wide with recognition as her mind races. She remembers that terrifying man from the Knight's Order, trapped in a dark, underground prison. "I was there," she whispers, right before the auction ignites. Memories crash in, and the room instantly reeks of cages, packed with people. "The older brother with the mark was gentle with me," she whispers, her voice shaking. Isla leans in and softly drops the question burning in everyone's head. "Why were you really there?" There, Katarina's smile shatters. Her past comes crashing down on her like a wrecking ball. "My mom was fooled by the Carey cult," she says, voice breaking. "When they slaughtered everyone, they grabbed me next." Then she drops the most brutal truth bomb. Every single person with mana was shipped off to that place, to become the fresh, living fuel for the new golems. Her tale screams ultimate betrayal, because a year ago, the Blau Empire obliterated her kingdom like it was nothing. She wants to see that princess smile, pure, unshaken happiness. But when her brother's health crumbled, her desperate parents threw themselves at the Karisu cult, begging for a lifeline. The empire and the cult weaponized their desperation, demanding slave payments and hurling the kingdom straight into chaos. Katarina's family, the Hafens, clutched at the cult's help and tried to flee before the net could close. But it was a trap from the start. This cult had already pledged themselves to the empire, and then her whole family got wiped out, every single heir to the throne brutally murdered. And the villains yanked her and her mother straight before the bodies of the people they loved. They finally snapped and spilled their wild scheme, using humans as fuel to forge golems. They strutted around bragging they deforged weapons that crushed anything the Sky Castle could ever produce. The queen raged to the very end, screaming that they weren't citizens at all. She'd sold them like slaves. The commander just burst into laughter and let it slip. His next move was turning Karlach's slaves into the fuel for their rise to world power. Her mother shoved past the edge and understood it in a split second. This was it. They weren't just victims. They'd be burned as fuel for those monstrous weapons. "Enough, stop right there or I'll end you." She screamed and charged straight at him, full throttle. In the blink of an eye, a brutal fatal strike cut her down, right before her daughter's horrified eyes. Katarina froze in place, unable to move, as her mother shattered into dust before her eyes. The commander curled his lip at the terrified kid, then spat. "This is what you get for resisting. So shut up and obey, girl." In that pitch-black prison, she stumbled into a compassionate stranger, Gray's brother. He kept talking to her non-stop, clawing hope back into her, begging her not to fight back, not to utter a word, just to obey. With his final breath on the line, he pressed a mission into her hands. "If you make it out, track down the man with my exact mark, then tell him everything." And still, Katarina was shattered. With her family ripped away, there was no hope of rescue ever reaching her again. She had nowhere left to belong. But that was then. Now she relives every happy moment with Takei and her new friends. A real smile finally burst onto her face. Back in the present, Isla clutches her close, telling you, you were incredibly brave. As Katerina finally lets the tears crash free, she smiles at Isla, grateful for the quick repairs, because those clothes are all that's left of her family. Finally, when the whole story hits, Gray and his sister snap with icy rage. "I won't forgive you, I'm going to kill you," his sister swears. They rush to find our boy on the spot, firing off demands like, "What's going on? Tell us right now." The dissected golem arm sprawled on the lab table practically screams its gruesome past. Our hero's instincts lock in. This golem's power feels exactly like the ones the Empire unleashed. Fire broke out, and their mages confirmed the nightmare. The golems weren't just summoned, they were handmade, stitched together with two mana sources fused as one, and the fuel feeding them was human. This unholy tech lets one mage puppeteer a whole army of golems. By ripping people's consciousness away, our unsuspecting hero clenches his fist. Because magic isn't supposed to save people by turning into a weapon that kills. Things are spiraling out of control. This king has started gearing up his knights to smash into the cult's territory. But it feels like he's racing the clock and still might arrive too late. Takei knows he can't hesitate. He scans his staff and there they are. The former slaves he rescued, now working with bright smiles and real purpose. He chased his dream to build a place where everyone could finally smile and be happy. And he's not about to let some unhinged cult rip that away. The hotel is blowing up, service, rooms, food. It's all straight up incredible. The beeskins are tearing into the buffet with a full-on food fight. For the staff, it's more than just work. It's the living proof that even if they were once slaves, they can still rise and do something truly great. Isla and her crew blast off into the sky, ripping through the clouds as they soar away. Why does it suddenly hit our boy like a lightning bolt, this crushing loneliness? Allah clocks the sweat on him, leans in close and grills him. "Are you overworked?" He full-on short-circuits. Ditson's words slam through his skull. "I heard Isla Dono loves you," and now he can't even talk to her like a normal person anymore. And still in his heart, she's always felt like family. So why can it suddenly feel like something more? If a snaps him back to reality, Takei-sama, it's the research facility. Yuri tore through every corner and came up empty, so the only thing left was this. The facility had to be underground. Letitia pointed to a stash of guarded ruins tucked in the slums, a perfect disguise for a secret lab. Our hero leans in and tells her, "Be careful, please don't mess this up." Right then, Yuri's call blares on the monitor, her face drained of color, panic blazing in her eyes. Listen, you son of a..." He got left behind just like that. She's gone, and the old priest is spiraling, losing his mind as he screams that the holy knights have unfairly locked him up. The king of Karluk, ready to explode, just snaps. He lays everything bare, calling out the cultists for treating their devout followers like disposable tools, all for their own shady gain. The priest puffs up his chest and slams down the faith card, shouting that they're the only true followers of the goddess. The king just scoffs, then spits the truth. "You're betraying the very goddess you swear you worship," and he orders a brutal full-blown inquisition. Before the old man can even think, a knight yanks him by the face and clamps down so hard his protests die instantly under a grip of steel. The knight presses right into his face and rage lights up his eyes. "Tell me everything," he growls, shaking with fury. "How many innocent lives has this cult destroyed?" He slams the squirming priest to the ground and drills him with hard questions. About the kidnapped citizens, and where that so-called magic research facility is hiding. Suddenly the whole scene snaps away. Takei's screen erupts with a frantic alert. Letitia is missing. The second the crew clocks it, panic explodes. Because in their gut, they know the Karisu cult finally snatched her for good. Hold up, Yuri stays ice calm, then drops a bombshell. The drone isn't just watching Leisha, it's been tracking her, and Yuri swears she sensed something was off from the start. "To me, you've been lying," she says, eyes burning like daggers. She quickly snaps back. Letitia never technically lied. She just buried the truth, withholding a whole mountain of details to protect her own burning turmoil beneath that pious act. That poor girl was trembling, watching her whole world collapse as she hunted for a place where she could finally belong. The drone's feed snaps into view, her destination. a crumbling church swallowed by the slums. He snaps into action right away, ordering the terrified kids to stay where they are. "Don't worry," he says with a calming smile. "I'll make sure I bring your big sis back." He promises them a massive dinner that night, and that promise hangs in the air like thunder, heavy and unforgettable. Right there, the whole crew piles into their slick, high-tech ride, and it's time to hit the road. They snap to attention. The cult's hideout is right there, sealed off by some wicked obstruction magic, and their drone feed starts glitching and scrambling. The elf lays out the whole plan. Hunt down the magic circle fueling that shield and smash it to pieces. Meanwhile, Letitia wanders through the eerie, abandoned church like something lurking just beyond the shadows. She trips over a pile of old photographs, and a soft, bittersweet smile blooms on her lips as she stares at the bright, happy faces. Elsewhere, our hopeless hero and Ella are hunting around for answers when Ella spots something that flips Takei completely into pure, blushing panic. Across the base, the elf and Yuri are locked in a full-blown lovers' quarrel, Yuri firing off that sharp, brutal call-out for being completely insensitive. Right then, A1, the emotionless robot, slams out the news that it's detected something. The absolute unit casually hoists a gigantic stone slab like it's nothing, and bam! A hidden magic circle flashes open, tearing the way into a secret passage swallowed by darkness. Taiki snaps at Yuri to start downloading the drone data, tracking Letitia's every move. In the secret passage, Letitia's jaw just drops. She's staring at a massive underground ruin, a sick, twisted ritual ground carved from monster bones and fueled by ancient magic. This isn't some ordinary church at all. It's a straight-up research fortress. She stares up at the towering monument to the goddesses, and the full weight of what she's done slams into her all at once. "I've sinned," she whispers. Her mind slams into the past, her fleeing home to dodge a political marriage, refusing to let herself be used as a pawn. All she ever wanted was freedom. No chains, no cages, just her life at last. She still remembers scraping rock bottom, until thugs cornered her, and the same cult she later joins threw her a lifeline. For the very first time in her life, she felt it, like the world had opened its arms, and she finally belonged. In her warped gratitude, she urged them to enslave people, convinced it would somehow earn salvation. The irony slams into her like a punch, because in chasing freedom, she'd proudly stolen it from countless others. She was nothing but a gullible puppet, and the moment it hit, she didn't even see it coming. She couldn't save a single soul. She couldn't steer anyone right. Then she turned around and betrayed the cult's own teachings. Broken and hollow, her spirit shatters. "I want to die," she gasps, tears pouring down her face. Like her despair had summoned them, the cult leaders burst from the shadows, their faces twisted in cruel, mocking pity. The head priest doesn't even pause. He blasts her with a brutal spell, and spits that she's a worthless traitor who sold them out. He cackles and orders her to thank him, because he's only branding her with a slave mark instead of ending her life right there. Pure, unfiltered terror blasts through her eyes. "Stop overthinking and obey," he snaps, venom dripping from every word or you'll be dead. They haul her to the altar and smash every last spark of resistance. Now she's finally useful, just as the Karisu cult demands. Back with the rescue squad, Yuri goes full mission mode, crafting a razor-detailed map of the underground labyrinth from the drone's data. They clock the cultists as they shove everything into their packs. No doubt, they're gearing up to bolt. In the blink of an eye, Yuri snaps into action. She declares she's going after them by herself to find a way to wipe away those slave marks, then tells Takei to keep his focus on saving Letitia and the others. With a fierce promise burning in her heart, Isla swore she'd save her friends, Isla and Afa. Yeah, she tears into the shadows like a bullet. She races in and spots a cluster of cultists already dragging crates of magic tools. Her eyes narrowed, and she started hunting through the bizarre jumble of artifacts, believing that one clue could be hiding anywhere. Isla is freaking out over Yuri, but our guy snaps her fear into calm in seconds. Still determined to help, he finally nods and lets her go, on one hard condition. She has to take A1 with her. It's gratefully. Then she snatches Takei on impulse, whispers, "Please be careful," and bolts, leaving him staring like a total flustered, red-faced mess. Takei and the elf finally pin down the prison and crack the location wide open, only to whip around and find it totally, brutally empty. A lone woman shakes with pure terror, huddled in the corner of her cell like she can't breathe. As she spits out the horrifying news, the other prisoners don't even flinch. They get fused into the golems. A brutal yank rips the curtain clean out of the way, unleashing a nightmarish army of magical constructs, eyes blazing with pure menace. The woman screams tear through the air, pure agony, and I gasp, because my husband is in one of those. Our heroes are frozen in shock, staring down an army of their own people, twisted into monsters. Meanwhile, Yuri and the knight crouch in the shadows, watching the cult shove their haul into crates, stacking wild loot dragoners, rare materials, and even a case packed with imperial slave seals. Yuri just can't crack the secrets behind their methods. Right then, ALA bursts in and offers to unleash stealth drones to hunt for clues. It's a heart-stopping reunion. Two friends lock eyes and swear they'll rescue each other's comrades. Right as the cultists slam the last boxes shut and finish packing, ALA's drone zooms in and starts locking onto a heavily guarded box. The drone whirs, then, boom, it scans, spots a magic book tucked inside. The lead cultist casually scoops the cash from the box, then flicks that ancient-looking tome to his subordinate like it's nothing. Yuri's eyes flare wide when the text hits her, etched in ancient elven script. Right there on the page is the key to the slave mark, and they've got it. But their victory lasts barely a breath. Then a chilling voice slices through the air. Raise your hands and kneel. The head priest stands right behind them, and he heard every single word. He jabs a finger at Yuri and snaps. So you're the princess from the Imperial Kingdom, right? He bursts into a smug, unhinged laugh, like he already knows everything, because their spies have been watching her from the second she walked in. The priest slams an ultimatum on them: surrender or be turned into golem parts, and Allah snaps, screaming for A1, who immediately lunges forward. But the villain isn't focused on anything else. His eyes lock onto Isla, the Azul princess, and then he yanks out a single glowing leaf. With a snap of his wrist, he blasts out a brutal wave of energy that sends them flying clear across the room. Is wildly, ridiculously off the charts. Become a slave again, he bellows. Dark, corrupting magic erupts from the leaf and swallows Allah whole, who rips the air apart with pure agony. But A1's had enough. Then the robot snaps into a new flex, blasting its outer armor apart as it crumbles to the ground, and something way stronger surges through underneath. It slams into the attack head-on, taking the hit like a wall with a pulse, and fires off a blinding counterattack that wipes out every cultist around them. Yuri rockets to Ella's side, as fear racks her body with trembling panic. One stands watch over them, a real protector who won't let anything slip past. The elf shows up at the very last second, barking orders to A1 to get the girls out of there, safe. Then Takei shows up, right in the middle of the chaos, boxed in by a frenzy of those same glowing, mysterious leaves swirling around him. A chamber erupts into total chaos. Two women get slammed by a blinding flash of light, and one of them is shrieking like her life is about to be ripped away. "Please don't kill me," she gasps, and the energy surges until it hits a fever-pitch roar. The moment hits, then a voice screams, "The TAIKI is changing," and nobody has the slightest clue what's going on. The drones they were using suddenly get yanked into the vortex, twisting and reshaping into something brand new. The dark-haired elf snaps to it. Takei's man isn't human or elf at all. Something else is lurking beneath the disguise, and it hits hard. A wild, otherworldly nature that hits like a shockwave. "You bet your ass it is." She fires back that this isn't some half-baked power-up. No, this isn't just power. It's a brand new existence. And then the light bursts open, revealing a figure wrapped in spotless, angelic armor. This is a whole new level of power. Just like that, everything snaps to a new scene. High above the clouds, a towering castle hangs in the sky, calm as can be, hiding the key to a grand mystery that's about to explode wide open. World, our main man just jolted awake, groggy as hell and completely lost. He jolts upright, blinks hard, and suddenly realizes this isn't a war zone at all. He's back in his castle room. Before he can even process it, the golem stomps in and Takei's left speechless. A1, I was just in my car, look at what's happening. Then A1 finally speaks. I'm glad you've awakened. But the voice isn't male, it's a girl. Our boy's mind totally crashes, and he bolts away in full panic, scrambling like he's lost his grip on reality. Like he said, calm down, lower your voice. His mind snaps back to that ridiculously beautiful winged goddess, who, in a terrible twist, kinda killed him by accident, like something straight out of Sartre. He jabs a finger at him like it's a verdict. So the goddess is behind it, the Wego Okillid. You think that's supposed to be on me? Don't you have a better way to say it? Through A1, the goddess fires off another heartfelt apology. You're right, I'm really sorry. Then she hits you with the truth. Because of that one mistake, you got the chance to come here and snag the castle in the sky. She tells him, because of you, this castle can finally grow bigger. With the spirit tree of Uppersane's blessing in your hands, you tamed your power, grabbed fresh gear, and even forged a sturdier defense shield. Now our hero is just trying to keep up, because the goddess has one last, game-changing thing to reveal. She blasts a holographic image into the air. It's a towering ancient tree, yet its roots are chained down by a creepy, glowing slave mark, something that's definitely not meant to be free. And when the goddess explains, she calls it the spirit tree Gradia, the second of three. She slams down a massive lure bomb, and boom, the world's origin hits. Three goddesses built everything. First came Gradia, blessing the elves with power. Then Uppersane stepped in, granting humans power and even beast skin. And last was Aglaia, who handed our boy his power. She points at the castle and tells you, your power works the same way. Then adds that this castle is the spirit tree you came looking for. The truth is brutal. Gradia, the elven spirit tree, has been chained in slavery, and those cruel slave marks ripped her off the elves, choking her growth like a curse. As long as she stays trapped in slavery, that sky castle will never unlock its real, full-blown madness. Her voice cracks with grief. Please, save my friend. And just like that, our unsuspecting hero gets knocked down. He wants to help, but what can he do? The world's power runs on one thing, balance between the three goddesses. So the goddess snaps it into place in chibi style. Because humans and elves didn't just clash, they fought. When everything hit a deadlock, humans unleashed a brutal trump card, a disruption spell that wiped magic clean off the map. The elves unleashed their mightiest spells, and they crumbled into nothing. With no way to resist, the elves were chained and dragged into slavery by the humans, who then bent the spirit tree's power to fuel their nasty, secret schemes. They pushed it even further. Humans just unleashed this brand new magic, so insanely advanced that even the old elven disruption spells can't get a single crack into it. But before the goddess finishes her decree, a brand new light ignites over our hero, and you feel it. She says you've been brought into this world because the power she gave him is actually his own disruption spell, built to wipe out human magic. It smashes into him like a freight train. If he can get his hands on it, he can erase the slave mark for good. Not quite, A1 breaks it down. There are two kinds of slave marks, an ancient brand forged by elves and a newer one stamped by humans. He can only cancel out humans, but the elves, they've got it handled themselves. It's the kind of checks and balances system that feels airtight, like nothing can slip through. To crank him up, she presses a leaf from her own spirit tree into his hand and floods his mana with raw power. You're the one holding the power here, so decide what happens next. The goddess bears her heart's worst regret. She's the one who taught humans the disruption spell, and she never once thought they'd twist it to enslave another race. If she'd only forged her own spirit tree in time, she could have built that castle sooner, and the balance of power would have stayed locked in her favor. Now she has to shove this crushing burden onto him. So take it from here and handle it. And just like that, reality snaps back and crashes down on everyone. A brutal explosion tears through the building where the elves are hiding. Panic detonates the second they try to figure out which way they're supposed to go. Karluk rallies them on the spot, swearing he'll return for everyone left behind as they sprint for the exit. But they slam to a halt. Yuri is sprawled on the floor, clutching a collapsed Ala in her arms, while the golem just freezes dead in its tracks. Ala's slave mark starts glowing like it's about to explode, and Yuri's smile crumples as the weight of it slams down on her. Yeah, I was supposed to watch the castle, but hanging with my friends felt way too good to ignore. Tears pour down her face as she trembles out. I'm just too powerless. But Karluk slams his grip on her face and yanks her back from the trance in one brutal snap. Where did the you from back then go? The confident, carefree you who saved me right there with Taiki Dono. He reminds her that everyone, especially their friends, sees just how strong she really is. His words landed like a punch. Yuri wipes away her tears and her resolve turns to steel. Sorry, I showed you the ugly side of me. With fresh fire in their veins, they gear up and prepare to leave. A former noble is grabbing those scumbag slavers and tying them up tight. He's not going to kill them, because he needs them alive for the trial. Then the other girls show up, and it's official. The young girl is finally secured from that auction. She pointed them in the right direction and sent them straight where they needed to go. Their mission is simple: reach the hotel or the school fast, because Taiki's shields are the only thing standing between them and disaster. Yuri locks eyes with her friend and drops a steel vow. Isla, I'm going to save you. Outside, a weird cart, like it's a bus from the castle, sits there, silent and ominous, just waiting to creep you out. A furious crowd of townspeople surges together, torches blazing as they demand the Karisu cult hand back their families. They're finished waiting on the Inquisitor. Right when the tension hits its breaking point, the cult's golem slam down on them. And right then, on the rooftop, a brand new figure appears, standing there with the captured families flanking him. Karluk and Yuri stared in total disbelief. A woman in sleek, dark armor, radiating raw power and biting malice like a threat with a heartbeat. Yuri and Karluk snap their heads up the second they hear that chilling voice. Violet clocks the sky castle's bus in the sky. Destroy it, she screams. Then her golems thunder forward, charging like a storm. Karluk locks onto their opening. This is the moment. We draw them in now, he shouts, and everyone bolts. He shouts at the frantic crowd, steering them toward the school where the barriers are still blasting on. Mindless golems rampage through the empty bus, smashing everything in sight. Yuri keeps her gaze locked on Violet, eyes sharp as blades, because the enemy finally stepped out of the shadows. But that bus was pure bait. Inside it, a drone blasts out a giant energy shield, and it keeps a group of kids safe while they hunker down nearby. Tears explode in the air as parents finally find their kids again. But this isn't a clean win. One girl is gone, and Isla is still out cold, screaming for urgent medical help. They finally burst into the hotel, safe at last. But the danger isn't finished. Golems are closing in fast, and slave marks are puppeteering every single one. Right when despair starts to crush him, something drops from the sky, reinforcements from the castle. Meanwhile, Violet shoots out a cold command. She orders her mages to track the reinforcements, route, and find the sky castle itself. On the floating fortress, the residents are staring in shock as chaos rips through the sky. Dragons and golems are crashing into the streets below, and the whole city is getting swarmed. Suddenly, a colossal, sinister sigil blasts across the entire sky. A thunderous voice roars from the Mage Federation. War declared in full, and the Alliance States and the Karluk Church slam the Sky Castle for its brutal crimes. They're spewing straight propaganda, pinning the blame for the social collapse and all the pain they caused on our heroes. They kick things off with a brutal PR hit, declaring the Sky Castle the world's enemy. As the army closes in, the castle's people panic, horrified by the slave marks carved into the attacking dragons and golems. The ex-slaves break into tears. Why is he being dragged through the mud like this? Taiki-sama was the only one who ever tried to save us. The castle's barrier is brutal, so how long can it hold? That's when Ditsun, the mad scientist of the lab, finally decides it's time to unleash his real power. He tells me the whole idea hit him from the castle's creation zone. Eat this, Gullum can none. He roars and pours every ounce of his knowledge and power into it. A colossal blast of energy nukes a whole chunk of the attackers, wiping them out and blasting the rest into a full retreat. But the win lasts about 2 seconds. Ditsun drops to the ground, utterly spent, because his blueprint had a deadly flaw that guzzles magic so catastrophically it almost ruins him. Logic unleashes a comeback. Every remaining dragon attacks at once, swarming his precious golem kun. Stop, don't touch him. My precious child is the last thing I have, and he screams as they rip it apart. A dark mage rides atop a dragon, setting up the final strike like fate's about to snap. Then bam! A slick white armored warrior teleports in out of nowhere and smashes the attack aside with pure ease, like it's just another warm-up. And this isn't some old move. It's a brand new, epic battle form. With the form solid and locked in, Taiki stands right on its shoulder like it's no big deal, totally cool, absolutely fearless. Sorry I'm late. A1 just dropped the news. Its code got upgraded. While they hustle the castle to safety, the ground team will finish everything else. His loyal friends on the ground stare up at him, grinning like proud warriors. We'll always have your back. We're your allies no matter what. Taiki grinned, thank you. You, the dark mage, are utterly stunned. Damn it. Who in the hell is that guy? He's about to learn the truth. Awonks is finally unleashing the real power of the Sky Castle. Back at the hotel, everyone crowds around the screens and gapes as the light show blasts across the monitors. This is awesome. Taiki-sama just burst in to save the Sky Castle. Outside the school, the golems slam on the brakes and fall back in total retreat. In her bed, Ella jerks awake, and one name spills from her lips, Deika-sama. The sky tears open with blinding light and non-stop explosions, while our hero wrecks everything in his path. From the city below, Violet stares down, her face impossible to read, like she's hiding a storm behind those eyes. Later, Isla's eyes snap open. Heat washes over her skin like she's just been pulled into the warmth. She snaps her gaze upward and realizes Taiki's got her in his arms. Her face erupts into instant red, and she completely panics. He blurts out that he's only exhausted from hauling her to her room, and then he crashes, passed out cold, apologizing like crazy. But the second he tries to move, she murmurs, "Don't leave." He leans over her and whispers, "Please stay with me. I just need a little more time with you." Then she shakes her head again, replaying flashes of Yuri stitching her back together. She gazes up at him and her heart practically spills out in her eyes. "Thank you. With you, I feel stronger. You handed so much to the pathetic me who only knew how to run and hide, and you changed who I was. Me, thank you for everything. I'm truly grateful." Our hero locks eyes with her, and in that instant the whole truth snaps into focus. He finally admits to himself he's been lying, calling his feelings just guardianship, convincing himself he had no right to want more. I can no longer. After he locks eyes with her, the act vanishes. "I love you, Isla. My whole life started the second we met. I've loved you every day." Tears of pure dreams streamed down her face. Then she added, I love you, Taiki-sama." They lean in close, and this silent promise snaps between them like a spark. At breakfast, everything shifts. Taiki and the elf princess sit shoulder to shoulder, so tight you can't even sneak in a single scrap of paper, locked in eye contact that screams, "We're officially a thing now." And you better believe Ivarian clocked it, because the whole squad is locked in, staring in total confusion at this wild turn, while that little vampire girl, zero filter and all, just deadpans, "Maybe you kissed and made up." She follows that up with, "My parents used to do the same thing," and the elf queen spirals into full-blown panic. That tense awkwardness gets crushed the second the talk snaps back to grim reality. Because last night, Kara's church made its move and tried to straight up abduct the refugees our main guy just saved. But they never saw Tiki's golems coming. On patrol, they crushed the kidnapping attempt before it even had a chance. And the truth hits so hard it makes your stomach turn, because the church never treated King Karluk like an ally at all. They stared at his kingdom like a jackpot, ready to strip it for parts, and every trust they sold was just a dirty smokescreen to seize control. Now they're zeroing in on the king and the royal castle itself, putting their strength on full display and daring anyone who dares to stand against them. The air turns heavy like it's holding its breath. So tell me, is this the moment? Is war about to explode? All this time, the magic school kids can feel it crushing down on their chests, because they already know the ugly truth. Once war erupts, it's the slaves who get dragged into the draft, and it's the slaves who get slaughtered on the front lines. But one of them won't stand around. He bursts in, saying he's going to help Takei evacuate the residents. His master snaps in right away, insisting he's too young to fight, but the kid doesn't back off. He's a martial artist, and he's determined to prove he can be useful. The master finally caves on one brutal condition: the kid can't ever slip out of his sight. This isn't some simple be-a-hero mission. The kid is frantically hunting for his sister, Letitia. With a blaze of fiery resolve in his eyes, he swears he'll track her down. Meanwhile, our clueless hero slams open the doors and kicks off the war council. And boom! It's straight-up next-level sci-fi chaos. He outfitted everyone with VR glasses, unleashed drones, and blasted a holographic meeting space into the room, watching half the crowd freeze in pure shock, because to them it feels like real magic, even if nobody has the slightest idea how it works. For anyone not wearing the glasses, it just looks like they're all going full havoc, flailing at thin air. And honestly, that sight is ridiculously funny. Takei doesn't waste a second. He bursts straight into it. The spirit tree, the very source of Agria's power, has been snatched by the enemy. That's how they unleash the insane worldwide illusion, painting the Sky Castle as the final, ultimate evil, while Koenig's faction spreads the lies, scrambles everyone's minds, and flips the whole public against them. Overnight, they're branded the world's enemy, because our guy is trying to free slaves and teach them to stand on their own, and that wrecks the shady imperial government's profits. It's a full-blown smear campaign, twisting all their good deeds into a weapon and turning the whole world against them. But trust me, there's a darker reason behind that full-blown panic, and our boy finally decides it's time to drop the big secret. He raises one glowing leaf in his hand, and that's when he spills the truth about what his magic really can do. And to make it worse, he's got a third kind of magic, nothing human, nothing spirit, wrapped in one horrifying power that can wipe out human magic completely. At last, this is an unprecedented, game-breaking power, the kind that screams forbidden art, and the sheer magic it demands is so insane that even trying it feels impossible. That's why the Mage Federation is spiraling into pure chaos. This Save Humanity organization hides a brutal past where it enslaved elves and other races just to prop itself up. Maybe they watched Takei's power and realized it could smash their whole shady operation to pieces. Because the idea of a world where their magic means nothing is a nightmare they can't handle. So these monsters just forged an unholy alliance. The Carey's Church, the Shattered Koenigs, the Toglir Magic Nation, and the Beastmen, an unstoppable coalition with one mission: tear the Sky Castle apart. Now that they're holding the Spirit Tree's magic in their hands, their army could smash right past the old empires. The room goes dead silent, like the whole world just stopped breathing on them. And Takei-sama, what are we supposed to do now? Our boy doesn't even blink. He stays ice calm, but his words hit like thunder. We're freeing the Spirit Tree. And he races in to rip the enslaved golems back from the nightmare they've been trapped in. He tilts his gaze to the sky, and that promise roars back into the heavens. Then he'll crush slavery from this world. Mic drop. He makes it crystal clear. His nullification technique isn't for hurting anyone. He's using it for one single mission only: wiping out the slave marks that are chaining so many people. The rescue mission is already blasting into motion. Our squad cracked how to pull the trapped tribe out of those enemy golems, and it's like prying apart a crab. Gross as hell, but absolutely awesome. The victims are blinking in shock, but Takei's futuristic medical pods kick in fast, and they start recovering in no time. Help's already charging toward them. Right now, the king of the Blau Empire steps up with full backing, since his forces are mobilized and ready to move. He roars that he promised King Karluk bath first, then table tennis, and he's the kind of guy who keeps his word no matter what. He already launched the Absolute Unit A1, and a whole swarm of golems, to back up the royal castle and hold off the church's forces. Takei says it with iron confidence. No doubt in anyone's mind this time. they're gonna win. Because golems are absolute beasts. When they move, they demolish the enemy's models with ruthless, savage efficiency. Right on the battlefield, King Karluk himself slams down a roaring storm of holy magic. He's stepping in to finish this personally. At last, the city erupts into full-blown chaos, as civilians scramble to flee through teleportation boxes. The young martial artist barrels forward, hauling an old woman to safety, and she suddenly snaps at him, calling him out as a former thief. While he doesn't even flinch, his face carved with pure determination to be better from this day on. But enemy golems rain down from the sky, and their path gets slammed shut. His master doesn't stall for even a heartbeat. He launches into the fray like a missile, smashing through the chaos and splitting a golem clean in half. These are the same berserk golems that tore through the school attack. With another one closing in fast, he roars at the top of his lungs, screaming for the kids to run. Then bam! The scene rips us into the mind of a church knight sealed inside a golem, spiraling out of control as his own thoughts rage. I don't want to do this enough. The golem moves on its own and clamps onto another knight's throat, and the poor guy can't fight back. Just chokes out please, begging the machine not to kill him. As its blade crashes down. Back at the castle, our main man sits down for a tense talk with A1, and he's pissed, because he knows that Golem had to kill a human just to keep his friend safe. Takei stares at his creation without a trace of judgment, just pure understanding, because he knows this deadly power is exactly what he needs to protect everyone. But he doesn't bark an order. He hands you a choice, and it's on you to decide when to hit that feature. I believe in you, partner. A1 reaches out his hand, like he's wrestling with a responsibility so heavy it hurts. And now the question hits. Does A1 even have a heart? The story snaps back to Violet, the enemy mastermind, trapped waist-deep in a nasty life support tank like a living nightmare. We get thrown straight into her nightmare past. Her mother's cruelty is ice cold, sneering, "You're useless." Then it turns vicious. "I shouldn't have had you at all." A kid got shoved into a vicious experiment with countless others, all yanked together and chained like livestock. One by one, the other kids get incinerated, lives snuffed out for nothing, while a guard barks, "Just die." With death roaring down on her, Violet's buried power detonates in a gut-wrenching burst, yanking her out of the flames like she refuses to go quietly. Right now, her attendants rush in and tell her the preparations are finally ready. She climbs out of the bath, and icy steel stares back from her eyes. That twisted philosophy, hatched by her trauma, now fuels her every move, and in my head I'm screaming that to survive, I have to cut down anyone who's better than me. I have to crush that man's power, the Agria spirit tree. Our hero rockets back to his towering sky castle, and the whole place feels like home, like he never left. A split second of calm before the chaos crashes in. For now, the chaos tearing through Karluk has finally been shut down, but enemy forces are already regrouping for another brutal assault on the castle, and Takei's drones are hot on their every move. The path is wide open. Now they have to fight. They're about to rip the entire castle right off the map and haul it straight over Tertsul, then kick off the rescue mission for the spirit tree. Takei spreads the plan like a blade. He's charging straight at the main force head-on. As Yuri-san and I slip into the shadows for the stealth mission to free the tree, a former elf slave rushes up and hands us earth-shaking gear made from the few spirit tree leaves we barely managed to save. This is the perfect spark to blow their magic into full power. The castle's shields will smash the enemy drones and wyverns, and the healing device will kick in to rescue the people trapped inside the golems. Once the spirit tree is finally complete, every slave brand will vanish for good. Every single member of the crew stares at him, hope blazing in their eyes, belief locked in tight, because they're sure he can pull this off. With a thunderous roar, Takei rallies everyone. Let's break free the spirit tree and save the people who are trapped inside. As he strides through the halls, he hates every second of fighting. But if it means ripping off those slave brands, he'll do it without hesitation. So here's the gut punch question. What happens to the world once everything's over? For some folks, the Elf King's slavery didn't just happen to them. It carved their whole life into something they can't escape. Some people, shattered by the system, would even convince themselves that serving was the only place they belonged. This isn't about forcing freedom on anyone. It's about grabbing the people who actually want it and making sure everyone gets a real choice. The Elf Queen still can't stop worrying about Letitia and the kids. But our boy clenches his vow, no backing out now. He's going to save them. Just as the tension peaks, a tiny, joyful miracle bursts in. One of the slimes waddles straight through, carrying a food tray like it owns the moment. And right behind it, two familiar faces, like they'd been waiting in the shadows. It's Seg's brother and that other boy's dad, the same men who got captured and stuffed into golems during the school attack, and they're alive. When they finally see each other again, the reunion explodes in tears and pure, shaking relief. Right before Yori dives into her deadly mission, the Elf King presses a sacred earring into her hands, something every elf settlement instantly recognizes as holy. It's their last shot to prove to the elves of Tertsul that they're not the enemy. Panic grips him at the thought of losing her, but she squeezes his fears and promises, "I'll be fine." Then she's ready to go to war to protect her friend and their new home. Elsewhere, the bee-skinned girls are in the middle of a conversation that could flip their whole future. SHNI declares that once her slave brand is ripped away, she's not heading back to the village, she's embarking on a journey. The Sky Castle blinked awake in a brand new world of endless possibilities, and now she's determined to chase every last one of them. Her courage hits like lightning. Now the others wake up, itching to learn more, grow stronger, and find out who they really are in a world finally free of chains. Mi's mother locks eyes with her daughter, pride surging in her chest, and whispers her blessing to chase the life she truly wants. Beneath a cold, pale moon, two rival forces clash on the edge of war. Viola and her army march out, their warped justice burning like fuel in their veins. They whip their soldiers into a frenzy with propaganda, swearing they'll smash Agria's spirit tree, save the world, and stamp out chaos. No mercy, no questions, just order. In their shadowy sanctuary, they rip the leaves off the trapped, sobbing spirit tree. Forging their slave golem army, they gear up for the final, earth-shaking battle that's about to explode. The moment the final battle for the spirit tree ignites is right here, and the air is buzzing with pure, electric power. Takei lets out a deep breath of relief. Every last check on his war machine is finally done. Hold up, his crew watches him with worried eyes like he's frying himself, but he just shrugs it off. "It's nothing," he says, slapping new drone functions onto his golems like it's no big deal. And what really has him worked up is that Mi and Yuri are heading in without them. But Yuri shoots him a look that screams everything. "I trust you." Once that's locked in, it's go time, because the enemy just started their move. Our main man's jaw tightens with pure resolve. This fight is the finish line, and they're going to cut down the slavery marks that keep torturing everyone. The sky instantly detonates into chaos. Golems and dragons slam together overhead in a ferocious storm of blazing fire and clanging metal. Then, boom! A monstrous energy blast tears through the enemy ranks, blasting a chunk of them away in a blinding flash, and you can basically feel the real show kicking off. Perched above the chaos, the enemy General Violet stares down at the battle as it rips through the battlefield. Confused, because her eyes spot fewer golems than last time, but the exact trick still slips past her. Violet just erupts into a cackle, that wicked grin snapping across her face, like she's salivating for the front lines, ready to rip everything apart with her own hands. This woman is absolutely unhinged. Meanwhile, down on the streets, the city lies in ruins, shattered and torn apart. And while the streets are still torn apart by war, a shady operation is slipping in under the chaos. Guards haul a sketchy-looking cart, swear it's packed with survivors, and insist it's heading out from the spirit tree. Then Yuri suddenly shows up out of nowhere, crowds them way too close, and scrambles every thought in their heads. These goons are so lost they even forget the orders they were given. Crouched inside the cart, I stared with my jaw on the floor. Because she had asterisk no clue magic could feel this breathtaking, this deadly, and this ridiculously fun. Just then, another guard spots the sky packed with golems and freaks out. thinking about the terrified people trapped inside. That's Mi's cue. She snaps her fingers and the guy is instantly frozen solid. "Hey, what are you doing?" he blurts out right before he's turned into a popsicle. Yuri's blown away. Mi keeps leveling up fast by blasting her magic straight at the enemy and Yuri. She pulls out a little extra of her own. She yanks out a borrowed magic artifact from the church, an odd little tech piece forged from Takei's drones. She slaps it against the wall, and boom, it flares to life, carving out this massive, legendary teleport circle that siphons mana straight from the spirit tree leaves. The plan hits perfectly. Leaves flare with eerie light, and boom, invisible laser attackers slice in from every direction, locking onto the enemy soldiers and turning them into helpless targets, chaos erupting as they get picked off one by one. They're completely clueless about what's going on. Then a top brass member catches the tactic and mutters it out. And yeah, that's downright nasty. While the enemy is fully distracted, the way to the spirit tree is wide open. Yuri slams down a symbol and declares, "We're not soldiers, we're friends from the Sky Castle." Mi throws herself into Yuri's arms and begs her to save the elves, swearing she'll go face the ones puppeting the spirit tree's consciousness. Yuri nods and shoves a bundle of spirit tree leaves into her hands to crank up the healing magic, then warns her, sharp as steel, not to pull anything reckless. Mia flashes a cocky grin. "I've got strong allies, so I'll be fine." Then she rockets straight toward her objective. This crushes me. She watches the elves get treated like they don't even matter, their lives tossed aside like trash. And since we're all the same, she can't help wondering, why does she still end up staring at every one of her friends' faces? She remembers everything. Back when they were all slaves until Takei ripped them free and carved out their future. And right in that instant, her path snaps into crystal clarity. She's got one burning goal: to become a magician just like Takei, a total lifesaver who shows up for people when they need it most. She craves the kind of power that lets her shield everyone, no exceptions. She craves the power to save people and the strength to believe in herself, because she wants it all, no excuses. Right when she's about to strike, a surprise enemy attack erupts out of nowhere. But hold up. Those aren't enemy drones at all, they're Takei's golems. Golem's face snaps into a savage grin. Because with Takei in her hands, she's about to save them all. And when she flexes her new control, a literal army surges behind her. Her eyes blaze with pure determination. "Take this," she screams, and a brutal wave of ice detonates forward, swallowing the enemy soldiers whole. You finally see the plan in motion. Takei shoves me into the lead with the golems. Then he pours his power into the spirit tree leaves, driving it to stop the consciousness puppeteering the tree and wipe those slave marks out for good. He hands her his total trust, betting everything on Yuri to rescue the elves. But doubt crashes into me. If this works, do I really end up watching everyone split off and vanish into their own paths? That thought slams into her chest. She's desperate to lock up the bad guys and free everyone. But she can't bring herself to leave her friends behind. No matter what happens, friends stay friends. A wild montage of their memories explodes across the screen, screaming how tight their bond is. Because come what may, they're tied together. Takei and the others jump in too, and boom, pure heartworm magic hits like a wave. Mia gasps, "I adore you too." And her heart is overflowing. With her resolve reborn, she steps forward and declares to everyone, "I'll become a magician who helps people." Suddenly the whole castle erupts in warning alarms. Beep, beep, beep. A hulking monster erupts on the monitor. This isn't some ordinary dragon, it's something way worse. It's a grotesque mashup of a dragon, people, and a golem. And the moment you lay eyes on it, your stomach flips. It rockets straight into the assault on the castle, and our heroes have no choice but to brace for impact right away. But Dixon suddenly realizes the attack isn't just aimed at the castle. The monster is zeroing in on the empires and the royal kingdom's reinforcement camps. And who bursts in to lead the charge? Violet. She straight up points at our unsuspecting hero and declares, "I'll fight you and your golem." Takei can only freeze in place, and the moment's weight slams into him. Violet. She shoots him a look packed with pure murderous intent. "I'll destroy both you and the spirit tree. But our boy plants his feet and refuses to budge, his resolve blazing like never before. Both sides digging in with iron determination, squaring up for the final battle. The showdown kicks off. Violet squares up against Takei, and with a venomous snarl, she promises to crush him and his golem too. They slam together in a blinding burst of raw power, and a shield of pure energy snaps into place to guard our main man. Violet goes completely wide-eyed. How did you pull off that level of magic power? But his answer, studying. That simple truth lights a fire under her, and she can't wrap her head around how anyone could build that kind of power without paying for it. You're too soft, she shrieks, then boom, a colossal energy blast rips through the air. Now come at me like you mean to kill. The attack hits like a lightning bolt, blasting everyone caught in the crossfire, and nobody saw this brutal, destructive power coming, especially not from Takei. Ifa rockets in and swoops onto the dragon, smashing the moment to save Ditsun from the blast. And what is this old man doing in the middle of a war zone, praising his kid like there's no danger at all? My kid is the best, he gushes, sweet and smart, and honestly, that doting parent is just ridiculous. Then he chomps down on a healing device, straight through their way. They're going to fire up the device to tear out the golem pieces fused inside the dragon, the same ones turning the dragon's body into a non-stop magic power tank. Pai Chan bursts into action, ripping the golem pieces loose and yanking the people back out of where they'd been cruelly swallowed. But when Titch sees that, a wild idea hits. What if he uses the healing device on Violet herself? But Violet won't let this end. She refuses to lose, trading power for power with him strike after strike. We're not here to kill you, Ticky Pants. She's trying to talk her way out of this. She'll grab you and hand you over to the Blau Empire for judgment. Simple as that. Then I'll end you before it even happens. This jolts her into a flashback, an ugly memory of a world where the strong only survived by stomping the weak. That slave mark, it's nothing. If you get strong enough, you can survive. And then a voice from her past cuts through the silence. Snapping back to the present, she's completely unhinged, screams tearing out of her. Tai grabs her attention with a cold, hard question. Are you really going to keep living in fear that other people feed? He lays out the savage truth, then hits you with the real question. Why aren't the mages and every other power charging the front lines? Because everything is set, and the escape is about to happen. From the very start, he spits the words so sharp they slice through her fury. You were nothing but a scapegoat, he says, made so they could buy time and slip away. She erupts into a cackling, broken laugh, wild and unhinged, and then she screams. That laugh still doesn't earn you mercy, flashing a self-destruct magic circle burned into her chest. And yeah, his scans had already clocked it. You shrug off human lives like they don't matter, especially your own, our boy spits out, face set in stone, because he knows the dragons wear the same circle scars. I'll crush you with everything I've got, the full, terrifying power of the Sky Castle. Meanwhile, Mia burst into the spirit tree's core, only to find enslaved elves chained up, their captor losing his mind as he roars. Intruders attack. You do what I say, slaves. Mia, stone calm, declares the base is fully surrounded, and it's moments away from shattering. Stop fighting, don't hurt the elves anymore. I just want to free the spirit tree. The elves recoil in terror, one of them shaking so hard, don't come any closer. They're shaking with fear, thinking she's just another cold-blooded master out to use them like tools. But Mi's voice stays soft. Don't worry, I'm here to save you. And then clear as steel, I won't use violence. She tells him straight up. Freeing the spirit tree is the only shot they've got to save them. Her eyes begged them, her face brimming with empathy. Please trust me, she pleaded, still trembling from how terrified she'd been and how Isla and the others had saved her. I swear to you, I won't hurt a single thing, trust me. In that exact moment, she feels like she's finally inching closer to becoming just like Takei. The lead elf locks onto the truth burning in her eyes, then roars to his brethren, trust that girl. Right then the healed elves finally arrive. Everyone has been assumed dead, and when they finally reunite, the emotion hits like a tidal wave, overwhelming, shaking, and impossible to hold back. The last guard swings for authority, but she's done with it. One sharp gesture and she clamps his mouth shut. "I thought you said you wouldn't use violence," he gurgles. "Shut up," she snarls, and then she seals him in ice. With the final obstacle shattered, the elves rush to the spirit tree, choking out apologies for the pain they'd been forced to unleash. Then, with one unified nod, they let go. World, dark magic shatters everything in its path. The spirit tree finally breaks free, flooding the whole chamber with warm, blinding light. Our main man squares up in front of the massive, glowing spirit tree, and you can feel his plan finally hitting its breaking point. He tightens his fist, eyes blazing with pure resolve. "I'm using the disintegration technique to wipe out the slave mark. This is it, the last move that's going to free everyone." Down on the battlefield, Ashihara stares up, eyes blazing with shock as the tree finally snaps its chains, leaving only her standing in the wreckage. And she absolutely snaps and swings at the spirit tree. She roars, lunges forward like a missile and screams, "I'll kill you." But our boy is one step ahead, already moving to intercept her. "Damn it, don't run," he yells as a shimmering shield flares into place. Shihara snaps to a stop, utterly stunned. "What?" she yells as her target, the whole floating fortress, has suddenly deeded itself straight into the sky. Our unsuspecting hero smirks, then drops the bomb. He's been holding back this whole time, clamping down the castle's power, fighting through the constant strain of the changes, but not anymore. Training wheels, off, F-whips around to Isla, dead serious. "This time is different. I'm going all out. You ready?" "Really?" Ella shoots back a firm yes, Teiki-sama. But Shihara suddenly goes stone still, like her body got glued to the spot. "What, my body? I can't move," she blurts, fully paralyzed. Teiki barks the order. "Let's go, A1. Then he cracks his knuckles and flexes the castle's might. Anyone who dares to invade his domain gets turned into a puppet, tugged on by his strings. Then the attacks land, and boom. Pure, unfiltered chaos explodes everywhere as the Sky Castle unleashes an unholy barrage of light. A raging storm of energy that wipes Shihara's entire army off the map. Every dragon's golem you can think of gets obliterated, atom by atom, in a jaw-dropping light show so epic it feels unreal. Shihara can only stare in terror as her own creations start bubbling, twisting, and melting into nothing. "Dabai, what are you doing? Stop it. That's my power." Before she shrieks at it to stop, her voice trembling with raw desperation. But nothing she does matters. Her own golem lunges in and her face freezes into pure despair as she chokes out, "Stop it. Everything I built." And just like that, it's finished. She crumples to the ground, completely beaten, while our hero stands triumphant, surrounded by his crew. A1 stands there, stone calm, like the mission is already sealed. With the trash finally out of the way, Teiki shifts his focus back to the spirit tree. Beneath the tree's soft glow, 3 ethereal, goddess-like spirits drift into the world, their faces calm as peace itself. They snapped their eyes open, grabbed his hand, and thanked him by name, like it all finally clicked. One of them smiles softly, and you just no asterisk. Our boy grins back, a little shy. "If those slave marks were here, I couldn't mess around and have fun with everyone," he admits. All he wants is to live free and happy in this world, and the spirits hear him and grant the wish. The spirit tree shudders and fuses with the castle, stretching, swelling, and swallowing everything, until it turns into one jaw-dropping structure, an actual castle in the sky. They did it. Sky Castle is fully grown now. Down below, the girls are partying in pure victory. But the moment the cheers hit, the vibe flips on a dime. They stumble on Shihara's golems, crammed together in the ruins like something trapped them. Whimpering with terror, "Please help me. I'm sorry, I swear I'm sorry." That sight guts you, but Terran's faith won't budge. She yells with pure certainty, "It's okay," and promises Deika-sama will save you. He'll save every single one of you. Right on cue, a colossal tree bursts up inside their own castle like it just spawned out of nowhere, blanketed them all in a shower of glowing leaves. The rough terrain snags her mid-step, and her eyes flare wide with pure, stunned wonder. The instant the leaf kisses her skin, the slave mark on her neck flares bright for a heartbeat. Then it's gone, swallowed by thin air, and she just freezes, stunned beyond words. Allah whips his head around, and sees the exact same miracle, exploding across everyone else too. And then warmth floods her own chest. Next, the very brand that's run her entire life suddenly crumbles away, fizzing into bright light. The whole weight of it crashes down on her in an instant, and she crumples to her knees, utterly swallowed by overwhelm. Right then, our hero bursts onto the scene in front of her. She snaps her gaze upward, and tears, real and unstoppable, spill down her face while he stands there, soft warmth glowing in his eyes. He shoots his hand out and tugs her into a tight, shaking embrace. A full year slips by, and that sky castle drifts above in calm peace, blazing like a beacon of hope. In the towns below, a brand new era just erupted into the world. Ifasen, now a messenger of the Sky Castle, brushes the mark on a former elven slave's cheek, and just like that, it fades away. "You're free now," he says, smiling softly. Thanks to the castle's blessing, slavery gets wiped out worldwide, and everyone finally gets freed. We burst into tears, grateful like the world just turned kind, and they point him straight to a shelter where he can finally start fresh, guarded by a golem escort. Because of course it is. Ifasen grins, like that's it, job's finished, and the world's about to feel the difference. His ride rips up. Straight up, a literal tour bus pulls in to pick him up. He grumbles that he could have flown, but the girls shoot him down, insisting he keep pace so they don't miss a beat on their freedom tour's next stop, snatching his family from the Beastman village. It's a wild road trip, packed with heartwarming reunions and brand new adventures at every turn. Even so, Ifasen still has to play bodyguard when one of the guys starts getting way too friendly. And yeah, not every ending lands on sunshine. In a dark, freezing prison, Shihara slumps alone in a dirty straitjacket, shattered beyond repair. A scientist rolls in and offers her a shot at redemption. Turn her twisted tech into something good, building prosthetics that actually heal. She drops to her knees and begs for help, like her life depends on it. She begs for help, but not for freedom, and when he offers to restore her body, she shuts him down. She calls that empty, silent cell the calmest place she's ever known. The scientist recoils in disbelief and disgust, then storms out, leaving her to wallow in her misery. He trudges off, utterly crushed, muttering under his breath about how his magic had failed, and how he couldn't save a single soul. Then another scientist's projection flickers onto the screen and drops a crazy gift. His entire secret workshop, and every research note he's been hiding, like a second chance from the last person he'd ever expect. Life keeps barreling forward. Bureaucrats drown in mountains of paperwork for trials, but inside they're buzzing like crazy for the party coming next. He gets absolutely roasted by his coworkers, just because he's desperate to ditch work and escape. Then his savage friends yank the book away and dare him. Read those documents on the way. Elsewhere, kids are laughing as they craft gifts with shining, happy hands, their creativity bursting at full volume, like it could light the whole world on fire. And just when it gets intense, a little sibling rivalry sparks right up. Her friends nudge the shy school teacher to jump into the fun, reminding her just how much she's already done for everyone. It's Takei's birthday, and after their push and encouragement, she finally agrees to go. A young girl can't stop daydreaming about seeing our hero again, and she's practically vibrating with excitement to taste Isla's cooking. Up in the Sky Castle, the birthday boy himself is wreaking havoc in the kitchen, turning the whole place into chaos. Alarms are screaming while he frantically tries to cook everything at once, and A1 kicks in fast to stop it from turning into a full-on 5-alarm disaster. Isla strides in, grinning at the chaos, and tells everyone in a soft voice that the hall is ready, and that the rest will be here any minute. She leans in close, eyes blazing like stars, because it's your birthday and they're all coming to celebrate you. And what a celebration it is. This hall is packed wall-to-wall with every friend and ally they've collected on the way, their giant found family roaring with laughter, stuffing their faces, and trading stories like they've got all the time in the world. Our boy's right in the middle of everything, wearing this massive, real smile, surrounded by the very people he fought tooth and nail to protect. As the party winds down, he and Alas steal a quiet moment, staring out at the world they've built, promises of peace and love glowing in their future. Love, after all that struggle, their castle doesn't just sit on the ground. It drifts majestically through the sky, shining like proof that every step led here, with something breathtaking waiting just beyond the horizon.